Tonight I'm going to share a story with you. It's not a campfire tale spun from imagination. This is a true account. A story that originated from a park ranger. It circulates online. It chills the bones. It centers on a park ranger. Someone sworn to protect the wilderness, to keep visitors safe. But sometimes the wilderness and the people within it hold secrets darker than any animal's den. The clip you're about to see delves into one telling of the story. It's as no ass, the horrifying true story of a park ranger's terrible decisions. Brace yourselves, because the truth is often far more terrifying than fiction, and sometimes the worst monsters are the choices we make. My name is Jake Miller, and for the past 5 years, I've been a park ranger at Redwood National and State Parks in Northern California. It's a dream job for a lot of people, and honestly, most of the time it is pretty great. Spending my days surrounded by towering ancient trees, the crisp, clean air, the occasional glimpse of wildlife, it's hard to complain. Of course, there's the paperwork, the occasional lost hiker, and the less glamorous tasks like cleaning out overflowing trash cans, but even those feel manageable when you're in such a stunning environment. I've always been drawn to the quiet solitude of the wilderness. Growing up in a small town, I spent most of my free time exploring the woods behind our house. There was a sense of peace and timelessness in those woods that I never found anywhere else. That feeling is amplified tenfold in Redwood. These trees have stood here for centuries, witnessing history unfold in slow motion. It makes you feel small and significant in a way, but also connected to something much larger than yourself. My usual shift runs from sunrise to mid-afternoon, but sometimes I pick up the late shift to cover for other rangers, or just to get the extra hours. The park takes on a different character at night. The familiar trails become shadowy and mysterious. The sounds of the forest amplified in the darkness. Most nights are peaceful, filled with the chirping of crickets and the rustling of leaves. But there are other nights when the silence feels heavy, pregnant with something unseen, something unknown. This particular night was one of those. It was late, probably around 11 p.m. My patrol area for the evening was the eastern section of the park, which included a stretch of Blackwood Creek. It's a relatively remote area, even by Redwood standards. The trail that runs alongside the creek is less traveled, and the dense canopy overhead blocks out most of the moonlight, making it particularly dark after sunset. The wind had been picking up earlier in the evening, rustling the leaves and causing the branches to sway like skeletal arms. But as I drove my patrol truck down the winding dirt road leading to Blackwood Creek, the wind suddenly died down. It was like someone had flipped a switch. The forest became eerily silent, a silence that felt unnatural, almost suffocating. Even the usual nocturnal sounds of the forest seemed to have gone quiet. I parked the truck at the trailhead and stepped out, the beam of my flashlight cutting through the inky blackness. The air was still and heavy, carrying the scent of damp earth and pine needles. I started my patrol, walking slowly along the trail, my senses on high alert. It wasn't that I was expecting trouble, not exactly. But there's a different kind of awareness that comes over you in the woods at night, a primal instinct to be vigilant. For a while, it was just the sound of my own boots crunching on the fallen leaves and the occasional snap of a twig underfoot. The darkness pressed in around me, making the familiar trail feel alien and unknown. I kept my flashlight trained ahead, scanning the tree line on either side. Then, I started hearing it. It was faint at first, almost like the distant murmur of a crowd. I stopped walking and held my breath, trying to pinpoint the source. The sound seemed to be coming from just beyond the tree line, to my left, deeper in the woods. It was a whispering sound, like dozens of people talking at once, their voices low and indistinct. I couldn't make out any words, just a constant, hushed murmur that seemed to weave through the trees. My first thought was that it might be a group of campers who had wandered off trail. But it was late, well past any reasonable hour for people to be deep in the woods without a campsite. And the sound, it wasn't the cheerful chatter of campers. There was something unsettling about it, something that sent a shiver down my spine. I reached for my radio, my hands slightly trembling. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Miller. Do you copy?" The crackly voice responded almost immediately. "Copy that, Ranger Miller. Go ahead. I'm currently patrolling near Blackwood Creek, and I'm hearing some unusual sounds. Sounds like a lot of people whispering just beyond the tree line. Can you hear anything on your end?" There was a brief pause, and then the dispatcher's voice came back, clear and steady. Negative, Ranger Miller. We're not picking up anything unusual. Are you sure about your location? Affirmative, I replied, my brow furrowing. I'm approximately half a mile down the Blackwood Creek Trail on the east side. The whispering is still ongoing. It's quite distinct here. Roger that. Stand by one. I stood there in the darkness, the whispering sound continuing, a constant low hum that seemed to vibrate in the air around me. I strained my ears, trying to decipher any words, but it was just a jumbled mass of hushed voices. It was like being in a crowded room where everyone was speaking in whispers, their words just out of reach. After a minute or two, the dispatcher came back on the radio. Ranger Miller, we've checked with the other units in the area, and no one is reporting any unusual activity or sounds. We're still not picking up anything on our end. Could it be the wind playing tricks? The wind died down completely. I said, my voice a little more tense now. It's dead silent except for this whispering. It's not the wind. Understood. Proceed with caution, Ranger Miller. If you feel unsafe, you are authorized to disengage and return to your vehicle. 10-4, I replied, clipping the radio back onto my belt. I hesitated for a moment, my flashlight beam fixed on the dark tree line where the whispering seemed to originate. Curiosity warred with a growing sense of unease. Part of me wanted to investigate, to find out what was causing the sound. But another part of me, a more primal instinct, was screaming at me to turn around and get out of there. I took a tentative step towards the tree line, my flashlight beam dancing nervously. The whispering seemed to intensify slightly as I moved closer. It was still just a murmur, but now I could almost feel the vibrations of the voices in the air. Suddenly, a twig snapped loudly just to my right, making me jump. I spun around, my flashlight beam sweeping across the darkness, but there was nothing there. Just the dense undergrowth and the silent trees. My heart was pounding in my chest. The whispering continued, a constant, unsettling drone. I took another step towards the tree line, then another. I could almost make out individual voices now, though the words were still unintelligible. It sounded like they were speaking in a language I didn't recognize, or maybe just speaking so softly and rapidly that the words blurred together. Then the whispering stopped. Just like that, the sound cut off, leaving behind an even heavier, more oppressive silence. The sudden absence of the sound was almost more unnerving than the whispering itself. I stood there, my flashlight beam fixed on the now silent tree line, my ears straining for any sound. But there was nothing, just the rustling of my own clothes and the frantic beating of my heart. I waited for what felt like an eternity, but the whispering didn't return. The silence stretched on, broken only by the occasional chirp of an insect in the distance. The feeling of unease that had been growing inside me now solidified into a cold knot of fear. I didn't know what I had heard out there in the darkness, but it had felt wrong. Profoundly wrong. It wasn't the sound of animals, or the wind, or even other people. It was something else, something that I couldn't explain. Slowly, I backed away from the tree line, my flashlight beam still fixed on the spot where the whispering had been coming from. When I reached the trail, I turned and started walking back towards my truck, my pace quickening with each step. I didn't run, but I walked faster than I ever had on patrol before. I kept looking over my shoulder, half expecting to see something emerge from the darkness. But there was nothing, just the silent, watchful trees. When I finally reached my truck, I practically threw myself into the driver's seat and locked the doors. I took a deep breath, trying to calm my racing heart. I started the engine and put the truck in drive, eager to get out of there. As I drove back down the dirt road, I glanced in my rearview mirror. The darkness behind me seemed deeper, more menacing than before. I couldn't shake the feeling that something had been watching me from those trees. Something that had been whispering just out of earshot. I called dispatch again when I was a few miles away, reporting the incident and reiterating that I believed I had heard something unusual. The dispatcher was polite but skeptical, suggesting again that it might have been the wind or some kind of animal vocalization. I didn't argue. I knew what I had heard, and no amount of logical explanation could change that. I finished my shift without further incident, but the memory of those whispers in the darkness stayed with me. I tried to rationalize it, to come up with some logical explanation, but I couldn't. The sound had been too distinct, too pervasive, too human, but not quite human either. I never went back to Blackwood Creek alone after that. If my patrol route included that area, I always requested a partner. And even then, I couldn't shake the feeling of unease whenever I was near that part of the park. To this day, I don't know what I heard that night. Maybe it was some kind of auditory hallucination brought on by fatigue and the solitude of the night. Or maybe it was something else. Something that lurks in the shadows of the ancient redwood forest. Something that whispers just beyond the tree line, waiting for someone to listen. Whatever it was, it gave me chills that night. Chills that I still feel whenever I think about it. And it's one of the reasons why, even though I love my job, there are some parts of the park that I'd rather not visit after dark. Blackwood Creek is definitely one of them. The next few weeks after the incident at Blackwood Creek were different. I found myself more on edge, more attuned to the subtle sounds of the forest. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig made me jump. The peace I usually found in the solitude of the redwoods was now tinged with a persistent unease. I tried to put the whispering out of my mind, to chalk it up to stress or a trick of the night. But the memory of that sound, that chorus of hushed voices just beyond the darkness, kept creeping back into my thoughts. It was like a persistent itch I couldn't scratch. I started paying more attention to the stories the older rangers would tell around the campfire during our occasional off-duty gatherings. Most of these stories were the usual fare encounters with bears, close calls with lightning strikes, or the occasional tale of a lost and disoriented hiker. But every now and then, someone would mention something else. Whispers of strange lights in the woods, unexplained noises, a feeling of being watched when no one else was around. I'd always dismissed these stories as folklore, the product of overactive imaginations fueled by long nights in the wilderness. But now, after my own experience, I started to listen more intently. I even subtly steered the conversations towards Blackwood Creek, trying to gauge if anyone else had ever experienced anything unusual there. Old Man Hemmings, a ranger who had been working in the park for over 30 years and looked like he'd grown roots alongside the ancient trees, was the only one who offered anything of note. He squinted at me through the smoke of the campfire when I mentioned the creek. Blackwood Creek, he said, his voice raspy like dry leaves. That's a quiet spot, always has been. Yeah, it is, I replied casually, just wondering if there's any interesting history to the area. Hemmings took a long drag from his pipe, the embers glowing orange in the dim light. History. Oh, there's history aplenty in these woods, son. Some of it good, some of it not so good. He went on to tell a few stories about the early logging days in the area, tales of accidents and hardships, of men who had vanished without a trace in the dense forest. He mentioned a small logging camp that had been located near Blackwood Creek in the late 1800s, a place that had apparently been abandoned abruptly for reasons no one quite remembered. Some folks say the land out there ain't quite right, Hemmings said, his eyes twinkling in the firelight. Say it's sensitive, holds on to things. He didn't elaborate, and I didn't press him. But his words stuck with me. Sensitive, holds on to things. It was vague, but it resonated with the unsettling feeling I had experienced that night. A few days later, during a slow afternoon, I decided to do some digging of my own. I went to the park's small administrative office and asked if they had any historical records or maps related to the Blackwood Creek area. The park historian, a kindly woman named Sarah, was happy to help. She pulled out some old survey maps and a few dusty files containing historical information about the park. I spent hours poring over the documents, searching for any mention of the old logging camp Hemmings had talked about or anything else that might shed light on the strange whispers. I found a few references to the Blackwood Creek logging camp, noting its existence in the late 19th century and its eventual abandonment. The records were sparse, offering no real explanation for why the camp was shut down. There were some vague mentions of unusual occurrences and low morale in the camp's final months, but nothing concrete. I also found an old map that showed the location of the camp. It was situated a little further upstream from where I had heard the whispering, but it was still in the same general area. The map also indicated the presence of a small, unmarked cemetery near the camp. A cemetery. That detail sent another shiver down my spine. Could the whispers I had heard somehow be related to the spirits of those who had been buried there? It sounded far-fetched, even to me, but I couldn't shake the feeling that there was a connection. Over the next few weeks, I started making excuses to patrol the Blackwood Creek area during the day. I wanted to see if I could find any trace of the old logging camp or the cemetery. The forest was dense and the terrain was rugged, making it difficult to navigate off trail. But I was determined. I spent several days hiking through the undergrowth, using the old map as my guide. I found remnants of old logging roads, overgrown and barely discernible, but no sign of any buildings or graves. The forest had reclaimed the land, erasing almost all traces of the human activity that had once taken place there. One afternoon, as I was exploring a particularly dense section of woods near where the map indicated the cemetery should be, I stumbled upon something unexpected. Partially hidden beneath a thick layer of moss and fallen leaves was a small, weathered stone marker. It was too eroded to read any inscription, but its shape and placement suggested it was a grave marker. I carefully cleared away the surrounding debris, revealing a few more similar stones scattered nearby. It was indeed a small, forgotten cemetery just as the map had indicated. The graves were old, likely dating back to the late 1800s. Most of the markers were illegible, worn smooth by time and the elements. As I stood there, surrounded by the silent graves, I couldn't help but feel a sense of melancholy. These were the final resting places of people who had lived and worked in this remote corner of the forest over a century ago. What were their stories? What had their lives been like? And why had their camp been abandoned so abruptly? The air around the cemetery felt heavy still. Even the usual sounds of the forest seemed muted here. I spent some time walking among the graves, trying to imagine the lives of those buried beneath the soil. As the sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows through the trees, I decided it was time to head back. I marked the location of the cemetery on my GPS, intending to return later with some tools to try and clean the grave markers and see if I could uncover any names or dates. The walk back to my truck was uneventful, but as I neared the trailhead, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I kept glancing over my shoulder, but there was no one there, just the deepening shadows and the silent trees. When I got back to the ranger station, I mentioned my discovery to Sarah, the park historian. She was intrigued and promised to look through the archives for any information she could find about the individuals who might be buried in the Blackwood Creek Cemetery. A few days later, Sarah called me into her office. She had found some old records related to the logging camp, including a list of workers who had died during its operation. The list included names and dates of death, and several of the deaths were attributed to accidents or illnesses. There were also a few entries marked simply as missing. As I scanned the list, one name in particular caught my eye: Thomas Blackwood. According to the records, he had been the foreman of the logging camp and had died in the winter of 1888. The creek had been named after him. Sarah also showed me a faded newspaper article from the time, reporting on a series of unexplained events that had plagued the logging camp in its final months. The article mentioned strange noises, equipment malfunctions, and a growing sense of fear and unease among the workers. It even hinted at rumors of supernatural occurrences. Reading the article, a chill ran down my spine. The descriptions of the strange events at the logging camp echoed the unsettling feeling I had experienced near Blackwood Creek. Could there be a connection between the two? That night, I couldn't sleep. My mind was racing, piecing together the fragments of information I had gathered. The abandoned logging camp, the forgotten cemetery, the strange whispers. In the darkness, it all seemed to point to something more than just a trick of the night. I started to wonder if the whispers I had heard were somehow related to the spirits of the people who had died at the logging camp, their voices trapped between worlds, forever murmuring in the silent woods. The thought terrified me, but it also held a strange sort of fascination. I knew I should probably just let it go, dismiss it as an overactive imagination, but the memory of those whispers was too vivid, too real to ignore. I decided I needed to go back to Blackwood Creek, this time during the day, and explore the area more thoroughly. I wanted to see if I could find any other clues, any other remnants of the past that might explain the strange occurrences. I knew it was probably foolish, maybe even dangerous, to delve deeper into this mystery, but the silence of the forest no longer felt peaceful to me. It felt like a silence that was waiting to be broken, a silence that held secrets I needed to uncover, and I had a feeling that Blackwood Creek held more secrets than I could ever imagine. The following Saturday, with a sense of trepidation mixed with morbid curiosity, I found myself back at the Blackwood Creek trailhead. This time, the sun was high in the sky, casting dappled shadows through the canopy. The forest felt different during the day, less menacing, but the memory of the whispers still lingered in the air like a phantom scent. I had brought a small backpack with some tools, a shovel, a brush, and a notebook to record any findings. My plan was to return to the cemetery I had discovered and try to clean some of the grave markers. Maybe I could find some names or dates that would offer more clues about the history of the logging camp and the people who had died there. The hike to the cemetery was uneventful. The forest was alive with the sounds of birdsong and the rustling of small animals in the undergrowth. It was a stark contrast to the eerie silence of that late night. When I reached the small clearing where the graves were located, I got to work. The moss and lichen clung stubbornly to the weathered stones, making it difficult to see any inscriptions. Slowly and carefully, I began to brush away the layers of time, revealing the surfaces beneath. It was painstaking work, and many of the stones were too far gone to yield any information. But after a couple of hours, I managed to partially uncover the inscription on one of the larger markers. The name was barely legible, but I could make out the letters, Mass Bill ICK, and below it, died 1888, it was Thomas Blackwood, the foreman. A wave of unease washed over me. Standing here in this forgotten cemetery, cleaning the grave of the man for whom the creek was named, felt strange. Like I was intruding on something that should have remained undisturbed. I moved on to the next marker, which was smaller and more eroded. I spent a long time carefully brushing away the debris, but the inscription was too faint to read. I tried a few other stones with similar results. It seemed the secrets of this place were determined to remain buried. As I was about to give up for the day, I noticed a small, unassuming stone tucked away near the base of a large redwood tree. It was almost completely hidden by a tangle of ferns. I knelt down and gently pulled the ferns aside. The stone was different from the others. It was a simple, unadorned marker, and upon closer inspection, I could see a single word etched into its surface. Austin? Just that one word. Lustin. A chill snaked down my spine. What did it mean? Who had placed this stone here? And why that particular word? I stood up and looked around the clearing, my senses on high alert. The forest seemed to have gone quiet again, the birdsong silenced, the rustling in the undergrowth ceased. The air felt heavy, charged with an unseen energy. Suddenly I heard it. It was faint at first, almost imperceptible, but then it grew louder, clearer. The whispering. It was the same sound I had heard that night, the chorus of hushed voices just beyond the edge of hearing. This time it was daytime. The sun was shining, the birds had been singing just moments before. But there was no logical explanation for this sound. I froze, my heart pounding in my chest. The whispering seemed to be coming from all around me, weaving through the trees, rising from the very ground beneath my feet. I strained my ears, desperately trying to make out any words, any coherent sounds. And then I did. Faintly, barely audible above the general murmur, I heard a single word. It was whispered, drawn out, almost a sigh. Lost. Then another word, clearer this time. Cold. And then another. Alone. The whispers continued, individual words and phrases drifting in and out of the general murmur. They were fragmented, disjointed, but they all carried a sense of profound sadness, of loss and despair. Help. Dark. Can't find the way. I stood there, rooted to the spot, listening to the ghostly whispers carried on the still air. It was like the voices of the dead, trapped in this forgotten place, forever lamenting their fate. The feeling of unease I had experienced before intensified tenfold, morphing into a primal terror. I wanted to run, to flee this place as fast as my legs could carry me. But I was frozen, paralyzed by fear and a strange sense of morbid fascination. The whispering continued for what felt like an eternity, the voices swirling around me, filling my head with their sorrowful tales. I could almost feel their presence, their despair clinging to me like a shroud. Then, just as suddenly as it had started, the whispering began to fade. The individual words became less distinct. The murmur grew fainter, until finally, silence descended upon the clearing once more. The sudden silence was almost deafening. I stood there trembling, my breath coming in ragged gasps. The sun still shone through the trees, the birds began to chirp tentatively, but the forest no longer felt the same. It felt haunted, tainted by the sorrowful whispers I had just heard. Slowly, my legs began to work again. I backed away from the cemetery, my eyes darting nervously around the trees. I didn't stop until I reached the trail, and then I started to run. I ran as fast as I could, my lungs burning, my heart pounding, until I reached my truck. I didn't look back. I jumped into the driver's seat, started the engine, and sped away from Blackwood Creek, leaving the whispers and the forgotten dead behind. I never went back to the cemetery. I reported my findings to Sarah, the park historian, telling her about the grave marker that said, Eisten, and the whispers I had heard. She was skeptical, of course, but she agreed to look into the history of the logging camp further. She later found some old journals from a local resident who had lived near Blackwood Creek around the time the logging camp was abandoned. The journal spoke of strange occurrences in the woods, of the loggers being plagued by nightmares and a feeling of being watched. There were even mentions of hushed voices carried on the wind. The journals offered no definitive explanation for the whispers, but they confirmed that others had experienced similar phenomena in the area. I continued to work as a park ranger at Redwood National and State Parks for several more years. I patrolled many trails, encountered bears and mountain lions, and dealt with my fair share of lost hikers. But I never again patrolled near Blackwood Creek alone, and even when I was with a partner, I always felt a sense of unease in that part of the park. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind dies down and the forest is eerily silent, I still think about those whispers. I wonder who those voices belong to, what tragedies they had endured, and why their sorrowful murmurs still echo through the trees. And every now and then, when I'm alone in the woods, I swear I can still hear them, faint whispers on the edge of hearing, carried on the breeze, reminding me that some secrets of the forest are best left undisturbed. And sometimes, just sometimes, I think I hear a single whispered word carried above the rest, listen. And I always do. I always listen, hoping I don't hear what comes next. My name is Ben, and for the past 5 years, I've been a park ranger at Redwood National Park. It's a dream job for a lot of people, and most of the time it really is. Spending my days surrounded by those towering giants, the crisp, clean air, the quiet solitude of the woods, it's something special. But every job has its downsides, and in our line of work, those downsides can sometimes be unsettling. My partner, Sarah, is the opposite of me in a lot of ways. Where I'm more laid, back and tend to see the best in situations. She's sharp, observant, and always a little on edge. It's a good balance, though. She catches things I might miss, and I usually manage to talk her down when her imagination starts running wild. We've been partners for 3 years now, and we've seen our fair share of strange occurrences out here. Most of the time, it's just lost hikers, or maybe some overly curious wildlife. But every now and then, something happens that sticks with you, something that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. The call came in late on a Tuesday evening, just as the last slivers of sunlight were fading behind the ancient trees. It was dispatch, their voice crackling slightly over the radio. Rangers Ben and Sarah, we've received a report from a group of hikers. They claim to have seen strange lights coming from an abandoned cabin deep in the Blackwood Creek area. They said it looked like flickering candlelight, but, well, the cabin hasn't been used in decades. No power out there. Sarah and I exchanged a look. The Blackwood Creek area is pretty remote, even for Redwood. The old logging trails that used to lead back there have mostly overgrown, and it's not a place hikers usually venture unless they're really experienced and well prepared. And an abandoned cabin with lights. That definitely wasn't normal. Did they say what time they saw the lights? Sarah asked into her radio. Around 10 p.m. last night, dispatch replied. They were setting up camp about a mile away and spotted it through the trees. They said it looked like it was moving around inside the cabin. A mile in the dense redwood forest at night is a long way to see flickering candlelight clearly enough to be concerned. These hikers must have had a really good vantage point, or the lights were more significant than they were letting on. All right, dispatch, I said. We'll head out there and take a look. Give us an ETA of about an hour, maybe a little more depending on the trail conditions. We gathered our gear quickly. Headlamps, radios, first aid kit, and our standard issue sidearms, just in case. You never know what you might find out in the deep woods, even if it's usually just an agitated raccoon. But something about this call felt different. A prickle of unease ran down my spine as we headed out into the twilight. The drive to the trailhead was quiet. The usual evening sounds of the forest, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves seemed muted, almost hesitant. Sarah was unusually silent, her gaze fixed on the road ahead. I could tell she was already running through the possibilities in her head, and knowing Sarah, most of them probably involved something far more sinister than a faulty flashlight. The trailhead was even more desolate than usual. The air was heavy with the scent of damp earth and pine needles. As we started down the overgrown path, the darkness closed in around us, the towering redwoods blotting out the last vestiges of the fading light. We switched on our headlamps, the beams cutting through the gloom, illuminating the narrow trail ahead. The hike was slow and careful. The trail was uneven, littered with fallen branches and slippery patches of moss. Every rustle in the undergrowth, every snap of a twig, made us jump. The silence of the deep forest at night can be deafening, amplifying even the smallest sounds. After about 45 minutes, we finally reached the clearing where the cabin was supposed to be. Even in the darkness, I could make out its dilapidated silhouette against the backdrop of the towering trees. It was small, maybe a single room with a lean to attach to the side. The wood was weathered and gray, and the roof sagged in places. It looked like it had been abandoned for far longer than just a few decades. We approached cautiously, our headlamp beams sweeping across the cabin. The windows were boarded up, and the front door hung slightly ajar, creaking softly in the gentle breeze. There was no sign of any lights. Maybe the hikers were mistaken. I whispered to Sarah, "It's easy to see things out here at night." Sarah didn't reply, her eyes fixed on the ground near the door. She knelt down and examined something in the beam of her headlamp. "Ben," she said, her voice low and serious, "look at this." I moved closer and saw what she was pointing at. There were footprints in the soft earth leading up to the cabin door. They looked relatively fresh. Someone's been here recently. I said, my unease growing. We slowly pushed the door open and stepped inside. The air in the cabin was thick and musty, filled with the smell of decay and something else, something vaguely metallic. My headlamp beam danced across the interior. It was a single, small room. A rough, hewn table sat in the center, and a stone hearth occupied one wall. There was a single, rickety-looking bed in the corner. And then I saw it. On the table, there was a plate with a half-eaten meal. It looked like some kind of stew, and a wooden spoon lay beside it. Next to the plate was a chipped mug that still had a little bit of dark liquid in the bottom. My blood ran cold. This wasn't just an abandoned cabin. Someone had been here very recently. Sarah moved over to the hearth. "Ben, look." The fire in the hearth was still smoldering. Not actively burning, but definitely still warm. There were faint wisps of smoke curling up from the embers. It felt like whoever had been here had just stepped out moments before we arrived. But where could they have gone, and why would they leave a fire burning and a meal unfinished? A shiver ran down my spine. The silence in the cabin was heavy, pressing down on us. It felt like we were intruding on something we shouldn't have. "We need to check the rest of the cabin," Sarah said, her voice barely above a whisper. We moved slowly, our senses on high alert. The lean-to attached to the side of the cabin turned out to be a small storage area. It was filled with old tools, some tattered blankets, and a few empty cans. There was nothing else of note. We went back into the main room and examined it more closely. The windows were boarded from the inside, which was strange. Why would someone board up the windows of an abandoned cabin from the inside? As I ran my hand along one of the rough wooden boards covering a window, I noticed something etched into the wood. It was a series of symbols, crudely drawn but undeniably there. They looked almost like runes. I didn't recognize them. "Sarah, look at this," I said, pointing to the symbols. She came over and examined them, her brow furrowed in concentration. "I've never seen anything like that before. It doesn't look like any kind of Native American markings I'm familiar with." We took some pictures of the symbols, hoping we could identify them later. The whole situation was becoming increasingly bizarre. An abandoned cabin with fresh footprints, a smoldering fire, a half-eaten meal, boarded up windows, and strange symbols. It didn't add up. "Let's check outside," I said. "Maybe there's another way out of here." We went back out into the clearing. The darkness seemed even deeper now, the shadows cast by our headlamps long and distorted. We circled the cabin, our beams searching for any other doors or windows. There were none. The only way in or out seemed to be the front door. Where could they have gone? Sarah muttered, her voice filled with a mixture of confusion and apprehension. We followed the footprints back into the woods, but they disappeared after only a few yards on the hard, packed earth of the trail. It was as if whoever had been there had simply vanished into thin air. We spent another hour searching the area around the cabin, but we found nothing else. No other footprints, no signs of a struggle, nothing that could explain the strange scene we had found. Finally, we decided to call it in. We radioed dispatch and reported what we had found. They were just as baffled as we were. They told us to secure the cabin as best we could and head back to the station. They would send a team out in the morning to conduct a more thorough investigation. We boarded up the front door as best we could with some spare planks we found in the lean-to. As I hammered the last nail into place, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were leaving something unfinished, something wrong. The hike back to the trailhead was even more unsettling than the hike in. Every shadow seemed to move, every sound seemed amplified. We kept looking over our shoulders, half expecting to see something or someone watching us from the darkness. When we finally reached our vehicle, we both let out a sigh of relief. The familiar comfort of the truck felt like a sanctuary after the eerie silence of the woods. As we drove back to the station, neither of us spoke much. We were both lost in our own thoughts, trying to make sense of what we had found. The abandoned cabin, the smoldering fire, the half-eaten meal, it was a puzzle with too many missing pieces. And as I lay in bed later that night, staring up at the ceiling, I couldn't shake the image of that half-eaten meal on the table. It felt like a snapshot frozen in time, a moment interrupted, and I couldn't help but wonder what had interrupted it. What had made whoever was in that cabin leave so suddenly, leaving everything behind? The thought sent a chill down my spine. I had a feeling we hadn't heard the last of the abandoned cabin in the Blackwood Creek area, and I had a bad feeling about what we might find when we went back. The next morning, the mood at the ranger station was thick with a nervous energy. Everyone had heard about what Sarah and I had found, and the usual morning banter was replaced by hushed conversations and worried glances. Captain Miller, our supervisor, had assembled a small team to go back to the cabin with us. It included 2 other rangers, Dave and Emily, both seasoned veterans, and a forensics technician named Mark. The drive back to the Blackwood Creek trailhead felt different in the daylight. The forest still held an air of ancient mystery, but the oppressive darkness of the night before was gone, replaced by dappled sunlight filtering through the canopy. Despite the daylight, however, a sense of foreboding still clung to the air. The hike-in was quicker this time, with 4 of us and the familiar trail in the daylight. When we reached the clearing, the cabin looked even more dilapidated than I remembered. The boarded-up door seemed flimsy against the backdrop of the silent woods, a pathetic attempt to seal away whatever had been inside. Mark, the forensics tech, immediately got to work, dusting for fingerprints and collecting samples. Dave and Emily started searching the perimeter of the clearing, looking for any other signs or trails. Sarah and I went back inside the cabin, the memory of the previous night's eerie discovery still fresh in our minds. In the cold light of day, the cabin seemed even smaller and more desolate. The half-eaten meal on the table was even more unsettling, the congealed stew looking almost grotesque. The mug beside it still held the dregs of the dark liquid, which Mark carefully collected for analysis. The smoldering embers in the hearth were long gone, just a pile of cold ash. Sarah ran her hand along the stones, but they were completely cool. Whatever had been burning there had gone out hours ago, which made the warmth we felt the night before even more inexplicable. While Mark meticulously documented the scene, I went back to the window with the strange symbols etched into the board. In the daylight, they looked even more peculiar. They weren't just random scratches. They were deliberate, intricate patterns that seemed to writhe and shift in my vision as I stared at them. I took more detailed photos, trying to capture every line and curve. Outside, Dave and Emily hadn't found anything significant. No other trails leading away from the cabin. No signs of a vehicle or any other human activity beyond the footprints Sarah and I had seen the night before. The forest floor around the cabin was undisturbed, covered in a thick layer of pine needles and fallen leaves. Mark finished his initial sweep of the interior and came outside, shaking his head. "Not much to go on in there," he said. "A few partial fingerprints, mostly smudged. The meal looks like some kind of meat and vegetable stew. The liquid in the mug, I'll have to run tests, but it looks like some kind of herbal tea, maybe with something else mixed in. Anything unusual?" Captain Miller asked. "The lack of personal belongings is strange," Mark replied. "No clothes, no bedding, no toiletries. It's like whoever was staying here left in a real hurry, taking nothing with them." That detail sent another shiver down my spine. It reinforced the feeling that something was deeply wrong here. People don't just abandon their meals and disappear into the woods without a trace, leaving everything behind. Captain Miller surveyed the cabin and the surrounding woods, his expression grim. All right, let's do a more thorough search of the area. Spread out, but stay within visual range. Ben, Sarah, you two take the lead. You know the terrain. We spent the next few hours combing the woods around the cabin. We checked underbrush, looked for any hidden paths, even ventured down the steep embankment behind the cabin that led towards Blackwood Creek. But we found nothing. It was as if the person or people who had been in the cabin had simply vanished. As the sun began to dip below the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor, Captain Miller called us back to the cabin. All right, everyone, let's pack it up. We're not going to find anything else out here today. Mark, take all the samples back to the lab. Ben, Sarah, I want you to write up a full report of everything you saw. The mood on the hike back was subdued. We were all feeling the weight of the unanswered questions. Who had been in the cabin? Where had they gone? And what were those strange lights the hikers had seen? Back at the station, Sarah and I spent the next few hours writing our report. We detailed everything we had found, from the smoldering fire and the half-eaten meal to the boarded-up windows and the strange symbols. The more we wrote, the more unsettling the whole thing seemed. Later that evening, I was at home, trying to unwind, but my mind kept going back to the cabin. I couldn't shake the feeling that we were missing something crucial. I pulled out the photos I had taken of the symbols and stared at them, hoping something would click. They were unlike anything I had ever seen before, a strange combination of lines, circles, and angles that seemed almost alive. Out of desperation, I decided to try and do some research online. I typed in various combinations of strange symbols, forest runes, and unexplained markings, but nothing seemed to match what I had seen. I even tried looking up local folklore and legends of the Redwood National Park area, hoping to find some mention of similar symbols or strange occurrences. That's when I stumbled upon a forum dedicated to obscure historical markings and symbols. It was a long shot, but I decided to post the photos I had taken, along with a description of where we had found them. I didn't expect much, but within a few hours, I had a response. The user who replied had a screen name that just said, Old Forest Lore. Their message was brief, but sent a chill down my spine. Those symbols, they wrote, look very old. They resemble markings sometimes associated with ancient rituals, and things that are best left undisturbed. I replied immediately, asking for more information, but the user didn't respond. I checked the forum again and saw that their account had been deleted. It was like they had appeared just to deliver that cryptic warning and then vanished. The next day at work, Mark came back with the initial results from the lab. The stew was made from venison and some common forest vegetables. Nothing unusual there. The liquid in the mug, however, was more interesting. It was a tea made from a blend of local herbs, but it also contained traces of a substance that Mark couldn't immediately identify. He said it was some kind of organic compound, but he would need to run more tests to determine exactly what it was. Captain Miller was clearly concerned about the lack of answers. He had contacted the local sheriff's department, and they had opened a missing persons case based on our findings. But without any identification or any leads, the investigation was going nowhere. A few days passed with no new developments. The abandoned cabin became a cold case, another unexplained mystery in the files, but I couldn't let it go. The image of that half-eaten meal, the feeling of someone having just vanished, the cryptic warning about the symbols, it all kept nagging at me. One evening, Sarah and I were on patrol, driving along one of the more remote park roads, when she suddenly slammed on the brakes. "What is it?" I asked, startled. She pointed to the side of the road. "Look." At first, I didn't see anything. Then I noticed it. Scratched into the bark of a large redwood tree, about 10 feet off the ground, was one of the symbols we had found in the cabin. My heart pounded in my chest. This couldn't be a coincidence. Someone or something had been here, and they were leaving a trail. We got out of the truck and examined the symbol more closely. It looked identical to the ones in the cabin, crudely drawn but unmistakable. We searched the other trees along the roadside, but we didn't find any more markings. "This changes everything," Sarah said, her voice tight with a mixture of fear and excitement. "They weren't just in the cabin. They're still here in the park." We reported our finding to Captain Miller, who was visibly disturbed. He ordered all rangers to be extra vigilant and to report any other sightings of the symbols immediately. He also contacted a local university professor who specialized in ancient languages and symbols, hoping he could shed some light on their meaning. The professor agreed to come out to the park the following week to examine the cabin and the tree where we had found the symbol. In the meantime, the atmosphere in the park had shifted. There was a palpable sense of unease among the rangers, a feeling that something unseen was lurking in the shadows. A few days later, we received another call. A group of birdwatchers in a different part of the park, several miles from the abandoned cabin, reported seeing strange lights at night. They described them as flickering and moving erratically through the trees. My blood ran cold. It was happening again. Captain Miller dispatched Sarah and me to investigate. As we drove towards the location, the darkness of the forest seemed to press in on us, heavy and suffocating. The memory of the abandoned cabin, the unanswered questions, the ominous symbols, it all felt like pieces of a terrifying puzzle that were slowly starting to come together. And I had a sinking feeling that the picture they would eventually form was something we wouldn't want to see. The area where the bird watchers had reported the lights was deeper into the park than the Blackwood Creek area, a less traveled section known for its dense old, growth and winding, unmarked trails. As Sarah and I hiked in, the air felt different here, heavier and more still. The usual sounds of the forest seemed muted, replaced by an almost unsettling silence. "You feeling this?" Sarah whispered, her hand instinctively resting on the holster of her sidearm. I nodded, my senses on high alert. There was a palpable sense of something watching us, an unseen presence that made the hairs on the back of my neck prickle. We reached the area where the birdwatchers had been camping just as dusk began to settle. They were long gone, understandably spooked by whatever they had seen. We found their abandoned campsite, a hastily extinguished fire pit, and some scattered gear. They hadn't wasted any time getting out of there. As darkness fell, we switched on our headlamps and began to scan the surrounding woods. The beams cut through the thick undergrowth, illuminating the towering redwoods that seemed to stretch endlessly into the night sky. The silence was broken only by the occasional rustle of leaves and the sound of our own breathing. Then we saw it, a faint, flickering light in the distance, moving through the trees. It wasn't the steady beam of a flashlight. It was more like the wavering glow of a candle or a lantern, casting long, dancing shadows. We moved towards it cautiously, our footsteps muffled by the soft earth and pine needles. The light seemed to be getting closer, and we could now make out multiple sources, bobbing and weaving through the darkness like fireflies. As we drew nearer, the air grew colder, and a strange, almost sweet odor filled our nostrils. It was unlike anything I had smelled in the forest before, a cloying scent that made my stomach churn. We finally reached a small clearing, and the sight that greeted us made my blood run cold. There were at least a dozen of the flickering lights, hovering a few feet above the ground, arranged in a loose circle. They cast an eerie glow on the surrounding trees, illuminating strange, dark shapes that seemed to writhe and shift in the periphery, and then I saw them. Figures standing silently within the circle of light. They were tall and gaunt, their forms indistinct in the flickering glow, but I could tell there were several of them. They didn't seem to notice us, their attention focused on something in the center of the circle that we couldn't see. Sarah grabbed my arm, her grip tight. "What are they?" she whispered, her voice filled with fear. I shook my head, my mind racing. They didn't look like hikers. Their movements were too slow, too deliberate. And what were those lights? They didn't seem to be coming from any discernible source. We slowly moved closer, trying to get a better look at what was happening in the center of the circle. As we did, one of the figures turned its head, and I caught a glimpse of its face. Or rather, what should have been its face. It was pale and elongated with dark, sunken eyes that seemed to glow faintly in the dim light. There were no other discernible features, just a smooth, stretched expanse of skin where a nose and mouth should have been. A wave of nausea washed over me. These weren't people. Suddenly, one of the figures raised a long, skeletal arm and pointed directly at us. The other figures turned in unison, their blank, glowing eyes fixing on us. The flickering lights around them seemed to intensify, casting an even more grotesque illumination on their unearthly forms. A low, guttural sound emanated from the figures, a sound that seemed to vibrate through the very air around us. It wasn't a language I recognized, but the intent was clear. We weren't welcome here. We need to get out of here, Sarah hissed, pulling me back. We turned and ran, our headlamp beams bouncing wildly through the trees. The guttural sounds followed us, growing louder, closer. I could feel their presence behind us, an icy dread that sent shivers down my spine. We didn't stop running until we were well out of the clearing and back on the main trail. Even then, we kept up a brisk pace, not daring to look back. The image of those pale, faceless figures and their eerie lights was burned into my mind. We reported everything to Captain Miller, who was clearly shaken by our account. He immediately ordered the entire area closed to the public and contacted the National Park Service headquarters for guidance. The professor who specialized in ancient symbols arrived the next day. We took him to the abandoned cabin and showed him the markings on the window board and the tree where we had found the matching symbol. He spent hours examining them, meticulously photographing and documenting each one. A few days later, he came back with his findings. The symbols, he explained, were ancient, dating back centuries. They were associated with a reclusive and long vanished Native American tribe that had once inhabited this part of the redwood forest. According to legend, this tribe practiced a form of animistic worship, believing that certain places in the forest were sacred and inhabited by powerful spirits. The symbols, the professor said, were part of a ritualistic language used to communicate with these spirits. He couldn't decipher the exact meaning of the symbols we had found, but he said they were likely related to a summoning or a binding ritual. His explanation sent a chill through me. Could the abandoned cabin have been a site for these ancient rituals? And were the figures we had seen somehow connected to these long dormant beliefs? Then, Mark came back with the final results of the analysis of the liquid from the mug. The unidentified organic compound, he explained, was a potent hallucinogen derived from a rare type of fungus that grew deep within the redwood forest. The pieces started to fall into place, forming a terrifying picture. Someone had been in that cabin, possibly engaging in some kind of ritualistic activity, using hallucinogens to what? Communicate with these supposed spirits. And what about the half-eaten meal? Had they been interrupted? Had they summoned something they couldn't control? We never found any trace of the person or people who had been in the cabin. The missing person's case went cold. But the strange lights continued to be reported sporadically in different parts of the park, always accompanied by a sense of unease and the faint, sweet odor. The park remained partially closed for several months. Experts from various fields were brought in to investigate, but no definitive explanation was ever found for the strange occurrences. Eventually, the area was reopened to the public, but a sense of unease still lingered among the park staff. I still work as a ranger at Redwood National Park. I still love the beauty and solitude of the forest, but I can't shake the memory of that abandoned cabin, the smoldering fire, the half-eaten meal, and those pale, faceless figures in the flickering lights. Sometimes, when I'm out on patrol at night, I catch a faint whiff of that sweet, cloying odor on the breeze. And in the distance, through the towering trees, I sometimes see a flicker of light that makes my heart skip a beat. I don't know what we encountered that night in the clearing. I don't know what happened to the person in the cabin. And I don't know what those ancient symbols truly meant. But I know one thing for sure: there are things in this world, things hidden deep within the ancient forests, that are best left undisturbed, and some mysteries are better left unsolved. Because sometimes the answers you find are more terrifying than the questions themselves. And that's a true scary park ranger story that will give you chills. My name is Ben Carter, and for the past 7 years, I've been a park ranger at Redwood National and state parks in Northern California. It's a dream job for a lot of people, and honestly, most days it is for me too. I get to spend my days surrounded by some of the most majestic natural beauty in the world, towering redwood trees that seem to scrape the sky, the rugged coastline with its crashing waves, and the quiet, misty forests that hold a sense of ancient mystery. I've always felt a connection to the wilderness, a pull towards the solitude and the raw power of nature. That's why I chose this life. People often romanticize the job of a park ranger, picturing us as friendly guides pointing out scenic trails and rescuing the occasional lost tourist. And while those things are part of the job, there's a whole other side that most people don't see, a side that can be unsettling, even terrifying. This isn't just about dealing with unruly campers or the occasional bear encounter. Out here, deep in the woods, far from the well-trodden paths, things can happen that defy explanation, things that leave you questioning everything you thought you knew about the natural world. Eagle Peak is one of the more remote areas of the park, a challenging hike that rewards you with breathtaking panoramic views on a clear day. That is, It's not as heavily trafficked as some of the more accessible trails, which is part of its appeal to the more serious hikers. But that remoteness also means that when things go wrong up there, they can go very wrong, very quickly. And that brings me to the story I need to share, the one that still sends a shiver down my spine whenever I think about it. It was a Tuesday morning, late in October. The air was thick with a dense fog that had rolled in overnight, clinging to the trees and muffling every sound. The forecast had called for clear skies, so the sudden, heavy fog was unexpected and created an eerie atmosphere throughout the park. Visibility was severely limited, and the usual sounds of the forest, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves were replaced by an unsettling silence, broken only by the occasional drip of moisture from the fog-laden branches. I received the call just after sunrise. A hiker, a man named David Miller, had been reported overdue. He'd set out for a solo hike to Eagle Peak the previous day, telling his wife he expected to be back by nightfall. When he hadn't returned and wasn't answering his phone, she'd understandably become worried and contacted us. Given the time that had passed and the challenging terrain of the Eagle Peak Trail, we immediately launched a search and rescue operation. A few other rangers were dispatched to cover the lower sections of the trail, while I, along with my trusty search dog, a German shepherd named Shadow, headed towards the higher elevations, closer to the peak. Shadow has an incredible nose and has been instrumental in several successful searches over the years. I always feel a bit more confident when he's by my side. The drive to the trailhead was slow and cautious due to the thick fog. The winding mountain roads were barely visible, and I had to rely heavily on my headlights and a healthy dose of caution. When I finally reached the parking area, there were already a couple of other rangers gearing up. We exchanged a few brief words, confirming our assigned areas, and then I set off with Shadow. The fog was even denser on the trail, swirling around us like a living entity. The redwood trees loomed like ghostly figures in the mist, their massive trunks disappearing into the gray above. It felt like walking through a dream, or maybe a nightmare. Shadow stayed close, his keen senses alert, sniffing the ground and the air, trying to pick up any trace of David Miller. The trail to Eagle Peak is a steep climb, winding through dense forest and rocky outcroppings. The fog made the footing treacherous, with damp leaves and slippery rocks underfoot. I had to watch my step carefully, but my primary focus was on Shadow and the surrounding area, scanning for any sign of the missing hiker. After about 2 hours of hiking, the fog began to thin slightly in patches, offering fleeting glimpses of the rugged landscape. It was during one of these brief moments of improved visibility that Shadow suddenly stopped. His ears perked up and let out a low whine. He pulled slightly on his leash, indicating he'd picked up a scent. "What is it, boy?" I murmured, my heart starting to beat a little faster. Shadow eagerly led me off the main trail into a denser section of the forest. We pushed through thick undergrowth, the damp leaves and ferns brushing against my legs. The air here felt colder, heavier, and the silence was even more profound than on the trail. Then I saw it. Lying on the forest floor, partially concealed by a fallen log, was a bright orange backpack. It looked relatively new and was the type a serious hiker would use. I immediately recognized it as the kind of pack David Miller's wife had described. My initial reaction was a surge of relief. Finding the backpack meant we were on the right track, and hopefully David wasn't too far away. I knelt down and carefully examined the pack. It was zipped shut, but I could see a few items poking out from a side pocket, a water bottle, a crumpled map, and what looked like a half-eaten energy bar. These were all things a hiker would typically carry. "Anything else, Shadow?" I asked, gesturing around the area. Shadow sniffed around the backpack, then started to circle the immediate vicinity, his tail wagging tentatively. He seemed agitated, though not with the usual excitement he displayed when tracking a live scent. There was a nervous energy about him, a sense of unease that mirrored my own growing apprehension. I stood up and slowly surveyed our surroundings. The fog had thickened again, reducing visibility to only a few feet. The trees seemed to press in on us, their dark shapes looming in the mist. There was an unnatural stillness in the air, a lack of the usual forest sounds that made the silence feel heavy and oppressive. "David," I called out, my voice sounding strangely loud in the muffled atmosphere. "Mr. Miller, can you hear me?" My calls were met only with silence. I tried again, raising my voice this time, but there was still no response. A knot of worry began to form in my stomach. Why would someone leave their backpack behind? especially a hiker heading to a remote peak. It didn't make sense. I decided to open the backpack, hoping to find some clue, some indication of where David might have gone. I unzipped the main compartment and peered inside. There was a sleeping bag, a small first aid kit, a rain jacket, and a few other essentials. Nothing seemed out of the ordinary. As I reached further into the pack, my fingers brushed against something cold and smooth. I pulled it out. It was a small, handheld GPS device. I pressed the power button, and the screen flickered to life. It showed a location marker, presumably David's last known position. I noted the coordinates, thinking this would be valuable information to relay to the rest of the search team. But then I noticed something else. Tucked into a small zippered pocket on the inside of the pack was a notebook. It was a simple, black moleskine, the kind many hikers use to jot down observations or thoughts during their treks. Curiosity piqued. I opened it. The first few pages were filled with typical hiker entries, descriptions of the scenery, notes about the trail conditions, the wildlife he'd encountered. But as I flipped through the pages, the handwriting began to change. It became more erratic, the letters slanted and uneven. The content also took a strange turn. Instead of descriptions of nature, the entries became increasingly disjointed and unsettling. Phrases like "they're watching," "the fog knows," and "don't look back" were scrawled across the pages. There were also strange symbols and drawings, crude depictions of eyes, large, unblinking eyes staring out from the page. A wave of unease washed over me. This wasn't the typical journal of a lost hiker. Something was clearly wrong. I felt a prickling sensation on the back of my neck, as if I were being watched. I glanced around, but the fog was too thick to see anything beyond a few feet. I continued to flip through the notebook, my heart pounding in my chest. The later entries were even more disturbing. They spoke of a presence in the woods, something ancient and malevolent. David wrote about feeling like he was being followed, about hearing strange whispers on the wind, even when there was no wind. The last entry was dated the previous morning, the day he'd set out for Eagle Peak. It was just one sentence, written in large, shaky letters that filled the entire page. I saw their eyes. I closed the notebook, my hand trembling. The fog suddenly seemed colder, the silence more menacing. Shadow whined softly beside me, his fur bristling slightly. He was looking intently in the mist, his body tense. And then, through the swirling gray, I saw them. Just for a fleeting moment, a break in the fog revealed a pair of eyes. They were huge, much larger than any animal I'd ever seen, and they were unblinking, fixed directly on me from the shadows between the trees. They seemed to glow faintly in the dim light, and there was an intelligence in their gaze that sent a primal fear coursing through my veins. These were not the eyes of a deer, or a bear, or a mountain lion. These were something else entirely. Something unnatural. My breath caught at my throat. I froze, my mind struggling to comprehend what I was seeing. The eyes vanished as quickly as they'd appeared, swallowed by the swirling fog. But the image was burned into my memory, those massive, unblinking eyes staring at me with an unnerving intensity. I felt a surge of panic. I knew with a certainty that chilled me to the bone that whatever those eyes belonged to was still out there, somewhere in the fog, watching me. And I also knew, deep down, that I would never find David Miller. Not alive anyway, I backed away slowly, my eyes scanning the mist, trying to pierce the veil of fog. Shadow stayed close, growling softly under his breath. We retreated slowly, step by careful step, back towards the trail, away from whatever lurked in the shadows. I never went back to that spot. The official report stated that David Miller was likely lost due to the sudden fog and difficult terrain. They searched for days, but no trace of him was ever found. Sometimes late at night, when the fog rolls in thick and heavy, I still think about those eyes staring at me from the darkness. And I know with a chilling certainty that some mysteries in the wilderness are best left unsolved. That was the first time I encountered something truly unexplainable in my years as a park ranger. But it wouldn't be the last. There are things out here in the wild that science can't explain, things that exist just beyond the edge of our understanding. And sometimes we stumble upon them, and our lives are never quite the same. The incident with the eyes near Eagle Peak left a mark on me. It wasn't something I could easily dismiss as a trick of the light or an overactive imagination. The sheer size and unnatural stillness of those eyes, combined with the disturbing entries in David Miller's notebook, painted a picture that was far more sinister than any wild animal encounter I'd ever experienced. For a long time, I found myself more on edge during patrols, especially in foggy or heavily wooded areas. I'd constantly scan the periphery, half expecting to see those unblinking eyes staring back at me. Life in the park eventually settled back into a semblance of normalcy, but the memory of that day remained a cold knot in the pit of my stomach. I tried to rationalize it, to find a logical explanation, but nothing ever quite fit. And then, a few years later, something else happened, something equally unsettling, that further blurred the lines between the natural world and something else. This time it was late summer. The days were long and hot, and the park was bustling with tourists enjoying the redwood forests and the coastline. I was assigned to patrol a less visited section of the park, an area known as the Whispering Pines. It's a beautiful area characterized by tall, slender pine trees that seem to sway and sigh in the slightest breeze, creating a constant, soft whispering sound. It's usually a peaceful and tranquil place, popular with hikers looking for solitude. One afternoon, I received a call about a group of college students who had gone camping in the Whispering Pines and hadn't checked back in as planned. They were experienced campers, so there wasn't immediate cause for alarm, but park protocol dictated that we investigate any overdue campers. I grabbed my radio, some water, and a first aid kit and headed out. The trailhead to the Whispering Pines was about an hour's drive from the ranger station. As I drove, the sky began to take on a strange, almost bruised purple hue. The air felt heavy and still, like the calm before a storm, but the forecast hadn't predicted any significant weather. It was an eerie feeling, a sense of foreboding that I couldn't quite shake. When I arrived at the trailhead, the parking lot was empty, which wasn't unusual for this particular area. I checked the registration log and confirmed that a group of 4 students had signed in 2 days prior, stating their intention to camp for one night. They should have been back by the previous afternoon. I started down the trail, the only sound the soft crunch of my boots on the pine needles and the gentle whispering of the trees. The air was thick with the scent of pine and damp earth. It was peaceful, yet there was an underlying tension that made me feel uneasy. I followed the trail for a couple of miles, calling out the students' names periodically, but there was no response. The trail eventually led to a small, secluded clearing, a popular camping spot in the Whispering Pines. As I stepped into the clearing, I immediately noticed something was wrong. Their campsite was a mess. Tents were ripped and torn, their fabric flapping in the slight breeze. Camping gear was scattered everywhere, sleeping bags half unrolled, cooking equipment overturned, food containers lying open and empty. It looked like the site had been ransacked, but there were no obvious signs of a struggle or any indication of what might have caused such chaos. "Hello," I called out, my voice echoing in the clearing. "Is anyone here?" Silence. The only sound was the continued whispering of the pines, which now seemed to carry a more sinister tone, like hushed secrets being shared in the wind. I cautiously approached one of the tents and peered inside. It was empty, but there was a dark stain on the floor that looked suspiciously like blood. My heart sank. This was no longer a simple case of overdue campers. Something serious had happened here. I radioed dispatch, reporting what I'd found and requesting backup. While I waited for other rangers to arrive, I decided to search the immediate area for any clues. Shadow, who was with me as always, was agitated, sniffing the ground and whining softly. He kept circling a particular spot near the edge of the clearing, where the trees grew particularly dense. I followed him, pushing through a thicket of ferns and underbrush. And then I saw it. Leaning against the base of a large pine tree was a small, hand-held video camera. It looked like the kind the college students might have used to document their camping trip. I carefully picked it up. It felt surprisingly heavy. Hoping it might provide some answers, I pressed the power button. The screen flickered on, showing the last few seconds of a recording. It was a shaky shot of the campsite, the tents looking intact, and the students laughing and talking as they set up their gear. The recording suddenly cut off. I decided to rewind the video, hoping to see what had happened. The earlier footage showed the students enjoying their hike, setting up camp, and cooking dinner around a crackling fire. They seemed happy and relaxed, enjoying the beauty of the Whispering Pines. As the video progressed to the following day, the atmosphere began to change. The students seemed more subdued, their conversations quieter. One of them, a young woman with long dark hair, kept looking nervously into the surrounding woods. "Did you hear that?" she asked in one clip, her voice barely above a whisper. "Hear what?" One of the other students replied, looking around. "I don't know, it sounded like rustling." but there's no wind. The video showed them pausing, listening intently, but there was no sound other than the gentle whispering of the pines. They eventually shrugged it off, but the young woman continued to look uneasy. Later that day, the video showed them sitting around the campfire again, but the mood was tense. They were speaking in hushed tones, their faces etched with worry. I keep feeling like we're being watched. The same young woman said, her voice trembling slightly. "Don't be paranoid, Sarah," one of the guys said, trying to sound reassuring. "It's just the woods." But Sarah didn't look convinced. "I saw something earlier," she whispered, her eyes wide with fear. "Between the trees. It was tall and thin, and it moved so fast." The others tried to calm her down, suggesting it was probably just a deer or some other animal. But Sarah remained visibly shaken. The last few clips were the most disturbing. They were taken in the middle of the night, the camera shaking violently. There were strange sounds in the background, not animal sounds, but something else, something guttural and unsettling, like a low growl mixed with a high-pitched whine. The students were huddled together in one of the tents, their faces pale with terror. "What was that?" one of them whispered, his voice trembling. There was no reply, only the continued strange noises from outside the tent. Then the camera was suddenly dropped, and the recording ended abruptly. I felt a wave of nausea wash over me. The video painted a terrifying picture of what had happened to these students. Something had been out there in the woods with them, something that had clearly terrified them. But what? Just then, I heard the sound of other rangers arriving. I quickly pocketed the video camera and went to meet them. We secured the campsite and began a more thorough search of the surrounding area. We followed Shadow as he tracked a scent away from the clearing, deeper into the whispering pines. The trail led us through increasingly dense forest, the whispering of the pines growing louder, almost deafening in some spots. The air felt colder here, and the light seemed to dim even further, despite the fact that it was still mid-afternoon. After about an hour of tracking, Shadow suddenly stopped at the base of another large pine tree and began to bark frantically. We rushed forward, our hearts pounding in our chests. What we found there chilled us to the bone. Lying at the base of the tree were the remains of the 4 college students. Their bodies were mangled and torn, as if they had been attacked by something incredibly strong and vicious. There were no signs of any typical wild animals, no bear tracks, no mountain lion prints. The injuries were wrong. They looked like they had been inflicted by something with sharp claws and teeth, but also something else. Something that didn't quite fit any known animal. We immediately secured the scene and called for the medical examiner and more backup. The rest of the day was a blur of activity, investigators swarming the area, taking photographs, collecting evidence. The video camera was taken as evidence, and I shared my initial observations. The official report concluded that the students had likely been attacked by a pack of wild animals, possibly coyotes or feral dogs, although the severity of the injuries seemed inconsistent with such an explanation. The case eventually went cold, another unsolved mystery in the vast wilderness. But I know what I saw in that video. I heard the fear in those students' voices. And I'll never forget the unnatural way their bodies were found. There was something else out there in the Whispering Pines that day, something that hunted those students, something that the official explanation couldn't account for. Sometimes, when I'm patrolling in the Whispering Pines, especially when the wind picks up and the trees seem to whisper secrets in my ear, I can't help but feel a sense of unease. I still scan the shadows, listening for any unusual sounds, any hint of the presence that terrified those college students. And I know with a chilling certainty that some places in the wild hold secrets that are best left undisturbed, secrets that can reach out and touch you in ways you never thought possible. The eyes in the fog were unsettling, but the events in the Whispering Pines, those were truly terrifying. And they made me realize that the wilderness holds dangers far beyond the natural predators we know. After the incident in the Whispering Pines, I found myself looking at the park, at the wilderness, in a different light. The beauty was still there, the majesty of the redwoods, the ruggedness of the coast. But now there was also an undercurrent of fear, a constant awareness of the unknown that lurked just beyond the familiar. I started carrying a more powerful flashlight on my night patrols and kept my hand closer to my sidearm. It wasn't that I expected to encounter something I could shoot, but the feeling of having some form of protection offered a small measure of comfort. The third story, the one that truly cemented my belief that there are things in this world we don't understand, happened a couple of years ago. It was late fall, and the park was relatively quiet. The summer crowds had long gone, and the cooler weather meant fewer hikers on the trails. I was assigned to a solo overnight patrol in a remote area near the coast, a stretch of rugged cliffs and secluded beaches known for its dramatic beauty and its isolation. My task was routinely check for any unauthorized camping, ensure the trails were clear, and generally keep an eye on things. I drove my patrol vehicle to the designated trailhead and set out on foot as dusk began to settle. The air was crisp and carried the salty tang of the ocean. The sound of the waves crashing against the rocks below was a constant, rhythmic presence. As darkness fell, the forest took on a different character. Familiar shapes became distorted in the shadows, and every rustle of leaves or snap of a twig seemed amplified in the stillness. I relied on my flashlight to illuminate the path ahead, its beam cutting through the inky blackness. Shadow stayed close, his senses as heightened as mine, occasionally letting out a low growl at some unseen presence in the undergrowth. I reached a small, isolated beach just after midnight. The moon was a sliver in the sky, offering little light, but the stars were out in force, creating a breathtaking display overhead. I walked along the edge of the water, the waves hissing as they retreated back into the darkness. There was a strange, almost ethereal beauty to the scene, but also a sense of profound loneliness. As I rounded a rocky outcrop, I noticed something unusual on the sand ahead. It was a faint light, flickering erratically, almost like a distant campfire. But there shouldn't be any campfires on this part of the beach. It was strictly prohibited due to the fire risk and the fragile ecosystem. Curiosity piqued. I approached cautiously, my flashlight beam trained on the light. As I got closer, I realized it wasn't a campfire. It was a single light source, small and intensely bright, hovering just above the sand. It pulsed with an unnatural rhythm, sometimes dimming almost to nothing, then flaring brightly again. I stopped a safe distance away, my mind racing to come up with a logical explanation. Could it be some kind of emergency beacon? A flare that hadn't fully extinguished. But the way it moved, the way it pulsed, it didn't seem like anything I'd ever seen before. I decided to get a closer look. I moved slowly and deliberately, my flashlight beam fixed on the strange light. As I approached, I noticed something else. The air around the light seemed to shimmer and distort, as if heat was rising from it, but the air was cold, the typical chill of a late fall night by the ocean. When I was about 20 feet away, the light suddenly intensified, becoming almost blinding. I shielded my eyes with my hand, trying to make out what was causing it. And then I saw it. Beneath the light, partially obscured by the shimmering air, was a figure. It was tall and slender, its form indistinct in the pulsating light, but I could make out a rough humanoid shape. It seemed to be standing there motionless, bathed in the eerie glow. A wave of fear washed over me, unlike anything I'd felt before. This wasn't the fear of encountering a wild animal or a dangerous person. This was something else, something primal and deeply unsettling. My instincts screamed at me to turn and run, to get as far away from this thing as possible. But curiosity, or perhaps a sense of duty, kept me rooted to the spot. I lowered my hand slightly, trying to get a clearer view of the figure. As I did, the light dimmed again, and for a brief moment, I saw it more clearly. It was tall and incredibly thin, its limbs elongated and spindly. Its skin appeared pale and almost translucent, and its head was oddly shaped, elongated and without any discernible features, just smooth, pale skin reflecting the pulsating light. It didn't seem to have eyes, or a mouth, or a nose. Just a smooth, featureless surface. The light flared brightly again, and the figure was once more obscured by the shimmering air. I stood there, frozen in disbelief and terror, my mind struggling to process what I was seeing. It looked like something out of a nightmare, something not of this world. Then the figure began to move. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, it glided across the sand, not walking, but floating just above the surface. It moved with an unnatural grace, its long, thin limbs swaying slightly as it approached me. The pulsating light illuminated the sand around it, and I could see that it left no footprints. It simply glided over the surface as if it weighed nothing. Panic finally took hold. I knew, with absolute certainty, that I was in the presence of something that defied explanation, something that was not natural. I turned and ran, my heart pounding in my chest, my breath coming in ragged gasps. Shadow was right behind me, whimpering and barking in fear. I didn't stop running until I reached the relative safety of my patrol vehicle, parked back at the trailhead. I fumbled with the keys, my hands shaking so badly I could barely get them into the ignition. I started the engine and slammed my foot on the accelerator, speeding away from that beach as fast as I could. I didn't look back. I didn't want to see if it was following me. All I wanted was to get away, to put as much distance as possible between myself and that terrifying figure and its unnatural light. I drove straight back to the ranger station, my mind reeling from what I had witnessed. I tried to tell my supervisor what had happened, but the words felt inadequate, almost ridiculous. How could I explain what I had seen? A tall, thin, featureless figure bathed in a pulsating light, gliding across the sand. It sounded like something out of a science fiction movie, not a real life encounter in a national park. Unsurprisingly, my supervisor looked at me with a mixture of concern and disbelief. He suggested I might have been tired, stressed, or perhaps even hallucinating. I couldn't blame him for his skepticism. If someone had told me this story, I probably wouldn't have believed it myself. But I know what I saw. I know what I experienced, and it changed me. I became more withdrawn, more wary during my patrols, especially at night. I started paying closer attention to the local folklore and legends, searching for any mention of strange lights or unusual figures along the coast. I found a few old tales, whispers of sea ghosts and light walkers, stories that had been passed down through generations of coastal residents. They were vague and often dismissed as superstition, but now they took on a new and unsettling significance for me. I never went back to that particular stretch of beach. I requested a transfer to an inland area of the park away from the coast. The memory of that pale, featureless figure and its pulsating light still haunts my dreams. I don't know what it was or where it came from. All I know is that it was real and it was terrifying. These are just 3 of the unsettling experiences I've had during my time as a park ranger. There have been other strange occurrences, unexplained noises in the woods, fleeting glimpses of things that shouldn't be there. The wilderness holds many secrets, and while most of them are beautiful and awe-inspiring, some are dark and disturbing. Sometimes we catch a glimpse of something beyond our understanding, something that reminds us just how small and insignificant we are in the face of the vast and mysterious natural world. And sometimes, those glimpses leave us with a chill that no amount of sunlight can ever truly dispel. My name is Ben Carter, and for the past 7 years I've been a park ranger at Redwood National and State Parks in Northern California. It's a dream job for a guy like me. I grew up hiking these trails, knowing every twist and turn like the back of my hand. I've seen my fair share of odd things out here, wildlife behaving strangely, hikers getting turned around, the occasional lost tourist who wandered off the marked paths. But nothing could have prepared me for what happened last fall. It started with a call late on a crisp October afternoon. The sun was already beginning to dip below the towering redwood canopy, casting long, eerie shadows across the forest floor. Dispatch patched me through to a frantic woman named Sarah. She was part of a group of 4 campers who had set up at one of the backcountry sites near the Tall Trees Grove. "We're lost," she said, her voice trembling slightly. "We've been walking for hours, and we keep ending up back at the same spot." Lost campers are a relatively common occurrence, especially this time of year when the days get shorter and the trails can look deceptively similar under a blanket of fallen leaves. My initial thought was that they had simply missed a turn or gotten disoriented. "Okay, Sarah, try to stay calm," I said, key in my mech. "Can you describe your location? Are you near any landmarks?" There was a pause, and I could hear her talking to someone else in the background. Then she came back on the line. "That's the thing. We thought we were near the creek, the one with the old fallen log across it. But we were there an hour ago, and then we walked what felt like miles in the opposite direction, and now we're back at the log. A little unusual, but still within the realm of possibility. Sometimes, especially in dense forests like this, it's easy to get turned around without realizing it." "All right," I said, trying to sound reassuring. "Do you have a compass or a GPS device with you?" "My friend Mark has his phone, and the GPS was working earlier," she replied. "But now it's acting weird. It keeps saying we're at different coordinates, jumping all over the place. And no matter which way we walk, we just loop back." That's when a little seed of unease started to sprout in my mind. GPS glitches can happen, especially in areas with heavy tree cover. But for it to be consistently looping them back to the same spot, Regardless of direction, that was strange. "Okay, Sarah, I'm going to head your way," I told her. "Stay put. Try not to panic, and I'll find you. Can you describe the area where you're currently at? Anything distinctive?" She mentioned a particular oddly shaped redwood with a large burl on its side and a cluster of ferns growing at its base. I knew the tree she was talking about. It was about 1.5 miles from their designated campsite, on a trail I'd hiked countless times. It should have been a straightforward walk for them. I grabbed my standard search and rescue pack, double-checked my radio, and hopped into my patrol truck. The drive to the trailhead took about 20 minutes. As I drove, the last sliver of sunlight disappeared below the horizon, and the forest began to take on its nocturnal character. The air grew cooler, and the sounds of the woods, the rustling of leaves, the hoot of an owl in the distance seemed to amplify in the growing darkness. When I reached the trailhead, I grabbed my flashlight, my handheld GPS unit, and a more detailed map of the area. Even though I knew these trails intimately, it was always best to be prepared. I started down the path Sarah had described, my boots crunching softly on the fallen leaves. The first part of the hike was uneventful. I passed the usual landmarks, the split in the trail leading to the old growth grove, the small wooden bridge over the trickling stream. Everything seemed normal, but as I got closer to where Sarah had described, seeing the distinctive redwood, a prickle of something I couldn't quite name ran down my spine. I reached the area where the tree should have been, according to my mental map, but it wasn't there. I stopped, confused. Maybe I had misremembered its exact location. I pulled out my GPS unit. It showed me right on the trail, exactly where the tree should have been. I scanned the surrounding woods with my flashlight, the beam cutting through the darkness, but there was no sign of the oddly shaped redwood with the burl and the ferns. That's when I heard a faint shout in the distance. "Hello! Can anyone hear us?" It was Sarah's voice. I shouted back, "Sarah! This is Ranger Carter! I'm here! Where are you?" "We're by the big redwood with the weird growth," she yelled back. Her voice sounded closer now, but still somehow distant. I started walking in the direction of her voice, my flashlight beam dancing through the trees. And then I saw it, the redwood. It was exactly as she had described, the large burl jutting out from its side, the cluster of ferns at its base. I felt a wave of relief wash over me. Okay, they were just disoriented after all. "Sir, I see you," I called out, quickening my pace. As I got closer, I saw the 4 campers huddled together, looking tired and bewildered. Sarah rushed towards me, her face etched with relief. "Thank God you're here, Ranger," she said, her voice still shaky. "We've been going in circles for hours. We just couldn't figure out how to get back to the trail." "Don't worry, you're safe now," I said, trying to sound confident, even though a nagging feeling was starting to creep into my gut. "Let's get you back to your campsite." I pulled out my GPS again, wanting to get a precise bearing. That's when I noticed something truly unsettling. My GPS showed our current location as being about 1/2 mile further down the trail than where the distinctive redwood should have been. According to my device, we were in an area I didn't recognize, a part of the trail that didn't quite match my memory. "Okay," I said, trying to keep my voice even. "Let's head back this way." I pointed in the direction I thought the campsite should be. We started walking, the campers following close behind me. I kept checking my GPS, and it confirmed we were heading in the right direction. But after what felt like a good 15 minutes of walking, we saw it again. The oddly shaped redwood. The same burl, the same ferns. It was unmistakable. The campers stopped dead in their tracks, their faces pale in the beam of my flashlight. No way. Mark, the one with the phone, whispered, "We were just here." I felt a cold knot of dread tighten in my stomach. This wasn't just getting lost. This was something else. I pulled out my detailed map and unfolded it under my flashlight. I tried to orient myself using the landmarks I could see, but nothing seemed to line up. The terrain around us didn't match the map. It was as if the forest itself had shifted. "Okay, everyone stay calm," I said, even though my own heart was starting to pound in my chest. There has to be a logical explanation for this. I decided to try a different approach. Instead of following the main trail, I tried to cut directly through the woods, hoping to intersect with a familiar landmark. We pushed through thick underbrush, the branches snagging at our clothes, the darkness pressing in around us. After what felt like an eternity, we emerged into a small clearing. and in the center of the clearing stood the oddly shaped redwood, again. This time the campers didn't just look bewildered. They looked genuinely terrified. Sarah started to cry softly, and Mark's face was ashen. "What's happening, Ranger?" he asked, his voice barely above a whisper. "Or where are we trapped?" I didn't have an answer for him. My GPS was still acting erratically, jumping between different coordinates that made no sense. My map was useless, and every path we took, every direction we tried, seemed to lead us back to the same damn tree. The air grew colder, and the sounds of the forest seemed to change. The rustling of leaves took on a whispery quality, and I could have sworn I heard a faint, almost musical humming sound in the distance. It was unsettling, unnatural. I knew we needed to get out of there and fast, but I had no idea which way to go. It was like the forest itself was playing tricks on us, twisting and turning the trails in impossible ways. We were trapped in some kind of nightmarish loop, and I had a sinking feeling that whatever was causing it wasn't just a simple navigational error. Something was wrong here, terribly wrong, and as the darkness deepened around us, I couldn't shake the feeling that we weren't alone in these woods. Panic was starting to set in. I could see it in the wide, frightened eyes of the campers, in the way their breaths hitched and their bodies trembled. I knew I had to maintain a semblance of control, even though I was just as lost and confused as they were. "Okay," I said, forcing a calm tone. "Let's think about this logically. We're clearly stuck in some kind of anomaly. Maybe there was a landslide or some kind of natural event that altered the landscape." The campers exchanged uneasy glances. "But Ranger," Sarah said, her voice still thick with tears, "we've tried going in every direction. It always leads us back to this tree." I know, I replied, running a hand through my hair. "But there has to be a way out. Maybe we need to try going in a direction we haven't tried yet, or maybe we need to go further than we have been." We decided to try heading directly east, thinking that if we kept a consistent bearing, we might eventually break free of the loop. We walked for what felt like a long time, the darkness broken only by the beam of my flashlight. The forest was eerily silent, the usual nocturnal sounds absent. The only sound was the crunching of our boots on the undergrowth and our ragged breathing. Just as a sliver of hope began to flicker within me, thinking we might actually be getting somewhere, we saw it again. Looming in the darkness, its distinctive burl illuminated by my light, was the redwood tree. A collective groan of despair escaped the campers. "This isn't happening," Mark muttered, his voice laced with disbelief and fear. He kicked angrily at a fallen log. "This has to be some kind of joke, right? Some kind of elaborate prank. I wish it were Mark. I really do." But the cold reality of our situation was starting to sink in. This wasn't a prank. This was something far more unsettling. We tried again, this time heading due west. Same result, then north. Same result, south. Same result. Each time, after what felt like an appropriate amount of walking, we would find ourselves back at the base of that damn tree. It was as if the redwood was a fixed point in a shifting, impossible landscape. The frustration and fear were palpable. The campers were starting to turn on each other, their nerves frayed. Maybe if we hadn't stopped to take so many pictures. One of the other campers, a young man named Kevin, started to say, his voice accusatory, "Oh, so this is my fault now." Sarah snapped back, her eyes flashing in the darkness. We were all having a good time until this thing started happening. Hey, let's not start blaming each other," I interjected, trying to defuse the situation. "We need to stick together if we're going to get out of this." But even as I said the words, I felt a growing sense of hopelessness. What could we do? Every attempt to escape had failed. We were trapped in a seemingly endless loop, with no idea why or how. As the night wore on, the temperature continued to drop, and a thick fog began to roll in, swirling around the bases of the giant redwoods, making it even harder to see. The fog seemed to muffle the sounds of the forest even further, creating an oppressive silence that was more unnerving than any noise. Then, we started hearing things. Faint whispers on the edge of our hearing, too quiet to make out any words. They seemed to come from all directions at once, rustling through the leaves like unseen voices. "Did you hear that?" Lisa, the fourth camper, asked, her voice barely a whisper. She clutched her arms around herself, her eyes wide with fear. We all nodded, our senses on high alert. The whispers continued, sometimes fading away, sometimes growing slightly louder, but always just out of reach of comprehension. They were like the wind sighing through the trees, but with an unsettlingly human quality to them. Then came the shadows, fleeting glimpses of movement in our peripheral vision, shapes that seemed to dart behind trees just as we turned our heads. Were they just our imaginations, playing tricks on us in the darkness and the fog? Or was something else out there with us? I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just wildlife deer or raccoons moving through the underbrush. But the way the shadows seemed to linger at the edge of our vision, the way they seemed to watch us, it felt different. Mark, who had been trying to maintain a brave face, suddenly grabbed my arm, his grip tight. "Ranger," he said, his voice trembling, "I saw something." "Over there?" He pointed towards a dense patch of trees. It looked tall and thin. We all stared in the direction he was pointing, our flashlights cutting through the fog. But there was nothing there. Just the dense, silent trees. I don't know what I saw. Mark stammered, his bravado gone. It was just a glimpse. But it didn't look like any animal I've ever seen. The whispers continued, and the feeling of being watched intensified. The forest, which had always felt like a familiar and comforting place to me, now felt alien and hostile. It was as if the very trees were closing in on us, the fog a suffocating shroud. We decided to stay put for a while, huddled together for warmth and what little comfort we could offer each other. We were exhausted, both physically and mentally. The constant walking, the fear, the sheer impossibility of our situation had taken its toll. As we sat there, the humming sound I had heard earlier returned, this time louder and clearer. It was a low, resonant hum, almost like the vibration of a giant, unseen engine. It seemed to emanate from the ground beneath us, and it made the air around us vibrate. The campers looked at each other, their faces etched with terror. "What is that?" Kevin whispered, his voice filled with dread. I had no idea. I had never heard anything like it in all my years in these woods. It was an unnatural sound, a sound that seemed to come from somewhere deep within the earth. Then the humming stopped abruptly. The silence that followed was even more unsettling than the sound itself. It was a heavy, expectant silence, as if something was waiting. And then we heard it. A twig snapped in the darkness nearby. We all froze, our hearts pounding in our chests. "Hello," I called out, my voice trembling slightly despite my best efforts. There was no response, just the sound of our own ragged breathing and the gentle rustling of leaves in the fog. Then another twig snapped, this time closer, and then another. It sounded like something was moving through the underbrush, slowly, deliberately, circling us. I shone my flashlight in the direction of the sounds, the beam cutting through the fog, but I couldn't see anything. Just the swirling mist and the dark shapes of the trees. The campers huddled closer together, their eyes darting nervously in every direction. The snapping of twigs continued, the circle around us growing tighter. Whatever was out there was getting closer. Suddenly, Lisa screamed. She pointed a trembling finger towards the edge of the fog. "Look!" We all turned our flashlights in that direction. And for a brief, terrifying moment, I saw it. A pair of eyes, glowing with an eerie, unnatural light, staring back at us from the darkness. They were large and they seemed to pierce right through the fog, right through us. Before I could react, the eyes vanished, disappearing back into the swirling mist. But the image of them, burning bright in the darkness, was seared into my mind. They were unlike any animal eyes I had ever seen. There was something cold and intelligent about them, something predatory. The snapping of twigs stopped. The humming sound returned, this time louder than ever, vibrating through our very bones. And then a voice. It was faint at first, a mere whisper on the wind, but it grew steadily louder until it filled the entire forest. It was a chorus of voices, ancient and malevolent, speaking in a language I didn't understand, but somehow knew. It was a language of the forest, a language of the earth, and it spoke of things that should not be. The campers were screaming now, their faces contorted with terror. I felt a primal fear grip me, a fear unlike anything I had ever experienced before. We were no longer just lost. We were trapped, surrounded by something ancient and evil, and I had a terrifying feeling that we were never going to leave these woods alive. The chorus of voices intensified, swirling around us like a tangible force. The language was guttural and ancient, filled with sibilant sounds and deep, resonant tones that vibrated in my chest. I couldn't understand the words, but the intent was clear. We were intruders, and we were not welcome. The glowing eyes reappeared, this time closer, multiplying in the darkness. I could see at least 4 pairs now, maybe more, their eerie light cutting through the fog like malevolent lanterns. They seemed to be circling us, moving silently through the trees, their presence radiating a palpable sense of menace. The campers were in full-blown panic. Sarah was sobbing uncontrollably, Kevin was huddled on the ground, his hands clamped over his ears, and Lisa was screaming, her voice raw and hoarse. Mark, his initial fear replaced by a desperate kind of resolve, stood beside me, his flashlight beam shaking as he tried to illuminate the surrounding darkness. "Ranger, what do we do?" He yelled over the cacophony of voices and Lisa's screams. "What is that thing?" I don't know. I stammered, my mind reeling. I had no training for this. Nothing in my years as a park ranger had ever prepared me for something like this. This wasn't a bear, or a mountain lion, or even some kind of rare, undiscovered creature. This was something else. Something ancient and powerful. Something that felt like it belonged to the very fabric of this forest. The humming sound reached a fever pitch, and the ground beneath our feet began to vibrate. The trees around us seemed to sway and groan, even though there was no wind. The air crackled with an unseen energy, and the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves was suddenly overpowered by a strange metallic scent like old blood. Then the voices shifted. The guttural chanting faded, replaced by a single voice, clear and resonant, that echoed through the woods. It spoke in perfect English, its tone cold and devoid of emotion. "You are lost," the voice said, its sound seeming to come from everywhere and nowhere at once. "This place is not for you." A wave of icy terror washed over me. This wasn't just a natural phenomenon. This was intelligent. This was aware of us. We just want to leave," I managed to say, my voice trembling. We didn't mean any harm. There was a pause, and the glowing eyes seemed to intensify their gaze. Then the voice spoke again, its tone hardening. "The forest does not forgive. The forest remembers." Suddenly, the ground beneath Lisa's feet seemed to give way. She screamed as she disappeared into a dark, gaping hole that had seemingly opened up out of nowhere. Mark lunged forward to grab her, but he was too late. The hole closed as quickly as it had appeared, leaving no trace of her behind. The rest of us recoiled in horror. The ground was solid again, the fog swirling innocently around our boots. But Lisa was gone, just like that. Panic surged through me. We had to get out of here, now. "Run," I yelled, pushing Mark and Sarah forward. Just run. We stumbled through the darkness, the glowing eyes seeming to follow our every move. The humming sound pulsed around us, and the voice echoed in our ears. "You cannot escape. This forest has claimed you." We didn't stop running, our lungs burning, our legs aching. We crashed through the underbrush, blindly following the beam of my flashlight, hoping against hope that we could somehow break free of this nightmarish loop. But it was no use. Every path we took, every direction we turned, led us back to the same place. The oddly shaped redwood loomed before us once again, its burl casting a grotesque shadow in the fog. We were trapped. The forest had ensnared us, and there was no escape. The glowing eyes began to converge on us, their eerie light growing brighter. The humming sound intensified, and the voice echoed all around us, growing louder and more menacing. "You will become part of the forest now. Your essence will nourish the ancient ones." I felt a cold hand grab my arm, its grip surprisingly strong. I turned to see one of the glowing eyes just inches from my face. It wasn't an animal eye. It was something else entirely, something ancient and knowing, filled with an intelligence that was both terrifying and alien. I tried to pull away, but the grip tightened, and I felt myself being pulled forward, towards the darkness beyond the edge of my flashlight beam. Mark and Sarah were screaming, their voices fading into the chorus of the ancient voices that now surrounded us completely. The last thing I saw was the oddly shaped redwood, its silhouette stark against the swirling fog, and the countless pairs of glowing eyes closing in. Then darkness. I don't know how much time has passed. It could be hours, it could be days. I'm still here in the forest, but I'm not the same. I can feel the roots beneath my feet, the damp earth clinging to my skin. I can hear the whispers of the wind through the leaves, the slow, patient pulse of the ancient humming beneath the ground. I can see the other lost ones, their eyes glowing faintly in the darkness, their forms slowly merging with the trees, becoming part of the forest. We are the guardians now. We are the silent watchers. We lure the lost deeper into the woods, and we guide them to their final rest. If you ever find yourself hiking in Redwood National Park, and you see an oddly shaped redwood with a large burl on its side and a cluster of ferns at its base, turn back. Go the other way. Don't try to be brave. Don't try to explore, because the forest remembers. And once it has you, it will never let you go. I can hear them calling me now. The ancient ones. They are ready for the next lost soul. And I have to answer. My name is Jake Miller, and for the past 7 years, I've been a park ranger at Redwood National and State Parks in Northern California. It's a cliche, I know, the whole escape the city for a life in nature thing, but honestly, it's been everything I hoped for and more. Most days, it's peaceful. The towering redwoods filter the sunlight into dappled patterns on the forest floor, the air smells of damp earth and pine, and the only sounds are the rustling of leaves and the occasional call of a bird. It's a far cry from the cramped cubicle and the incessant hum of fluorescent lights I used to endure back in Chicago. My usual duties involve patrolling trails, assisting hikers, educating visitors about the local flora and fauna, and generally making sure everyone respects the park's rules and regulations. Sometimes, though, I get assigned to backcountry patrols, venturing deep into the wilderness, far from the well-trodden paths and the throngs of tourists. These are the days I truly feel like I'm living the dream. It's just me, the ancient trees, and the quiet solitude of the untouched forest. This particular incident happened about 5 years ago, during one of those backcountry patrols. It was late summer, the days were still long, but there was a noticeable crispness in the air, hinting at the coming autumn. I had been tasked with surveying a rarely visited section of the park, checking for any signs of illegal activity, unauthorized camping, off-trail vehicle use, that sort of thing. The area was known for its dense undergrowth and rugged terrain, which probably explained why most people steered clear of it. Even the deer seemed to prefer the more open areas. I had packed my usual gear, a sturdy backpack with water, food, a first aid kit, a GPS device, a radio, and my trusty compass and map. I also carried a sidearm, standard issue for backcountry rangers, not that I'd ever had to use it. The biggest dangers out here were usually bears or mountain lions, and they generally kept their distance if you made enough noise and were aware of your surroundings. I set off early that morning, the rising sun casting long shadows through the trees. The initial part of the hike followed a faint, overgrown trail that hadn't seen much use in years. It was slow going, with thorny bushes and fallen logs constantly obstructing my path. I had to keep a close eye on my GPS to make sure I was heading in the right direction. As I ventured deeper, the already sparse trail completely disappeared. Now it was just me in the wilderness. The trees here seemed older, larger, their massive trunks covered in thick, mossy bark. The air felt different too, heavier, almost still. It was the kind of silence that wasn't just the absence of sound, but a palpable presence in itself. I continued to navigate by compass and map, pushing through thickets of ferns and stepping carefully over gnarled roots. After a few hours of this, I decided to take a break. I found a relatively clear spot next to a small, babbling creek, dropped my pack, and took out my water bottle and a granola bar. As I sat there, listening to the soothing sound of the water, I started to feel a sense of unease creeping in. It wasn't anything specific, just a general feeling that something was off. The forest seemed too quiet, even for this remote area. The birds had stopped singing, and there was no rustling in the undergrowth. It was as if the entire ecosystem was holding its breath. I finished my snack and consulted my map. I still had a good few miles to cover before reaching my designated turnaround point. I packed up my gear, slung my backpack over my shoulders, and continued on my way. The terrain started to become more challenging. The ground sloped upwards, and I found myself scrambling over rocks and fallen trees. The forest canopy was so dense here that very little sunlight reached the ground, making it feel perpetually twilight. It was while I was navigating through a particularly dense patch of old-growth forest that I saw them. At first, I thought it was just a cluster of unusually large boulders. But as I got closer, the shapes became more distinct, more deliberate. They were stone circles. There were 3 of them, arranged in a loose triangular pattern, each circle consisting of several large, upright stones. The stones were rough and weathered, covered in moss and lichen, suggesting they had been there for a very long time. The circles varied in size, the largest being perhaps 20 feet in diameter, with stones that stood taller than me. My first reaction was one of curiosity. I had never seen anything like this before in the park. Redwood National and State Parks are known for their natural beauty, not for ancient human-made structures. There were no known Native American settlements in this particular area, at least according to the park's historical records. I pulled out my GPS and tried to get a reading, but the dense canopy seemed to be interfering with the signal. I then reached for my radio to report my discovery, but to my dismay, there was no reception. I was completely cut off. As I approached the nearest stone circle, I started to feel a strange sensation. A wave of dizziness washed over me, and my head began to throb. It wasn't a painful headache, more like a pressure building behind my eyes. At the same time, an overwhelming sense of dread began to creep into my mind. It was a primal fear, the kind that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up. I took a few more steps closer to the circle, and the feeling intensified. The dizziness became more pronounced, and the dread morphed into a feeling of pure terror. It was as if the stones themselves were radiating some kind of negative energy, a palpable aura of ancient power, and something else. Something dark and malevolent. I don't scare easily. I faced down bears, navigated through treacherous terrain, and spent countless nights alone in the wilderness. But this was different. This wasn't a rational fear based on a tangible threat. This was a deep, instinctive feeling that I was in the presence of something ancient and dangerous, something that should not be disturbed. I stood there for a moment, frozen, my mind racing. What were these circles? Who had built them, and why? And why did they make me feel so profoundly uneasy? Despite my curiosity, the overwhelming sense of dread was too powerful to ignore. Every instinct in my body was screaming at me to get away, to put as much distance as possible between myself and these unsettling structures. Reluctantly, I decided to heed that warning. I took a few steps back, and as I did, the dizziness and the feeling of dread began to subside, though a lingering sense of unease remained. I didn't go inside the circles, didn't touch the stones, didn't take any pictures. I simply turned around and started walking, putting as much distance between myself and the stone circles as I could. I didn't look back. I didn't complete my survey of the area that day. The unsettling encounter had shaken me more than I cared to admit. I just wanted to get out of those woods, back to familiar territory, back to the comforting normalcy of the marked trails and the sound of human voices. It took me longer than expected to find my way back. The forest seemed to have become disoriented, the familiar landmarks somehow out of place. But eventually, after what felt like an eternity, I stumbled back onto a marked trail and made my way back to the ranger station. When I got back, I was exhausted and emotionally drained. My supervisor asked me how my patrol had gone, and I simply told him it was uneventful. I didn't mention the stone circles. I couldn't explain why, but I felt a strong compulsion to keep them a secret. It was as if speaking about them would somehow make them more real, more powerful. For years, I kept the discovery to myself. I tried to rationalize it, to convince myself that I had imagined the intensity of my reaction, that it was just the isolation and the dense forest playing tricks on my mind. But deep down, I knew what I had felt was real. The dread, the dizziness, the overwhelming sense of ancient power, it had all been too vivid, too visceral to be dismissed as mere imagination. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind howls through the redwood trees outside my cabin, I think about those stone circles. I wonder if they are still there, deep in the backcountry, undisturbed and forgotten. And I can't help but feel a shiver of unease, a lingering sense of dread that reminds me of the horrifying truth some things are best left undiscovered. The years that followed my encounter with the stone circles were, for the most part, unremarkable. I continued my work as a park ranger, patrolling the trails, assisting lost hikers, and occasionally venturing into the backcountry. Life settled back into its familiar rhythm, but the memory of those ancient stones never truly faded. It lingered in the back of my mind, a disquieting whisper in the quiet moments of my solitude. I tried to research if there were any local legends or historical records of such structures within the park boundaries. I spent hours poring over old maps and historical documents in the park archives, but I found nothing. No mention of stone circles, no folklore, no anything. It was as if they simply didn't exist, except in my memory. This only added to the unsettling nature of the discovery. If no one else knew about them, what did that mean? Was I the only one meant to find them? As time went on, the vividness of the dread I felt that day began to dull slightly, replaced by a persistent low-level unease. I started to question my own sanity. Had I truly experienced what I thought I had? Or had the isolation and the dense forest played tricks on my mind, conjuring up some bizarre hallucination? Then, about a year after my initial encounter, something happened that brought the memory of the stone circles crashing back into the forefront of my mind. It was late autumn, and the park was significantly less crowded than during the summer months. I was on a routine patrol near one of the more popular hiking trails when I received a radio call. It was dispatch, reporting a missing hiker. A young woman, Sarah, had gone for a solo hike that morning and hadn't returned by nightfall. Her family was worried, and a search and rescue operation was being organized. I immediately joined the search party. We spent hours combing the trails, calling out her name, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. The forest at night is a different beast altogether, the familiar paths turning into menacing shadows, every rustle of leaves sounding like a potential threat. As the hours wore on and we found no trace of Sarah, a sense of grim foreboding began to settle over the search party. People don't usually just disappear in this part of the park. The trails are well marked, and the terrain, while sometimes challenging, isn't particularly dangerous for an experienced hiker. The following morning, the search intensified. More rangers joined in, along with volunteers and a search dog team. We expanded our search area, venturing further off the main trails. It was during this expanded search that I found myself in a familiar part of the backcountry, not far from where I had stumbled upon the stone circles the previous year. The memory sent a shiver down my spine. I tried to push it away, to focus on the task at hand, but the image of those ancient stones kept flashing in my mind. Later that day, one of the search dogs picked up a scent. It led us deeper into the woods, away from any established trails. The terrain became increasingly rugged, the undergrowth thick and unforgiving. It was the kind of area where even experienced hikers rarely ventured. And then we found her. Sarah was lying at the base of a steep ravine, her body twisted at an unnatural angle. It was clear she had fallen and suffered fatal injuries. The discovery was tragic, a stark reminder of the dangers that lurk in the wilderness. But as the search and rescue team worked to recover Sarah's body, something else caught my eye. A short distance away, partially hidden by a thicket of ferns, was a single upright stone. It was similar in size and appearance to the stones that formed the circles I had seen the year before. My heart began to pound in my chest. I pushed through the ferns and saw another stone, and then another. They were arranged in a small, incomplete circle, just a few stones forming a rough arc. This small circle was located perhaps a quarter of a mile from the ravine where Sarah had fallen. A cold dread washed over me. It couldn't be a coincidence. This had to be connected to the larger stone circles I had found. But how? I didn't say anything to the other members of the search party. I knew they would think I was crazy if I tried to connect a tragic hiking accident with some mysterious stone formations deep in the woods. But in my gut, I felt a growing certainty that there was a link. Over the next few months, I couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. The memory of Sarah, coupled with the discovery of the smaller stone circle, haunted my waking hours and filled my dreams with unsettling images. Then, another incident occurred. A group of college students on a camping trip ventured off trail and got lost. After a frantic search, they were eventually found, unharmed but deeply shaken. They told us a strange story about getting disoriented in the woods and feeling an overwhelming sense of fear and unease. They couldn't explain it, but they all agreed that there was something wrong in that particular area. The area they described was, again, not far from where I had seen the stone circles. These incidents, coupled with my own unsettling experience, finally pushed me to break my silence. I decided I needed to tell someone about the stone circles. I couldn't keep it to myself any longer. The weight of the secret was becoming too heavy to bear. I chose to confide in an older ranger, a man named Dale who had worked in the park for over 30 years. Dale was a quiet, thoughtful man, known for his deep knowledge of the park's history and its hidden corners. I figured if anyone would know anything about ancient stone structures in the backcountry, it would be him. I waited until we were alone in the ranger station one evening, the only sounds the gentle hum of the fluorescent lights and the crackle of the radio. I took a deep breath and told him everything: my initial discovery, the overwhelming dread I had felt, the subsequent incidents with the missing hiker and the lost campers. Dale listened intently, his brow furrowed in thought. He didn't interrupt, didn't dismiss my story as fantasy. When I finally finished, he remained silent for a long moment, staring out the window at the darkness beyond. "Jake," he said finally, his voice low and serious, "you've stumbled upon something old, something very old." He went on to tell me that there had been whispers over the years, stories passed down among some of the older rangers and a few of the local Native American tribes, Stories of a place deep in the backcountry, a place of power marked by ancient stones. The stories spoke of a place that should be avoided, a place where the veil between worlds was thin. Dale admitted that he had never seen the stone circles himself and had always dismissed the stories as folklore. But hearing my account, especially the intense feeling of dread I described, had made him reconsider. The feeling you experienced, he said, that's what the stories talk about. A sense of overwhelming fear, a feeling that you're in the presence of something other. He told me that according to the legends, the stone circles were not meant to be disturbed. They were markers, boundaries, perhaps even seals containing something that should remain hidden. The fact that there's no official record of them, Dale explained, that's probably intentional. The Park Service, they wouldn't want people knowing about something like that. It would attract the wrong kind of attention, people looking to exploit it, or worse, to awaken whatever it is that the stones are meant to keep dormant. His words sent a chill down my spine. Suddenly, my unease transformed into genuine fear. I had stumbled upon something ancient and potentially dangerous, and by telling Dale, I had perhaps put us both in jeopardy. What should I do? I asked him, my voice barely a whisper. Dale sighed. Honestly, Jake, I don't know. The best thing would probably be to leave them alone, to never go back there. But the fact that you found that smaller circle near where that hiker died, that's troubling. He paused, his gaze distant. There's an old saying among some of the tribes. He continued, that the stones demand a price for being disturbed, that they draw things to them, things that are not of this world. His words hung in the air, heavy with unspoken implications. I thought about Sarah, about the lost campers, about the overwhelming dread I had felt. Could it be true? Had my discovery of the stone circles somehow unleashed something sinister into the park? That night I didn't sleep well. Dale's words echoed in my mind, fueling my growing fear. I kept seeing images of the ancient stones, their silent, watchful presence in the heart of the forest. The next day, Dale and I decided to go back. We needed to see the stone circles for ourselves, to try and understand what we were dealing with. We packed our gear, a sense of trepidation hanging heavy in the air between us. As we ventured back into the dense backcountry, I couldn't shake the feeling that we were about to uncover something truly terrifying, something that would forever change the way I looked at the quiet, peaceful woods I had once loved. The silence of the forest no longer felt comforting. It felt expectant, as if something was waiting for us. The hike back to the location of the stone circles felt different this time. The air was heavy, charged with a palpable tension that even Dale, usually so stoic, seemed to feel. We moved in silence, our senses on high alert, every rustle of leaves and snap of a twig amplifying the growing unease in our hearts. It took us several hours to reach the area. The landmarks I remembered from my first trip seemed subtly altered, as if the forest itself was trying to mislead us. But eventually, after carefully navigating with my old GPS coordinates and Dale's intuitive sense of direction, we arrived at the clearing where the largest stone circles stood. The sight of them was even more unsettling than I remembered. The stones seemed darker, their musk-covered surfaces almost pulsating with a faint, unseen energy. The silence here was absolute, a suffocating stillness that pressed against our eardrums. Even the wind seemed to avoid this place. Dale walked slowly around the largest circle, his eyes scanning the weathered surfaces of the stones. He reached out a hand and touched one of them, then quickly recoiled. Cold, he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Colder than stone should be. I could feel it too, even from a distance. An unnatural chill permeated the air around the circles, a cold that seemed to seep into your bones. We examined the other two circles, finding nothing new. The same sense of dread, though perhaps amplified by Dale's presence and the legends he had shared, washed over us. The smaller circle, Dale said, breaking the silence. Where you found it, can you lead me there? I nodded, and we set off through the dense undergrowth, following the general direction of the ravine where Sarah had been found. It didn't take long before we reached the spot where I had seen the incomplete circle of stones. These stones felt different. They were rougher, more jagged, and lacked the same sense of ancient permanence as the larger circles. They looked almost recently placed, though that seemed impossible. As Dale examined these stones, he noticed something I had missed. Faint scratch marks marred the surface of one of the stones, as if something had been dragged against it. He knelt down and examined the ground around the stones. Look here, Jake. he said, pointing to a patch of disturbed earth. Something was here, recently. We both studied the area, our minds racing. Could Sarah have somehow been involved with these stones? Had she stumbled upon them, and what? Suddenly, a gust of wind whipped through the trees, breaking the oppressive silence. It was a cold, biting wind that seemed to carry a faint, almost imperceptible whisper. Dale and I exchanged uneasy glances. Then we heard it, a sound that made the blood run cold in our veins. It was a low, guttural moan coming from somewhere deeper in the woods. It sounded like an animal in immense pain, but there was something else in the sound, something ancient and utterly inhuman. The moan echoed through the trees, and then another followed, closer this time. The sense of dread intensified, becoming almost unbearable. We both instinctively reached for our sidearms. We need to get out of here. Dale said, his voice tight with fear. No. We turned to leave, but as we did, we saw it. A figure standing at the edge of the clearing, near the largest stone circle. It was tall and gaunt, its form vaguely humanoid, but twisted and distorted in a way that defied natural anatomy. Its skin appeared stretched and pale, and its eyes glowed with an eerie, unnatural light. The creature let out another guttural moan, and this time, there was no mistaking the malevolence in its voice. It took a step towards us, and we could see long, sharp claws extending from its hands. Fear gave way to primal terror. We both raised our weapons, but something told me that bullets wouldn't stop this thing. It felt ancient, otherworldly, something beyond the realm of conventional threats. Run, Dale yelled, shoving me forward. We turned and fled, crashing through the undergrowth, the horrifying moans of the creature echoing behind us. We didn't dare look back, our only thought to put as much distance as possible between ourselves and that terrifying entity. We ran for what felt like an eternity, our lungs burning, our legs aching. Finally, we stumbled onto a familiar trail, and we didn't stop running until we reached the relative safety of the ranger station. We locked the doors and windows, our hearts still pounding in our chests. We tried to rationalize what we had seen, to find some logical explanation, but there was none. We had encountered something truly monstrous, something that should not exist. We reported the incident to the park authorities, but how do you explain something like that? We told them we had encountered an aggressive animal, something unlike anything we had ever seen before. They launched an investigation, but of course they found nothing. No tracks, no evidence, nothing to corroborate our story. Dale and I knew what we had seen, though, and we knew that it was connected to the stone circles. Over the following weeks, strange things began to happen in the park. Hikers reported feeling uneasy in certain areas, hearing strange noises, even catching fleeting glimpses of something moving in the shadows. The incidents were isolated and dismissed as overactive imaginations, but Dale and I knew better. We believed that my initial discovery of the stone circles, and perhaps Sarah's interaction with the smaller one, had somehow disturbed something that had been dormant for centuries. The stones, whatever their purpose, had been breached, and something had been awakened. I still work as a park ranger, but the way I see the woods has changed forever. The quiet solitude I once cherished now feels laced with a sense of unease, a constant reminder of the ancient horror that lies hidden in the backcountry. I never went back to the stone circles. Neither did Dale. We both agreed that some places are best left untouched, some secrets best left buried. The wilderness holds mysteries that are beyond our understanding, forces that are best left undisturbed. Sometimes when I'm on patrol, I catch myself glancing into the dense woods, half expecting to see those glowing eyes staring back at me. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that whatever we encountered that day is still out there, lurking in the shadows, a terrifying testament to the horrifying true story of a park ranger's terrible decision to venture too far off the beaten path. The stones are silent now, but I can still hear their call, a low, persistent hum of ancient dread that will likely haunt me for the rest of my days. And I can only hope that whatever we unleashed remains contained within the deep, forgotten corners of the park, far from the unsuspecting eyes of the world. My name is Jake Miller, and for the last 7 years, I've been a park ranger at Redwood National and State Parks in Northern California. It's a dream job for a lot of people, and honestly, most of the time it is pretty great. You get to spend your days surrounded by some of the most majestic trees on Earth. The air is crisp and clean, and the wildlife is incredible. But like any job, especially one that puts you out in the wilderness, there are the downsides. The isolation can get to you. The weather can turn on a dime, and then there are the stories, the ones the older rangers whisper about around the campfire, the ones that make the hair on the back of your neck stand up. Even on the warmest summer nights, I've always been a bit of a skeptic. I've seen my fair share of strange things out here, weird animal behavior, unexplained noises in the dead of night, even the occasional lost hiker who's convinced they saw Bigfoot. But I've always found a rational explanation, a logical reason behind the weirdness. Until now, I was on patrol in the northern section of the park, an area that doesn't see a lot of tourist traffic. It's rugged terrain, mostly old-growth forest, that hasn't been logged in decades. There are a few abandoned logging roads that crisscross the area, remnants of a bygone era. These roads are mostly overgrown now, barely more than faint trails through the dense underbrush, but they're still marked on our maps, and we're required to check them periodically just in case someone decides to venture off the beaten path and gets into trouble. It was a Tuesday, mid-July. The kind of day that starts cool and misty but promises to turn into a scorcher by afternoon. I'd packed extra water and a few energy bars, knowing I'd be out for a good 6 or 7 hours. My usual routine on these patrols is to drive the main park road as far as it goes, then hiking along the old logging roads, checking for any signs of human activity, making sure there are no illegal campsites or anything out of the ordinary. I'd been hiking for about 3 hours. The only sound's the crunch of my boots on the dry leaves and the occasional call of a bird. The forest was thick and silent, the massive redwood trees towering overhead, their canopy so dense that only dappled sunlight managed to filter through. It's a beautiful kind of silence, the kind that makes you feel completely alone in the world, but also strangely connected to something ancient and powerful. I was following what was marked on my map as Logging Road 12. It was barely visible in places, just a slight flattening of the undergrowth, but I knew it was there. I was about halfway through my planned route when I saw it. At first, I thought it was just a pile of discarded clothing, maybe left behind by some irresponsible hiker. But as I got closer, the shape became more defined, more human. My heart started to pound in my chest. I picked up my pace, my senses on high alert. As I rounded a bend in the barley, their trail, I stopped dead in my tracks. There, lying in the middle of the old logging road, was a man. He was on his back, his arms and legs splayed out at awkward angles. He was wearing hiking gear, sturdy boots, hiking pants, a long-sleeved shirt. The clothes looked relatively new, like he hadn't been out here for days. But it was his face that made my blood run cold. His skin was pale, almost translucent, and his lips were pulled back in a wide, grotesque smile. It wasn't a happy smile, not even a forced one. It was something else entirely, something unsettling and deeply wrong. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly up at the canopy, and they seemed to hold an expression of pure, unadulterated terror, mixed with something else. Something that made that smile even more disturbing. It was like he had been scared to death, but at the same time utterly amused by it. I approached cautiously, my hand instinctively reaching for the bear spray on my belt. Even though it was the middle of summer, the air around him felt strangely cold. I knelt down, careful not to touch him. His skin was ice-cold rigid. He was frozen solid, in the middle of July, in Northern California. It made no sense. I checked for a pulse, even though I already knew what I'd find. Nothing. He was gone. I pulled out my radio and tried to raise dispatch. The signal was weak, as it often is in this part of the park, but after a few tries, I managed to get through. My voice was shaking as I reported what I'd found. Dispatch, this is Ranger Miller, reporting an incident at Logging Road 12. I've located a deceased individual. Looks like a hiker. Condition is unusual. There was a pause on the other end. Unusual Ranger Miller. Can you elaborate?
It's solid.
It's the middle of summer. Another pause. I could practically hear the confusion in the dispatcher's voice. Frozen? Are you sure? Ranger Miller. Positive. Completely frozen. And his face is smiling. It's not normal. I gave them his approximate location using my GPS coordinates. They told me to stay put and that a team would be dispatched as soon as possible. I knew it would take them at least a couple of hours to reach me, given the remote location. So I waited. I stood there, a respectful distance away from the body, and just looked at him. The unsettling smile, the frozen limbs, the complete lack of any explanation. There were no signs of struggle, no footprints other than what looked like his own leading up to this spot. It was as if he had simply stopped walking and frozen. The sun began to climb higher in the sky, and the temperature started to rise. The forest around me buzzed with the sounds of summer, insects chirping, birds singing. But here, in this small clearing, surrounded by the towering redwoods, there was only a chilling silence. The frozen man with the horrifying smile was a stark and terrifying anomaly in the midst of all that natural beauty. As I waited for the others to arrive, my mind raced, trying to make sense of what I was seeing. Had he gotten lost and succumbed to hypothermia somehow? But that was impossible in this weather. Had he stumbled upon some kind of experimental freezing technology? That sounded like something out of a bad science fiction movie. The more I thought about it, the less sense it made. And the more I looked at that smile, that wide, unsettling, almost gleeful expression on his frozen face, the more a sense of unease began to creep into my heart. It was more than just the shock of finding a dead body. It was something about the way he looked, the utter strangeness of his condition, that felt profoundly wrong. It was like something had scared him to death, but also amused him, in a horrifying way. I knew, standing there in the silence of the redwood forest, that I had stumbled upon something truly bizarre, something that would likely stick with me for a long, long time. And I had a sinking feeling that whatever had happened to this man, whatever had caused that frozen smile, was something far more sinister than I could possibly imagine. The peaceful tranquility of the park had been shattered, replaced by a chilling mystery that sent shivers down my spine, even under the warm summer sun. It felt like an eternity before I heard the distant sound of an engine. The sun was higher now, beating down through the gaps in the canopy, but the air around the frozen man remained strangely cool. The sound grew louder, and soon I saw the flashing lights through the trees as the search and rescue team finally arrived. There were 3 of them in a Park Service SUV, followed shortly by another vehicle carrying the county coroner, Dr. Albright, a woman I'd worked with a few times before. The team members, 2 men and a woman, looked grim as they approached. They'd heard my initial report over the radio, but seeing it with their own eyes was clearly a different experience. They stared at the frozen figure, their faces a mixture of shock and disbelief. Holy. One of the rescuers, a young guy named Ben, muttered under his breath. I've never seen anything like it. Dr. Albright, a seasoned professional who'd seen her share of grim sights, was equally taken aback. She knelt beside the body, her brow furrowed in concentration, as she began her initial examination. She wore gloves, of course, but even through them, I could see her recoil slightly at the touch of his icy skin. Ranger Miller, you said he was completely frozen. She asked, her voice calm but with an undercurrent of bewilderment. Yes, ma'am. Solid as a rock. She ran her hands over his arms and legs, then carefully examined his face. The unsettling smile didn't escape her notice. Her expression tightened. And this smile was present when you found him. Yes. It hasn't changed. The team members started to take photos and document the scene. They checked for any signs of struggle, any footprints other than what looked like the victims, any discarded belongings. The logging road itself was narrow and overgrown, with thick underbrush on either side. It didn't look like anyone had been through here recently. Anything? Albright asked, looking up at the team. Nothing obvious, Doctor. The other rescuer, a man named Dave, replied. No signs of a struggle, no tracks leading away. Just his. He pointed to a set of faint footprints in the soft earth that seemed to lead to where the body lay. They didn't appear to go any further. It was as if the man had simply walked to that spot and stopped. Dr. Albright carefully examined the man's clothing, looking for any tears or damage. She checked his pockets, finding a wallet with a driver's license identifying him as a Thomas Ashton, age 42, from San Francisco. There was also a half-eaten granola bar, a set of car keys, and a small, well-worn notebook. No phone, she noted. That's odd for someone out hiking. I hadn't thought about that. Most people these days wouldn't venture this far into the wilderness without a cell phone, even if they knew the signal was spotty. She opened the notebook and began to flip through the pages. They were filled with neat, almost obsessive handwriting, mostly observations about nature, descriptions of birds, plants, and the weather. But then, a few pages in, the tone shifted. The writing became more erratic, the sentences shorter and more fragmented. The trees are watching, she read aloud, her voice laced with a hint of concern. They know. The silence is a lie. What do you make of that, Ranger Miller? I shrugged. Lost hikers sometimes get disoriented, Doctor. They can start thinking strange things. Perhaps, she said, but her eyes told me she wasn't entirely convinced. She continued to read. The air, it's different here. Colder. And the smile, I keep seeing the smile. What smile could he be referring to? None of us had an answer to that. The rest of the notebook entries were similar cryptic observations about the forest, feelings of being watched, and repeated mentions of a smile. It was unsettling, to say the least. After a thorough initial examination at the scene, Dr. Albright made the call to have the body transported back to the lab for a full autopsy. The logistics of moving a frozen body in the middle of the wilderness in the summer heat were challenging, but the team managed it. I stayed at the scene for a while longer, helping the team collect any potential evidence. We marked the location where the body was found, took more photographs, and carefully searched the surrounding area. We found nothing else of significance. No signs of anyone else being there, no unusual objects, just the dense, silent forest. As the sun began to dip below the trees, casting long shadows across the forest floor, we finally packed up and headed back to the ranger station. The silence in the SUV was heavy, filled with unspoken questions and a shared sense of unease. Back at the station, I filed a detailed report of the incident. The other rangers were shocked when they heard what had happened. Most of them had never encountered anything like it in their years of service. The older ones, however, exchanged uneasy glances. "Did you see the smile, Jake?" One of the veteran rangers, a grizzled man named Earl, asked me, his voice low.
"Yeah, Earl, I saw it.
It was disturbing."
Earl nodded slowly, his eyes distant. "There are things out in these woods, Jake. Things we don't understand. Things that have been here long before us. I'd heard stories from Earl before, tales of strange lights in the forest, of hikers who disappeared without a trace, of unsettling sounds that couldn't be explained. I'd always dismissed them as just that, stories. But now, looking back at that frozen smile, I wasn't so sure. The next few days were a blur of activity. The sheriff's department got involved, and a full investigation was launched. They interviewed me and the other members of the search and rescue team. They tried to track down Thomas Ashton's family and friends in San Francisco. The autopsy report came back a few days later, and it only deepened the mystery. Dr. Albright couldn't determine the cause of death. There were no signs of trauma, no evidence of any known toxins or diseases. The only remarkable finding was the fact that his body was completely frozen solid, even internally despite the warm temperatures. It was as if he had been flash frozen. The sheriff's department was baffled. They considered various possibilities, a rare medical condition, some kind of environmental anomaly, but none of them seemed to fit. The case quickly went cold, becoming one of those unsolved mysteries that linger in the files, a source of frustration and unanswered questions. But for me, it was more than just an unsolved case. It was something that had burrowed its way into my mind, a chilling image that would appear unbidden in my thoughts, the frozen man lying in the middle of the silent forest, his face contorted in that wide, horrifying smile. And then, a few weeks later, the strange thing started happening. It began subtly at first. I'd be on patrol, hiking through the woods, and I'd get the feeling that I was being watched. It wasn't the usual feeling of being aware of wildlife. This was different. It felt intentional, like something was observing me, studying me. Then there were the sounds. Late at night, when I was alone in my cabin, I'd hear them faint rustling noises outside, like something moving through the underbrush. Sometimes I'd even hear what sounded like soft, almost muffled laughter. It was always just at the edge of hearing, and whenever I went outside to investigate, there was never anything there. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was just my nerves, the lingering effects of finding the body. Maybe it was just the wind or animals in the forest. But deep down, I knew it was more than that. One evening, I was reviewing my patrol logs when I noticed something odd. I'd been in the same northern section of the park where I'd found Thomas Ashton, and I'd written about feeling a sudden, inexplicable drop in temperature. It had only lasted for a few minutes, but it had been noticeable enough for me to make a note of it. I flipped back through my logs from previous weeks and found similar entries from other rangers who had patrolled that area. Brief, localized drops in temperature, even on the hottest days. And then there was the smile. I started seeing it everywhere. Not literally, of course, but in my mind's eye. The way the branches of a certain tree seemed to curve, the way a shadow fell across a rock, even the way a particularly bright patch of sunlight filtered through the leaves sometimes. for just a fleeting moment, I would see that same wide, unsettling smile. I started to feel like I was losing my mind. Was it just the stress? Was my imagination playing tricks on me? Or was there something truly sinister at play in these woods? One particularly foggy morning, I was driving along one of the park's main roads when I saw something that made my heart leap into my throat. Standing by the side of the road, just at the edge of the forest, was a figure. It was tall and gaunt, its form partially obscured by the mist. But even through the fog, I could make out the wide, unnatural curve of its mouth. It was smiling. I slammed on the brakes, my tires screeching on the asphalt. By the time I got the SUV stopped and looked back, the figure was gone, vanished into the dense fog as if it had never been there at all. I sat there for a long moment, my hands gripping the steering wheel so tightly that my knuckles were white. I told myself it was just the fog playing tricks on my eyes, a trick of the light. But I didn't believe it. I knew what I had seen. Whatever had caused Thomas Ashton to freeze, whatever had put that horrifying smile on his face, was still out there. And I had a terrifying feeling that it was getting closer. The woods no longer felt like a peaceful sanctuary. They felt hungry. And I was starting to think that I might be next. After the encounter with the figure in the fog, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being actively targeted. The subtle occurrences had escalated, and the line between my imagination and reality was starting to blur. I knew I couldn't just ignore it anymore. I had to try and understand what was happening, even if it meant venturing into the darkest corners of the park's mysteries. I started by digging through the park's archives, looking for any records of similar incidents. Old ranger logs, incident reports, even local folklore. I pored over everything I could find. Most of it was mundane bear sightings, lost hikers, the occasional illegal campfire. But there were a few entries that caught my eye. Whispers of strange occurrences in the northern section of the park, near the old logging roads. One entry from the 1930s, written by an old ranger named Silas, spoke of finding a group of loggers who had seemingly gone mad, their faces frozen in expressions of terror, though not quite the same smile I had witnessed. Silas wrote about a pervasive feeling of dread in that area, a sense that the forest itself was alive and malevolent. The report was dismissed by his superiors as the ramblings of a man driven mad by isolation. Another, more recent entry from about 15 years ago mentioned a hiker who had been found disoriented and babbling about seeing smiling shadows among the trees. The hiker had been taken to a hospital and eventually released, with the incident chalked up to dehydration and possible drug use. These fragmented pieces of information only added to my unease. They suggested that what I had encountered might not be an isolated incident, that there was something strange and potentially dangerous lurking in those woods. I decided to revisit Logging Road 12, the place where I had found Thomas Ashton. I wanted to see if I had missed anything, if there were any clues I had overlooked in my initial shock. I went alone, armed with my radio, bear spray, and a growing sense of apprehension. The forest felt different this time. The air was heavy and still, and the usual sounds of wildlife seemed muted, almost absent. The silence was oppressive, broken only by the crunch of my own boots on the trail. As I approached the spot where I had found the body, a shiver ran down my spine. The area felt tainted. I spent hours searching, meticulously examining the ground, the trees, everything. I found nothing new, no further clues. But as the day wore on, the feeling of being watched intensified. I could feel eyes on me, unseen but definitely present. Every rustle of leaves, every snap of a twig sent a jolt of adrenaline through me. As dusk began to settle, I started to hear the laughter again. It was faint at first, a soft, almost childlike giggle, but it grew louder, more insistent, echoing through the trees. It didn't sound human. There was a chilling, almost mocking quality to it that made my blood run cold. I tried to radio dispatch, but the signal was weak and intermittent. I was on my own. The laughter continued, swirling around me, seeming to come from all directions at once. And then I started to see them. Flickering at the edge of my vision, just beyond the periphery, were fleeting glimpses of movement, tall, gaunt figures that seemed to melt back into the shadows as soon as I turned my head. And each time I caught a glimpse, I saw it the wide, unsettling smile. Panic began to set in. I started to run, blindly crashing through the underbrush, desperate to get away from the laughter, from the smiling figures that seemed to be closing in on me. I didn't know where I was going. I just needed to escape. I stumbled and fell, landing hard on the forest floor. I I scrambled to my feet, my heart pounding in my chest, and looked around. The laughter had stopped, replaced by an eerie silence. The smiling figures were gone. Or were they? I could still feel their presence, a palpable sense of something watching me, waiting. And then I saw it. Standing in the shadows between two massive redwood trees was the figure I had seen in the fog. It was tall and impossibly thin, its limbs elongated and distorted. Its face was pale and gaunt, and its mouth was stretched into that same wide, horrifying smile. But this time I could see its eyes. They were black and empty, filled with an ancient, malevolent intelligence. It didn't move, didn't make a sound. It just stood there, watching me, that grotesque smile never wavering. I felt a wave of pure terror wash over me, so intense that it was almost paralyzing. I wanted to scream, but no sound would come out. Then it started to move. Slowly at first, then with increasing speed, it glided towards me, its movements unnatural and unsettling. I tried to back away, but my legs felt like lead. As it drew closer, I could feel a wave of intense cold emanating from it, the same chilling cold I had felt around Thomas Ashton's body. The air around me seemed to thicken, and I could see my breath misting in the twilight. The figure stopped just a few feet away from me, its black eyes fixed on mine. The smile seemed to widen, to become even more grotesque, as if it was amused by my fear. And then I understood. It wasn't just that Thomas Ashton had been scared to death. It was that whatever this thing was, it had found his terror funny. It had derived some kind of twisted amusement from his final moments. I closed my eyes, bracing for the inevitable. I didn't know what it was going to do, but I knew it wouldn't be good. But nothing happened. After a moment, I cautiously opened my eyes. The figure was gone. The cold was still there, but the figure was nowhere to be seen. I stood there for a long time, my body trembling, trying to make sense of what had just happened. Had it been real? Or had I finally succumbed to the isolation and the stress? I didn't know, but I wasn't willing to take any chances. I slowly started to make my way back towards the main park road, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to hold a threat. Every sound made me jump. It took me hours to finally reach my vehicle. I drove back to the ranger station as fast as I could, my eyes constantly scanning the rearview mirror. I didn't feel safe, even within the supposed sanctuary of the station. I reported everything that had happened to my supervisor. He listened patiently, his expression a mixture of concern and disbelief. He suggested I take some time off, that I was probably suffering from stress and exhaustion. Maybe he was right. Maybe it was all in my head. But I knew what I had seen. I knew what I had felt. I took the time off, went back to the city for a while, tried to clear my head. But the image of that smiling figure, those empty black eyes, was burned into my memory. I eventually went back to my job as a park ranger. I love the redwoods, and I couldn't imagine doing anything else. But things are different now. I don't patrol the northern section of the park anymore. I always go out with a partner, and I never stay out after dark. Sometimes, late at night, when the wind whispers through the trees, I think I can still hear that faint, chilling laughter. And sometimes when I'm alone, I catch a glimpse of a fleeting shadow at the edge of my vision, a tall, gaunt figure with a wide, unsettling smile. I don't know what's out there in those woods. I don't know what happened to Thomas Ashton, and I don't know what it wanted with me. But I do know one thing. There are things in this world that we don't understand, things that lurk in the shadows, things that find amusement in our deepest fears. And sometimes, those things leave behind a frozen smile, a chilling reminder of the darkness that lies just beyond the edge of our perception. Stay safe out there. And if you ever find yourself hiking in the northern section of Redwood National Park, and you hear laughter when no one else is around, maybe it's best to just turn around and go the other way. Some smiles are best left unseen. My name is Ben Carter, and for the past 15 years, I've been a park ranger at Blackwood Canyon National Park. It's a sprawling place, all jagged peaks, dense forests that swallow sunlight whole, and trails that wind like forgotten secrets through the wilderness. I've seen my fair share of strange things out here, close encounters with wildlife that felt a little too knowing, the eerie silence that descends just before a storm, and the occasional lost or disoriented hiker who clearly bitten off more than they could chew. But nothing, and I mean absolutely nothing, prepared me for what happened last fall. Blackwood Canyon is beautiful, especially when the leaves turn in late September, painting the mountainsides in fairy hues of red, orange, and gold. But it's also unforgiving. By late October, the weather can shift on a dime. One minute you're basking in crisp sunshine, the next you're battling blizzard conditions with visibility down to near zero. That's why, every year without fail, we officially close several of the more challenging trails for the season starting on November 1st. It's a safety precaution, plain and simple. The risks of hikers getting caught unprepared in the backcountry with ice, heavy snow, and plummeting temperatures are just too high. The incident I'm about to recount happened on November 5th. The Skyline Trail, a notoriously steep and winding path that climbs to the highest peak in the park, had been closed for 5 days already. We'd put up the standard barricades, bright yellow tape emblazoned with TRALCOS D du Nantar, and prominent signs detailing the dangers. Usually, that's enough to deter anyone with a lick of common sense. But as I've learned over the years, common sense isn't always so common. That morning started like any other late season patrol. The air was biting, carrying the sharp scent of pine and damp earth. A thin layer of frost clung to the shaded areas, sparkling like scattered diamonds in the weak sunlight that managed to penetrate the thick canopy. My task for the day was to hike a few miles up the lower section of the Skyline Trail, just to make sure the closure signs were still in place and that no one had decided to ignore them. It's a routine check, something I've done countless times. Usually, the only company I have is the rustling of leaves and the occasional chatter of a squirrel. I started my ascent around 900 a.m., the crunch of my boots on the frozen ground the only sound breaking the stillness. The lower part of the Skyline Trail is relatively tame, winding gently through a mature forest of towering pines and hemlocks. But even here, the signs of the approaching winter were evident. Many of the deciduous trees were already bare, their skeletal branches reaching towards the gray sky. The air had a certain stillness to it, a quiet anticipation of the heavy snows that were surely on their way. About an hour into my hike, as I rounded a bend in the trail, I saw him. He was standing about 50 yards ahead of me, right in the middle of the path. My first thought was annoyance. Here we go, I figured. Another hiker who thinks the rules don't apply to them. I've had to deal with this countless times, people wanting to get that one last scenic view, completely oblivious to the potential dangers. But as I got closer, I realized something was off. This wasn't your typical oblivious tourist. For one thing, he wasn't dressed like a hiker. He was wearing a simple, dark-colored jacket that looked too light for the freezing temperatures, and plain dark trousers. No backpack, no hiking boots, no visible gear whatsoever. It was like he just stepped out of his house for a casual stroll, completely unprepared for the rugged terrain and the late season chill. He was facing away from me, his posture unnervingly still. He wasn't looking at the scenery, wasn't fiddling with his phone, wasn't doing anything at all. He just stood there, as if frozen in time. "Excuse me, sir," I called out, my voice echoing in the quiet woods. "This trail is closed for the season. You need to turn around." He didn't react, not even a flinch. It was like he hadn't heard me at all. I tried again, raising my voice slightly. "Hello, Park Ranger here. The Skyline Trail is closed. Please acknowledge me." Still nothing. A prickle of unease started to crawl up my spine. This wasn't normal. Most people, even if they're trying to sneak onto a closed trail, will at least acknowledge your presence. They might try to argue or make excuses, but they'll usually say something. This complete lack of response was unsettling. I started walking towards him, my pace quickening. As I got closer, I could see him more clearly. He was of average build, maybe in his late 30s or early 40s. His hair was dark and neatly combed, and his hands were clasped loosely in front of him. Still, he didn't move. I was now only about 10 feet away. "Sir, are you all right?" I asked, my voice firm but concerned. "Can you hear me?" That's when he finally moved, but it wasn't the reaction I was expecting. He didn't turn his head, didn't speak, didn't even shift his weight. He simply started walking. Straight ahead, deeper into the closed section of the trail. It was the way he walked that really sent a shiver down my spine. There was no urgency, no apparent destination. He just moved with this slow, deliberate pace, his eyes fixed straight ahead. I couldn't see his face clearly from behind, but the rigidity of his posture and the unwavering direction of his gaze were deeply disturbing. I called out, my voice sharp. "Stop right there. You can't go any further. This area is dangerous." He didn't even break his stride. He just kept walking, disappearing around another bend in the trail, swallowed by the dense trees. For a moment, I just stood there, dumbfounded. I've I've encountered stubborn hikers before, even rude ones, but never anyone quite like this. There was something profoundly unsettling about his complete lack of acknowledgement, his blank stillness, and his unwavering march deeper into the closed wilderness. I knew I had to follow him. Even if he was just being an idiot, he was heading into a potentially dangerous area. If something happened to him, I'd be the one responsible. I started after him, my heart pounding a little faster than it should have been. The trail beyond the bend became steeper and more treacherous, with patches of ice already forming in the shadows. I moved quickly, trying to catch up, but he seemed to have vanished. I rounded another curve, and then another, scanning the woods on either side of the trail. There was no sign of him. It was as if he'd simply evaporated into thin air. I continued hiking for another half-mile or so, calling out to him periodically.
Hello, sir.
Can you hear me? My voice echoed through the silent woods, but there was no response. The further I went, the more uneasy I felt. The woods seemed to grow darker, the trees pressing in on the trail like silent, watchful sentinels. An unnatural stillness hung in the air, broken only by the whisper of the wind through the bare branches. Finally, I decided to turn back. The weather was starting to look a bit ominous, with dark clouds gathering on the horizon, and frankly, the whole encounter had left me feeling deeply unnerved. There was something about that man, his blank stare, his silence, his disappearance. It just didn't feel right. Back at the ranger station, I filed a report about the encounter. I described the man as best as I could, noting his unremarkable clothing and his unsettling demeanor. I figured maybe someone had reported a missing person, or perhaps another ranger had seen him entering the park earlier in the day. But when they checked the entry logs, there was no record of anyone matching his description entering the park that day, or even the day before. We have cameras at all the main entrances, and none of them had captured anyone fitting his description. It was as if he had materialized out of nowhere, walked past me on a closed trail, and then vanished without a trace. We organized a brief search of the area, just to be sure he hadn't gotten injured or lost. A few other rangers and I spent the better part of the afternoon combing the woods around the section of the Skyline Trail where I'd seen him. We found nothing. No footprints in the frozen ground, no discarded belongings, no sign of him whatsoever. The whole thing was deeply unsettling. It was like he was a ghost, a figment of my imagination. But I know what I saw. I encountered a lone hiker on a trail that was officially closed for the season due to dangerous conditions. He didn't say a word, just stared straight ahead with a blank expression. When I tried to give his attention, he simply walked past me and disappeared into the dense woods. And we never found any record of him entering the park. That night, I lay awake in my cabin. The image of that man's blank, unseeing eyes burned into my memory. Who was he? Where did he come from? And where did he go? I couldn't shake the feeling that I had witnessed something truly strange, something that defied explanation. And as the days turned into weeks, and the snow began to fall in earnest, I couldn't help but wonder if he was still out there, somewhere in the silent, snow-covered woods of Blackwood Canyon. The weeks that followed my encounter on the Skyline Trail were strange. The incident kept replaying in my mind, a broken record of that silent figure and his unsettling disappearance. I've always been a rational person, a man of facts and observations. I believe in what I can see and touch. But this was different. It felt like a glitch in reality, a moment where the rules of the natural world just didn't apply. I talked to some of the other rangers about it, trying to sound casual, like it was just a minor curiosity. Most of them shrugged it off. Probably just some city folk who don't understand the closure. One of the younger rangers, a kid named Mike, said with a dismissive wave of his hand. They wander in, realize it's tougher than they thought, and then sneak back out before anyone sees them. But I knew that wasn't it. This wasn't just some clueless tourist. There was something about the man's demeanor, the complete lack of interaction, the way he seemed to melt into the woods. It felt deliberate, almost otherworldly. Old Man Hemlock, as we affectionately called the park's oldest and most experienced ranger, was the only one who didn't immediately dismiss my story. Hemlock had been working in Blackwood Canyon for over 40 years, and he'd seen things that would make your hair stand on end. He'd always been a bit of a local lore enthusiast, too, with a wealth of knowledge about the park's history and the strange tales that had been whispered around these mountains for generations. When I recounted my experience to him, his weathered face grew thoughtful. He stroked his long, gray beard and stared out the window at the snow-dusted peaks. "Skyline Trail, you say?" He murmured, his voice raspy like dry leaves. "Closed for 5 days already." I nodded.
"That's right, Hemlock."
No one should have been up there, and there was no record of him entering. Hemlock was silent for a long moment, his gaze distant. Then he turned back to me, his eyes narrowed slightly. "Ben," he said, his voice low, "you ever hear the stories about the Silent Walker?" I frowned. "Silent Walker? No, I don't think so. What is it?" Hemlock leaned back in his creaky chair, his gaze fixed on me. "It's an old legend, been passed down through the families who lived in these parts before the park was even established. They say there's a figure that wanders the high trails, especially when the weather turns bad. Never speaks, never makes a sound, just walks. They say he's a bad omen, a sign of trouble to come." I scoffed, trying to sound more confident than I felt. "Come on, Hemlock. You don't actually believe in that stuff, do you?" He just looked at me, his eyes holding a strange intensity. "I've been here a long time, Ben. Long enough to know that there are things in these mountains that we don't understand, things that can't be explained by logic or reason." He went on to tell me more about the legend of the Silent Walker. According to the old tales, he was the spirit of a hiker who had perished on the Skyline Trail many years ago, caught in a sudden and unexpected blizzard. They said his body was never recovered, and his spirit was doomed to wander the trails for eternity, forever searching for a way back home. The stories claimed that encountering the Silent Walker was a sign of misfortune. Some said it meant you would soon get lost in the woods, others whispered of accidents and even death. It was all just folklore, of course, old wives' tales meant to scare children. But still, the way Hemlock told it, with such conviction in his voice, it sent a little shiver down my spine. Over the next few weeks, I tried to put the incident behind me. The park settled into its winter routine, the snow piling up higher with each passing storm. The Skyline Trail remained closed, buried under a thick blanket of white. I focused on my work, dealing with the usual winter issues, snowmobile patrols, checking on remote cabins, and occasionally rescuing foolish skiers who had ventured off, pissed. But the memory of the silent hiker lingered in the back of my mind, a persistent unease that I couldn't quite shake. Every time I looked at the snow-covered mountains, I couldn't help but wonder if he was still up there, wandering those frozen trails. Then, about a month after my initial encounter, something else happened. It was a particularly cold and stormy day. A heavy blizzard had been raging since the early morning, dumping thick snow and whipping up fierce winds. Visibility was near zero, and all non-essential travel within the park had been suspended. I was in the main ranger station, huddled around the crackling fireplace with a few other rangers, waiting for the storm to pass. We were swapping stories and trying to keep our spirits up amidst the howling wind and the relentless drumming of snow against the windows. Suddenly, the radio crackled to life. It was dispatch, their voice strained and urgent. "Ranger units, we have a possible emergency situation. We've received a faint distress signal from a personal locator beacon. Location appears to be somewhere near the upper section of the Burklaw Trail." The Burklaw Trail. It was another one of the park's most challenging hikes, even more remote and treacherous than the Skyline. And like the Skyline, it had been closed for the season since the beginning of November. A collective groan went up around the fireplace. "Bearclaw, in this weather," someone muttered. "Those guys must be crazy." Dispatch continued. "The signal is weak and intermittent. We're having trouble getting a precise fix on their location. We need a team to head out there as soon as the storm breaks, or if there's even a slight lull." The Burklaw Trail was notoriously dangerous in the winter. It climbed through a steep, rocky pass and was prone to avalanches. The thought of someone being stranded up there in this blizzard sent a knot of dread tightening in my stomach. As the hours dragged by, the storm showed no signs of letting up. We monitored the radio constantly, hoping for any update on the distress signal. But the signal remained faint and unreliable. It wasn't until late that afternoon, when the blizzard finally began to subside, that we were able to organize a search and rescue team. I volunteered immediately. Despite the lingering unease from my previous encounter, I felt a sense of responsibility. Someone was out there in trouble, and we needed to do everything we could to help them. A team of 4 of us set out in a tracked snow vehicle, battling through the deep drifts and the still howling wind. The journey to the trailhead was slow and arduous. By the time we reached the base of the Bear Claw Trail, it was already getting dark. We strapped on our snowshoes and survival gear and started our ascent. The trail was completely buried under several feet of fresh snow, making the going incredibly tough. The wind still howled through the trees, and the temperature was well below freezing. We moved slowly and cautiously, our headlamps cutting through the swirling snow. We called out periodically, hoping to hear some response, but the only sound was the relentless wind. After several hours of grueling hiking, we finally reached the area where the distress signal had last been detected. It was a desolate, windswept section of the trail, high above the tree line. The landscape was a chaotic jumble of snow-covered rocks and icy slopes. We searched for hours, our hopes dwindling with each passing minute. The chances of finding anyone alive in these conditions after so long were slim. Just as we were about to call off the search for the night, one of the other rangers, a young woman named Sarah, let out a shout. "Over here! I found something!" We rushed over to where she was pointing. Partially buried in a snowdrift, we found a small, brightly colored backpack. It looked like it belonged to a day hiker. We carefully dug it out of the snow. Inside, we found a few energy bars, a water bottle that was frozen solid, and a crumpled map of the park. There was no identification, no phone, nothing to indicate who the backpack belonged to. As I examined the map, my blood ran cold. The location where the backpack was found was not on the Bear Claw Trail. It was several miles away, on a high, exposed section of the Skyline Trail. My heart started to pound in my chest. The Skyline Trail. The trail where I had seen the silent hiker. The trail that had been closed for weeks. We continued to search the area, our flashlights cutting through the darkness. And then Sarah screamed. She was standing a few yards away, her flashlight beam fixed on something in the snow. We rushed over to her, our breath catching in our throats. Lying half buried in the snow, his face frozen in a silent, blank stare, was the hiker I had encountered weeks earlier. He was wearing the same dark jacket and trousers, the same unremarkable clothing. His eyes were wide open, staring blankly at the gray sky. He was dead, frozen solid. We carefully cleared the snow around him. There were no signs of injury, no indication of what had caused his death. He simply looked frozen. And then I noticed something else. Clutched tightly in his right hand was a small, brightly colored personal locator beacon. The same type of beacon that had sent out the faint distress signal we had received. But how could he have been on the Skyline Trail? It had been closed for weeks. And how did he end up so far from the Bear Claw Trail where the initial signal had supposedly originated? As we stood there in the howling wind and the swirling snow, the pieces of the puzzle started to fall into place. The silent hiker, the distress signal, the backpack found miles away. A chilling realization washed over me. The hiker I had seen wasn't just some lost tourist. He was the one who had sent out the distress signal. But why hadn't he spoken to me? Why had he simply walked past me with that blank, unseeing stare? And then I remembered Hemlock's words, the legend of the silent walker, a bad omen, a sign of trouble to come. As we prepared to transport the body back down the mountain, a new wave of unease washed over me. We had found the hiker, but the questions surrounding his death were more disturbing than any answers we could possibly find. And I couldn't shake the feeling that my encounter with him on that closed trail was just the beginning of something far more sinister. The journey back down the mountain with the hiker's body was grim and silent. The storm had mostly passed, leaving behind an eerie stillness in the snow-covered landscape. The only sounds were the crunch of our snowshoes and the wind whistling through the skeletal branches of the trees. Each step felt heavy, weighed down by the unsettling discovery we had made. Back at the ranger station, the medical examiner confirmed what we already knew. The hiker had died from hypothermia. There were no signs of trauma or foul play, just the cold, unforgiving grip of the mountain in late fall. But the questions remained. Who was he? Why was he on a closed trail? And why the discrepancy with the distress signal? We went through the backpack again, hoping to find some clue to his identity. The map was a standard park map, heavily creased and worn. The energy bars were a generic brand. The water bottle, as I mentioned, was frozen solid. There was nothing else. No wallet, no phone, no identification of any kind. It was as if he didn't want to be identified. The personal locator beacon offered a slight lead. We were able to trace it back to an online purchase made a few months prior. The name on the registration was John Doe. It was a dead end, clearly a pseudonym. The mystery of the distress signal was even more baffling. The beacon had been activated, that was certain. and the initial, albeit weak, signal had placed its location near the upper reaches of the Bear Claw Trail. Yet we found the hiker miles away on the Skyline Trail. There was no logical explanation for this. The terrain between the two trails in that area is treacherous even in good conditions. In the middle of a blizzard, it would have been nearly impossible to traverse. I couldn't shake the image of his blank face, his unseeing eyes staring up at the sky. Had he been trying to reach the Bear Claw Trail? Had he gotten lost in the storm? But if that was the case, why hadn't he responded to me when I encountered him? Why the silence, the unwavering gaze straight ahead? I talked to Hemlock again, recounting the discovery of the body and the strange circumstances surrounding it. His face was grave as he listened. When I mentioned the personal locator beacon and the discrepancy in location, his eyes seemed to cloud over with an ancient knowing. The mountains have their own ways, Ben, he said slowly, his voice barely a whisper. Sometimes they don't follow our rules. Sometimes they take what they want and don't give it back easily. He didn't elaborate, but I could see a deep sadness in his eyes. It was as if he had seen this kind of inexplicable tragedy before, as if the mountains held secrets that were beyond our comprehension. Days turned into weeks, and the mystery of the silent hiker remained unsolved. We ran his description through missing persons databases, but found no matches. It was as if he had simply appeared out of thin air and then vanished again, leaving behind only a frozen body and a host of unanswered questions. The incident weighed heavily on me. I kept replaying our brief encounter in my mind, searching for some clue, some sign that I had missed. Was there something in his eyes, something in his posture, that I had failed to recognize? Could I have done something differently? One particularly cold evening, I was working late in the ranger station, the only one left on duty. The wind howled outside, rattling the windows, and the silence inside was heavy and oppressive. I found myself staring at the park map, my finger tracing the road of the Skyline Trail. I thought about the day I saw him, the way he walked, so deliberately, so silently. It was like he was on a mission, heading towards some unseen destination. But what could it have been? The upper reaches of the Skyline Trail lead to nothing but a barren peak and a panoramic view. In the dead of winter, there's nothing up there but snow and ice. Then, a thought struck me. Something Hemlock had mentioned about the legend of the Silent Walker. He was the spirit of a hiker who had perished on the Skyline Trail, forever searching for a way back home. Could it be? Could the man I encountered have been some kind of spectral echo, a lingering presence from a past tragedy? The idea seemed absurd, illogical, but after everything that had happened, I found myself questioning everything I thought I knew about the world. I remembered his blank stare, his complete lack of response. It was as if he couldn't see or hear me, as if he was trapped in his own silent world, reliving some past trauma. And then there was the personal locator beacon. Why would a ghost need a beacon? Unless it wasn't a ghost. Unless it was something else entirely, something that had somehow become intertwined with the legend. A sudden chill ran down my spine. I thought about the distress signal from the Bear Claw Trail. What if the hiker hadn't been trying to reach the Bear Claw Trail? What if he had been trying to lure us there? The thought sent a wave of nausea washing over me. But why? What could his motive have been? I stood up and walked over to the window, peering out into the darkness. The snow was falling again, a thick, swirling curtain that obscured everything beyond a few feet. The wind seemed to whisper through the trees, carrying secrets on its icy breath. And then I saw it, a faint light, flickering in the distance, high up on the slopes of the Skyline Trail. It was just a tiny pinprick of light, barely visible through the falling snow. But it was there. My heart started to pound in my chest. There shouldn't be any lights up there. The trail was closed. No one should be on the mountain in this weather. I grabbed my binoculars and focused them on the faint light. It flickered again, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw a figure moving near it. Tall and gaunt, silhouetted against the snow. The image vanished as quickly as it appeared, swallowed by the swirling snow. But I knew what I had seen, or at least I thought I did. I grabbed my radio and called dispatch. My voice was trembling slightly as I reported what I had seen. They were skeptical, reminding me of the weather conditions and the unlikelihood of anyone being on the closed trail. But I insisted. I knew what I had seen, or at least I felt it in my gut. A small team of rangers, including Hemlock, agreed to head up the lower section of the Skyline Trail with me the next morning, as soon as the storm subsided. That night, I barely slept. I kept thinking about the light, the figure, the silent hiker with his blank stare. The pieces of the puzzle were starting to come together, forming a picture that was far more terrifying than I could have ever imagined. The next morning, the storm had passed, leaving behind a world blanketed in pristine white snow. We set out before dawn, our headlamps cutting through the darkness. The air was bitingly cold, and the silence of the mountains felt heavy and expectant. We followed the lower section of the Skyline Trail, the crunch of our boots the only sound breaking the stillness. As we climbed higher, I kept scanning the slopes, searching for any sign of the light I had seen the night before. And then we found it. Not a flickering light, but something far more disturbing. About a quarter of a mile up the trail, partially buried in a snowdrift, we found another backpack. It was identical to the one we had found near the silent hiker's body. Same brand, same bright colors. We carefully dug it out. Inside, we found the same generic energy bars, another frozen water bottle, and another crumpled park map. And just like the first backpack, there was no identification, no phone, nothing to indicate who it belonged to. But this time, there was something else. Tucked inside one of the side pockets, we found a small, handwritten note. The paper was damp and slightly torn, but the writing was still legible. There were only 3 words on the note. 3 words that sent a fresh wave of terror washing over me. The words were, "He is waiting." We never found anyone else on the Skyline Trail that day. No other hikers, no sign of the figure I had seen in the distance. But the note and the second identical backpack left us with a chilling realization. The silent hiker wasn't an anomaly. He was just one of them. And the distress signal from the Berklaw Trail, it wasn't a cry for help. It was an invitation. I don't know who is or what he's waiting for on that closed trail. But I know that something evil lurks in the high reaches of Blackwood Canyon, something that preys on the lost and the unwary. The Skyline Trail remains closed, and it will stay that way. Some things are best left undisturbed, some mysteries are best left unsolved. And sometimes, the most terrifying stories are the ones that leave you with more questions than answers, the ones that make you look over your shoulder every time you step into the woods. Because out here in the vast, silent wilderness, you never know what might be waiting for you just around the bend. And sometimes, the most horrifying encounters are the ones where no words are ever spoken. My name is Ethan Hayes, and for the last 7 years, I've been a park ranger at Redwood Creek National Park in Northern California. It's a pretty standard gig as far as these things go. I patrol the trails, make sure visitors aren't doing anything too stupid zero, which, trust me, happens more often than you'd think, handle minor wildlife encounters, and generally just try to be a helpful presence in this incredible stretch of wilderness. I've always loved the outdoors, the quiet solitude of the forest, the feeling of being a small part of something ancient and vast. That's why I took this job. That's why I've stayed. Most days are peaceful. The biggest excitement usually involves a lost hiker or someone trying to feed the bears. We get the occasional storm that keeps everyone on edge, and sometimes the local mountain lion population gets a little too bold, requiring us to issue warnings and step up patrols. But overall, it's a routine, a comfortable rhythm of nature and human interaction. However, there's another side to this park, a darker, more unsettling aspect that most visitors never experience, and frankly, that most of us who work here try not to think about too much. It's the stories, the whispers in the break room, the unspoken anxieties that surface on certain nights. And it all seems to revolve around one thing: the night howler. I first heard about it a few months into my first season. An older ranger, a grizzled guy named Dale, who'd been working in the park for over 30 years, mentioned it almost casually. We were sitting around a campfire after a long day of trail maintenance, the stars blazing overhead in a way you only see far from city lights. I was complaining about a particularly persistent coyote that had been scavenging near one of the campsites. Coyotes are nothing, Dale had said, taking a long drag from his thermos. You get used to them. It's the other one you gotta watch out for. Other one? I asked, curious. He just nodded, his face grim in the firelight. The night howler. You ever hear it? I shook my head. I'd heard plenty of animal noises since starting the job, the hooting of owls, the rustling of deer in the underbrush, the distant yips and howls of coyotes, and the occasional wolf that had wandered down from Oregon. But nothing had struck me as particularly unusual. You will, Dale said, his voice low. Especially on the moonless nights. It's not like anything else out here. Higher pitched than a wolf, more guttural, like something being ripped apart, but also sad, like it's in pain. He shivered slightly despite the warmth of the fire. And the worst part is, it sounds like it's coming from everywhere at once. You can't ever really pinpoint where it's coming from. I dismissed it then, chalking it up to an old man's tall tales, the kind of spooky stories that tend to circulate in places like this. But over the years, I've heard it, not often, thankfully. Maybe half a dozen times in 7 years, and every time, it sends a chill down my spine that no campfire can ever truly dispel. Dale was right. It's not the howl of a wolf or a coyote. It's something else entirely. Something wrong. It's a sound that makes the hair on the back of your neck stand up. A primal scream that seems to vibrate through your very bones. And the way it echoes, or seems to echo, from all directions at once is deeply unsettling. It makes you feel exposed, vulnerable, like whatever is making that sound is all around you, watching you from the darkness. The first time I heard it myself, I was on a late night patrol near the northern boundary of the park. The moon was hidden behind a thick blanket of clouds, and the forest was darker than any darkness I'd ever experienced. The only sound was the gentle rustling of leaves in the breeze and the rhythmic crunch of my boots on the dirt path. Then it started. It began as a low, almost imperceptible moan, a sound that could have been mistaken for the wind whistling through the trees. But then it grew, rising in pitch and intensity, morphing into that unearthly howl. It was high, piercing, and filled with a raw, agonizing quality that made my blood run cold. And Dale was right about the guttural aspect. There was a tearing, rasping edge to the sound, as if the creature making it was in immense distress or inflicting terrible pain. I stopped dead in my tracks, my flashlight beam cutting through the inky blackness, trying to locate the source of the sound, but it was impossible. It seemed to be coming from everywhere, from the dense undergrowth to my left, from the towering redwood trees to my right, even from the ridge in front of me. It enveloped me, a terrifying symphony of the unknown. I remember my heart pounding in my chest, my breath catching in my throat. Every instinct in my body screamed at me to run, to get out of the woods and back to the relative safety of the ranger station. But I was on duty. I had a responsibility, and a morbid curiosity, I have to admit, kept me rooted to the spot. The howling went on for what felt like an eternity, though it was probably only a minute or two. Then, just as suddenly as it had begun, it stopped. The forest fell silent once more, the only sound the gentle breeze whispering through the leaves. But the silence felt different now, heavier, charged with an unseen presence. I stood there for a long time, my senses on high alert, scanning the darkness with my flashlight. But there was nothing to see, no sign of what had made that horrifying sound. Eventually, I forced myself to move, continuing my patrol with a newfound sense of unease. Over the years, I've learned to live with the possibility of hearing the night howler again. I try not to dwell on it, to tell myself it's just some undiscovered animal, some natural phenomenon that we don't yet understand. But deep down, I know that's not true. There's something unnatural about that sound, something ancient and malevolent. And lately, the howls have been getting more frequent. The moon has been in its new phase more often, and the darkness seems to bring the sound closer. I've heard it 3 times in the last month alone, each time more intense, more chilling than the last. This brings me to the terrible decisions I've made. Decisions that started small, almost insignificant, but have spiraled into something far more dangerous than I could have ever imagined. It all began with a desire to understand, a need to know what was making that sound that haunted the edges of my awareness. I know the rules. We're told never to approach wildlife, especially not at night. We're warned about the dangers of the forest after dark, the creatures that roam and the things that might be lurking that we don't even know about. But the curiosity, that nagging need to understand, has always been a weakness of mine. The first decision was simple. I started staying out a little later on my patrols on moonless nights. I told myself I was just being more vigilant, keeping a closer eye on things when visibility was low. But really, I was listening. I was hoping to hear the night howler again, maybe get a little closer this time, maybe even catch a glimpse of whatever was making that sound. I didn't tell anyone. I knew what they'd say. They'd tell me I was being reckless, that I was putting myself in danger. And they'd be right. But I couldn't shake the feeling that there was something important to be learned here, something that needed to be understood. The second decision came after the second time I heard the howl this month. It was closer than ever before, and for a brief moment, I thought I saw something moving in the shadows, a fleeting glimpse of a dark, indistinct shape. I couldn't be sure, but it was enough to fuel my obsession. I started carrying a small, handheld audio recorder on my night patrols. My official reports just mentioned increased wildlife activity, but in reality, I was trying to capture the sound of the night howler. I figured if I had a recording, maybe I could analyze it, compare it to known animal vocalizations, maybe even send it to an expert. It seemed like a logical step, a way to approach the mystery scientifically. But the third decision, that's the one I really regret. That's the one that has led me down a path I'm not sure I can come back from. It happened just last night. The moon was completely absent from the sky, and the darkness was absolute. I was on a routine patrol near the old Blackwood Trail, a section of the park that's rarely used anymore due to some incidents in the past. It was quiet, eerily so. Even the usual nocturnal sounds of the forest seemed muted. And then I heard it, the night howler. It started far off in the distance, a faint, mournful cry that sent a shiver down my spine. But this time it was different. It wasn't just a random occurrence. It was coming closer. I stopped, my heart pounding, my hand instinctively reaching for the audio recorder in my pocket. The howling grew louder, more intense, the guttural rasping sound sending waves of fear through me. And then I made the terrible decision. Instead of retreating, instead of calling it in, I started moving towards the sound. I don't know what possessed me. Maybe it was the weeks of mounting curiosity, the frustration of never getting a clear look, the desperate need to finally understand what I was dealing with. Whatever it was, I started walking in the direction of the howl, deeper into the darkness, deeper into the unknown. The forest seemed to close in around me, the trees looming like silent, watchful sentinels. The air grew heavy, thick with a strange, musky odor that I couldn't quite place. And the howling, it was deafening now, so loud it felt like it was inside my head. And then I saw it. Just a fleeting glimpse, a shadow moving between the trees, but it was enough. It was tall, impossibly tall, and its form was wrong. It didn't move like any animal I'd ever seen. It was too fluid, too graceful, and yet somehow unnatural. The howling stopped abruptly, and the shadow vanished into the darkness. I stood there, frozen in fear, my mind racing. What had I just seen? What was the night howler? That's when I heard the sound behind me. A soft rustling in the leaves, followed by a low, guttural growl. I spun around, my flashlight beam cutting through the darkness, but there was nothing there. Just the trees, the shadows, and the oppressive silence. But I knew I wasn't alone. I could feel it, a presence in the darkness, something watching me, something hungry. That was last night. I barely made it back to the ranger station, my nerves completely shattered. I haven't slept, and every shadow seems to hold a hidden threat. I know I've made a terrible mistake. My curiosity has led me down a dangerous path, and I have a feeling I've only scratched the surface of what's really out there in the darkness of Redwood Creek National Park. And whatever it is, I don't think it wants to be found. The morning after my encounter with the shadow in the woods was the longest of my life. I tried to act normal, going through the motions of my usual duties, but the memory of those fleeting moments in the darkness kept replaying in my mind. The sheer size of the creature, the way it moved, that unsettling feeling of being watched at all knowing at me. I told myself it was just my imagination, that the darkness had played tricks on my eyes. Maybe it was a bear, standing on its hind legs. But bears don't move with that kind of eerie grace, and they certainly don't make that ungodly howling sound. No, whatever I saw was something else, something wrong. I considered telling Dale or one of the other rangers what had happened, but I hesitated. They'd ask why I was out there alone, why I was so far from the trail. I'd have to admit that I was actively seeking out the night howler, and I knew they wouldn't understand. They'd probably tell me I was losing it, maybe even recommend I take some time off, and that's the last thing I wanted. I needed to know more. The audio recorder was still in my pocket. I hadn't had a chance to listen to it yet. All day, the thought of what might be on that recording flickered in the back of my mind. What if it had captured the howl? What if there was something else, something even more terrifying? As soon as my shift ended, I practically ran back to my small cabin on the edge of the park. I locked the door, drew the curtains, and pulled out the recorder. My hands were shaking as I pressed the play button. The first few minutes were just the sounds of a forest, the chirping of crickets, the rustling of leaves, the distant hoot of an owl. Then, there it was. Faint at first, but unmistakable. The night howler. Even through the tiny speakers of the recorder, the sound was chilling. It had that same high pitch, that same guttural rasp, that same sense of echoing from everywhere. But listening to it now, in the quiet of my cabin, there was something else I hadn't noticed in the heat of the moment. There was a distinct pattern to the howls, a rhythm that almost sounded intentional. I listened to the recording several times, each time focusing on a different aspect of the sound. The pitch seemed to fluctuate, rising and falling in a way that didn't sound like any animal vocalization I'd ever heard. And that guttural rasp, it almost sounded like words being formed, twisted and distorted into something horrific. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was a combination of different animal sounds, somehow blending together to create this unsettling effect. Maybe the acoustics of the forest played tricks on the way the sound traveled. But deep down, I knew I was grasping at straws. Then, I heard something else on the recording. It was faint, almost drowned out by the howling, but it was there. A soft, rhythmic thumping sound, like something heavy walking on the forest floor. It seemed to be getting closer as the howling intensified. My blood ran cold. That thumping, it had to be the creature I'd seen. It was moving towards me, drawn by something. But what? I spent the rest of the evening poring over wildlife guides, searching online databases of animal sounds. I listened to recordings of wolves, coyotes, mountain lions, even bears. Nothing even came close to the sound of the night howler. It was truly unique, something that defied any natural explanation I could come up with. As darkness fell, a familiar sense of dread washed over me. The moon was still hidden, and the forest outside my cabin windows seemed to press in, filled with unseen eyes. Every creak of the floorboards, every rustle of leaves in the wind, sent a jolt of fear through me. I tried to sleep, but it was impossible. My mind was racing, filled with images of that tall, shadowy figure and the terrifying sound it made. I kept replaying the recording, searching for any clue, any explanation. Around 3:00 a.m., I was jolted awake by a sound. It wasn't the night howler, not exactly. It was softer, closer. A scratching sound coming from just outside my cabin door. My heart leaped into my throat. I held my breath, listening intently. The scratching continued, a slow, deliberate sound, like something with sharp claws dragging them across the wood. I fumbled for my flashlight on the bedside table, my hand shaking so badly I almost dropped it. I pointed it towards the door, my finger hovering over the switch. Should I open it? Should I look? Every instinct screamed at me to stay put, to lock the door and hide under the covers until morning. But the curiosity, that same relentless urge to understand, was still there, gnawing at me. Slowly, silently, I crept out of bed and towards the door. I pressed my ear against the cold wood, straining to hear anything over the pounding of my own heart. The scratching had stopped, replaced by a soft, almost inaudible sniffing sound, as if something was smelling the air outside my door. I reached for the doorknob, my hand trembling. I took a deep breath and slowly, carefully, turned it. I pulled the door open just a crack, peering out into the darkness. At first, I saw nothing. Just the blackness of the forest, the faint glow of starlight filtering through the trees. Then I saw it. It was crouched down near the base of my porch, its back to me. It was large, larger than any animal I'd ever seen in the park. Its fur, or whatever it was a deep, almost black color blending seamlessly with the shadows. And then it turned its head. Even in the dim light, I could see its eyes. They were large, glowing with an eerie reddish-orange light. They weren't the eyes of any animal I knew. They were too intelligent, too knowing. It stared directly at my sliver of open doorway, and I felt a jolt of pure, unadulterated terror. It knew I was there. It had been waiting for me. A low growl rumbled from its chest, a sound that vibrated through the floorboards and into my very soul. It wasn't the howl, but it was just as terrifying, filled with a primal menace that made my blood run cold. I slammed the door shut and fumbled with the lock, my hands shaking so violently I could barely get the key in. I finally managed to turn it, the click echoing loudly in the sudden silence. I backed away from the door, my flashlight beam dancing wildly across the walls of my small cabin. I could still hear the creature outside, its heavy breathing just audible through the thin wood. I didn't sleep the rest of the night. I sat huddled in the corner of my cabin, my flashlight clutched tightly in my hand, listening to the sounds outside. The creature stayed there for a long time, circling my cabin, occasionally scratching at the door or the walls. As dawn finally broke, the sounds outside faded away. I waited for a long time, afraid to move, afraid to even look out the window. But eventually, the need to know, the need to see if it was really gone, overcame my fear. I crept to the window and cautiously peeked through the curtains. The area around my cabin was empty. There were no tracks in the dirt, no signs that anything had been there at all, but I knew it had. I had seen it with my own eyes, and the memory of those glowing eyes, that guttural growl, was burned into my mind. I knew I couldn't stay here. Not anymore. Whatever the night howler was, it was more than just an animal. It was intelligent, it was predatory, and it knew I was investigating it. I had to report this. I had to tell someone what I had seen and heard. But I knew they wouldn't believe me. They'd think I was crazy, that the stress of the job had finally gotten to me. But what choice did I have? I couldn't just pretend like nothing had happened. I couldn't keep living in fear, knowing that creature was out there watching me. I decided to go to Dale. He was the one who had first told me about the night howler. Maybe he would understand. Maybe he had seen something too. I packed a small bag with some essentials, my heart pounding with a mixture of fear and determination. I had to get out of this cabin, out of this part of the park. I had to find some answers before it was too late. As I opened my cabin door, I hesitated for a moment, scanning the surrounding woods. Everything looked normal, peaceful. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. I took a deep breath and stepped outside, the morning sun feeling strangely cold on my skin. I started walking towards the main ranger station, my eyes constantly scanning the trees, listening for any sound, any sign of the creature that had visited me in the night. I made it about halfway to the station when I heard it again. The night howler. It was far off in the distance. But there was a new quality to the sound this time. It sounded triumphant. A wave of dread washed over me. It knew I was leaving. It was letting me know that this wasn't over. I broke into a run, my heart pounding in my chest, the sound of the howling echoing behind me. I didn't look back. I just ran as fast as I could towards the faint hope of safety at the ranger station. But even as I ran, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being hunted. And I had a terrible feeling that whatever the night howler was, it wasn't going to let me get away. I didn't stop running until I burst through the door of the ranger station, gasping for breath, my lungs burning. Dale was there, sitting at the main desk, looking surprised to see me in such a state. "Ethan, what in the Sam Hill happened to you?" he asked, his eyes widening with concern. I tried to speak, but my breath kept catching in my throat. Dale, the night howler, was at my cabin. He frowned, his expression shifting from concern to skepticism.
The night howler.
"Ethan, you know that's just an old story." "No." "Dale, I saw it! I heard it!" It was right outside my door last night. In the howling, I recorded it. I fumbled in my pocket for the audio recorder, my hands still shaking. Dale sighed, rubbing his temples. "Ethan, you've been looking stressed lately. Maybe you just had a bad dream." "A bad dream?" I exclaimed, my voice rising in desperation. "Dale, I saw its eyes. They were glowing red. And it was huge, not like any animal I've ever seen. I even saw it in the woods last night, a tall, shadowy figure." He stood up and placed a hand on my shoulder. All right, calm down. Let's get you some coffee. Tell me everything." I recounted the events of the past few days, starting with the increasing frequency of the howls, my decision to investigate, and finally, the terrifying encounter at my cabin. I played him the recording, and as the chilling sound of the night howler filled the small office, I saw a flicker of something in Dale's eyes, a hint of recognition, maybe even fear. When the recording ended, Dale was silent for a long moment, staring at the floor. "I've heard stories," he finally said, his voice low. "Old stories from before I even started working here. Stories about something else in these woods. Something that howls on moonless nights." My heart leaped with a surge of relief. "You believe me?" He looked up, his face grim. "I don't know what to believe, Ethan. But I've been here a long time, and I've seen things that can't be explained. And that sound on your recording, it's not natural." He paused, then continued. "There used to be more stories about it years ago. Rangers would report strange encounters, unexplained noises. But then it all kind of died down. We figured it was just folklore, campfire tales. But it's real, Dale. I know it is. And it was at my cabin last night, was watching me." Dale nodded slowly. "All right, Ethan. I believe you saw something. We need to report this." We contacted the park superintendent and told him everything. He listened patiently, but I could tell he was skeptical. He chalked it up to stress and recommended I take a few days off. But Dale backed me up, insisting that something was going on. Eventually, the superintendent agreed to increase patrols in the area around my cabin and along the Blackwood Trail. He also promised to look into the old reports Dale had mentioned. I spent the next few days on edge, constantly looking over my shoulder. Even though I was back at the ranger station, surrounded by other people, I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a potential threat. Every rustle of leaves sent a jolt of fear through me. The moon remained hidden, and the nights were filled with an oppressive darkness. I didn't hear the night howler again while I was at the station, but I knew it was still out there, waiting. Then, one evening, Dale came to find me. His face was pale, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and disbelief. Then, he said, his voice trembling, "I found something." He led me to a dusty storage room in the back of the station. He pulled out an old leather-bound logbook, its pages yellowed with age. "This belonged to Ranger Thompson," Dale explained. "He worked here back in the 1970s. He disappeared one night, never to be seen again." He opened the logbook to a page near the end. The handwriting was shaky, almost frantic. My blood ran cold as I read the entry, October 12th, 1978. The howling, it's getting closer. I hear it every night now, especially when there's no moon. It's not an animal sound, it's something else, something hungry. October 15th, 1978, I saw it tonight, by the old Blackwood Trail. Tall and dark, moving through the trees. Its eyes, they glowed in the darkness. It knew I was watching it. October 18th, 1978, I tried to tell them. The superintendent just laughed, said I was seeing things. But I know what I saw. I know what's out there. October 20th, 1978, it's outside. I can hear it scratching at the door. The howling, it's right outside my window. I don't think I'm going to make it through the night. The entry ended abruptly there. There were no more entries in the logbook. Ranger Thompson had vanished without a trace. A wave of nausea washed over me. This was more than just a story. It was a pattern. And I was following in Ranger Thompson's footsteps. "Dale," I said, my voice barely a whisper, "we need to get out of here. This isn't safe." Dale nodded, his face ashen. "I know. I've already called the superintendent. I told him about the logbook. He's finally taking this seriously. He's sending a team out in the morning." But morning felt like a lifetime away. The darkness outside the ranger station windows seemed to press in, filled with an unseen menace. That night was the longest and most terrifying of my life. Dale and I stayed up, huddled together in the main office, listening to every creak and groan of the old building. The wind howled outside, sounding eerily similar to the sound on my recording. Every shadow seemed to writhe and twist, taking on monstrous shapes. Around 2:00 a.m., the power went out. The station plunged into darkness, the only light coming from our flashlights. A wave of panic washed over me. It was like the creature knew. Then we heard it, faint at first, but unmistakable. The night howler. It was closer than it had ever been before. Dale and I exchanged terrified glances. We knew what was coming. The howling grew louder, more intense, the guttural rasping sound echoing through the darkness. It sounded like it was right outside the station. Suddenly, we heard a loud crash from the back of the building. Something had broken in. Dale and I stood up, our flashlight shaking in our hands. We moved slowly towards the back of the station, our hearts pounding in our chests. We reached the storage room just as the door burst open. Standing in the doorway, silhouetted against the faint starlight, was the creature. It was even taller and more monstrous than I had imagined. Its eyes glowed with that eerie red light, and its long, sharp claws dripped with something dark. It let out a deafening howl, a sound that seemed to tear through the very fabric of reality. Dale and I froze, paralyzed by fear. The creature lunged. I don't remember much of what happened next. There was a struggle, a blur of motion, the terrifying sound of claws and teeth. I remember the feeling of cold, sharp pain. Then everything went black. I woke up sometime later, lying on the floor of the storage room. The only light came from the sliver of moon that had finally appeared in the sky. Dale was lying next to me, his eyes staring blankly at the ceiling. He wasn't moving. I tried to get up, but a searing pain shot through my leg. I looked down and saw a deep gash, still bleeding. The creature was gone, but the air was thick with a heavy, musky odor, and the silence was broken only by my ragged breathing. I managed to crawl to the radio and tried to call for help, but the line was dead. We were completely cut off. I don't know how long I lay there. Time seemed to lose all meaning. Eventually, I heard the sound again, the night howler. It was far off in the distance, but it was coming closer. I knew it was coming back for me. I'm writing this now, huddled in the corner of the storage room, using the last bit of battery on my flashlight. I don't know if anyone will ever find this. I don't know what the night howler is or what it wants. All I know is that I made a terrible mistake. My curiosity led me down a path I should never have taken. The howling is getting louder now. It's right outside. I can hear it scratching at the door. I think this is the end. If anyone ever finds this, please stay out of Redwood Creek National Park on moonless nights. There are things out here that are best left undisturbed. Things that howl in the darkness. Things that hunt. And whatever you do, don't follow the sound. My name's Liam, and I've been a park ranger at Blackwood National Forest for the past 5 years. It's a pretty remote area, nestled deep in the Appalachian Mountains. Most of the year, it's peaceful, just the sounds of nature and the occasional hiker. But there's a different kind of quiet that settles in during the late summer and early fall when the leaves start to turn and the air gets crisp. That's fire season. And that's when things can get strange. Blackwood isn't one of those heavily trafficked parks with paved trails and visitor centers every mile. It's wild, rugged, and vast. There are parts of it that I'm pretty sure no one has set foot in for decades. That's part of what I love about it, that sense of being truly out there, on the edge of civilization. But it also means that when things go wrong, you're really on your own. My usual duties involve trail maintenance, wildlife monitoring, and the occasional rescue operation. But during fire season, our primary focus shifts to prevention and early detection. That means a lot of patrols, educating campers, and most importantly, fire watch. The fire watch towers are these old, rickety wooden structures scattered across the highest points in the park. They offer a panoramic view of the forest, and during high, risk periods, someone has to be up there around the clock, scanning for smoke. It's a solitary job, and honestly, it can get pretty boring. Hours upon hours of just staring at trees, but it's crucial. A small spark can turn into an inferno in no time, especially with the dry underbrush we get this time of year. This particular night, I was stationed at the Eagle Peak Tower. It's one of the oldest in the park, and it creaks with every gust of wind. The climb up the wooden stairs is always a bit unnerving, especially in the dark. You can feel the whole structure sway, and you just hope the old timbers hold. I'd brought a thermos of coffee, a couple of sandwiches, and a good book, a classic horror anthology, because why not lean into the atmosphere? The sun had set a few hours ago, painting the western sky in shades of orange and purple before finally giving way to a deep star-studded black. The moon was just a sliver, offering barely any illumination to the vast expanse of forest below. The wind was picking up, whispering through the pines, and making the branches dance like skeletal fingers. It was the kind of night that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up, even before anything weird happens. I settled into the old swivel chair at the top of the tower, the glass windows offering a 360-degree view. The air was cool and carried the scent of pine and damp earth. For a while, it was peaceful. I sipped my coffee, occasionally scanning the horizon with my binoculars, looking for any sign of smoke or unusual light. Then I started to notice it, the shadows. With the limited moonlight, the forest floor below was mostly a sea of darkness. But there were patches where the faint light managed to penetrate the canopy, casting long, distorted shadows of the trees. What caught my attention was how these shadows seemed to move independently. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks on my eyes. The branches were swaying quite a bit, so it made sense that their shadows would shift and contort. But as I watched more closely, I realized it wasn't just the natural movement of the trees. These shadows were stretching and shrinking in ways that didn't correspond to the wind. They would elongate suddenly, reaching out like dark tendrils, and then just as quickly, they would bunch up into dense, shapeless blobs. It was like they had a life of their own, completely separate from the objects that were supposedly casting them. I blinked, thinking my eyes were tired. I'd been up since dawn. But when I looked again, they were still doing it. A long, slender shadow near the edge of a clearing seemed to ripple and writhe, like a snake coiling in the darkness. There was no tree or bush nearby that could have created that kind of movement. Then came the really unsettling part. I started to see shapes within the shadows. Not just random distortions, but distinct forms. Sometimes they would stretch and contort into what looked like human figures. Tall, gaunt shapes with elongated limbs and what might have been heads. They would appear for a few fleeting seconds, then dissolve back into the general darkness. I rubbed my eyes again, harder this time. Was I hallucinating? The isolation, the late hour, the spooky book, maybe it was all getting to me. I tried to rationalize it. Maybe it was the way the moonlight was filtering through the leaves, creating optical illusions. Maybe it was just my imagination running wild. But the more I watched, the more convinced I became that what I was seeing was real. The shadows weren't just moving, they were acting. They seemed to be mimicking human forms, sometimes even appearing to walk or gesture. One shadow in particular caught my attention. It was near a cluster of large rocks, and it kept shifting into the shape of a person standing hunched over. It would hold that form for a few moments, then slowly distort back into an indistinguishable mass. Then it would repeat the process. It was like someone was standing there, shrouded in darkness, occasionally revealing their silhouette. A shiver ran down my spine. This was beyond anything I'd ever experienced in the woods. I've seen strange things out here, sure. Heard unexplained noises, caught glimpses of animals that shouldn't have been there. But this felt different. This felt wrong. My first instinct was to radio it in, to call dispatch and tell them what I was seeing. But then I hesitated. What would I even say? Hey, dispatch, I think the shadows are alive out here. They think I'd finally lost it. Park rangers see a lot of weird stuff, and we tend to keep the really out, their stories to ourselves, for fear of being labeled as crazy. Besides, what could they do? Send someone up here. By the time they arrived, the shadows would probably be gone, or I'd have convinced myself it was all a figment of my imagination. So I did what I probably shouldn't have done. I decided to keep watching. My curiosity, or maybe it was just a morbid fascination, got the better of me. I wanted to see what these shadows would do next. I grabbed my binoculars and focused on the area where I'd seen the hunched over figure. For a while, nothing happened. The shadows just writhed and stretched in their unsettling way. Then, the hunched figure reappeared. This time, it seemed to be looking up, in the direction of the tower. I felt a prickle of fear. It was just a shadow, I told myself. It couldn't actually see me. But the way it was oriented, the way it seemed to be focused on my position, sent a wave of unease through me. I lowered my binoculars and scanned the rest of the forest. The other shadows were still moving, still occasionally forming those fleeting human-like shapes. But none of them seemed to be paying me any particular attention. It was just this one, near the rocks. I told myself it was just the angle of the moonlight playing tricks on my eyes. But the feeling that I was being watched, by something that shouldn't even be alive, was growing stronger. I reached for my radio again, my finger hovering over the transmit button. Maybe I should just say something, anything, to break the silence, even if it was just a routine check-in. But then I saw something that made my blood run cold. The hunched over shadow near the rocks began to move. It wasn't just shifting and contorting anymore. It was actually walking. It took a few slow, deliberate steps, moving away from the rocks and towards the edge of the trees. This was impossible. Shadows don't walk. They're just the absence of light. But I was seeing it with my own eyes. This dark, human-shaped figure moving through the darkness, completely independent of any visible light source. My heart started to pound in my chest. My mouth felt dry. I gripped the binoculars tightly, my knuckles turning white. I had to know what it was doing. I followed its movement as it reached the edge of the trees and disappeared into the deeper darkness. I strained my eyes, trying to see where it went, but it was gone. Swallowed by the night. For a long moment, I just sat there frozen in disbelief. What had I just seen? Was I losing my mind? Then I heard a sound. It was faint, carried on the wind, but it was definitely there. It sounded like footsteps, soft, crunching sounds coming from the direction where the shadow had disappeared. Footsteps in the darkness where no one should be. I knew in that moment that I had made a bad decision. A very bad decision. I should have called it in. I should have trusted my gut and reported what I was seeing, no matter how crazy it sounded. But I hadn't. And now, whatever was out there in the darkness below seemed to be coming closer. I reached for my radio, my hand trembling. It was time to call for help. My hand shook so badly that I fumbled with the radio for a moment before finally getting a grip on it. I pressed the transmit button. Dispatch, this is Ranger Liam at Eagle Peak Tower. Do you copy? Silence. just the crackle of static. I tried again, my voice a little louder this time, betraying the rising panic in my chest. "Dispatch, this is Lon. Emergency situation. Do you copy?" Still nothing. The radio was usually reliable up here. The elevation gave a pretty clear line of sight to the main station. I checked the power, the frequency. Everything seemed to be in order. Maybe it was just a temporary dead spot. I tried one more time, keeping my voice calm and professional, even though my heart was hammering against my ribs. "Dispatch, this is Ranger Liam at Eagle Peak. I am reporting unusual activity. Please respond." Nothing. Just the persistent hiss of the empty airwaves. A wave of isolation washed over me. I was alone miles from anyone, with something unexplainable moving in the darkness below. And now, my lifeline to the outside world seemed to have gone dead. I told myself not to panic. Radio interference happened. Maybe the batteries at the main station were acting up. I had to stay calm and think rationally. But rational thought was becoming increasingly difficult. The image of that shadow walking, the sound of those soft footsteps, it was all playing on my mind. I looked back down at the forest. The shadows were still there, still moving in their unnatural way. But the hunched figure near the rocks was gone. Had it moved further into the trees? Was it still out there, somewhere in the darkness? Against every fiber of my being, a terrible curiosity began to take hold. I knew I should stay in the tower, safe behind the glass, and wait for the radio to come back online. I should have called earlier, even if it sounded crazy. That was my first bad decision, and now I was contemplating another one. I started to think about what I had seen. A shadow, moving independently, mimicking a human form. Footsteps in the dark. It was insane, I knew. But what if there was someone out there? A lost hiker, maybe. Someone injured and disoriented, whose shadow was being distorted by the strange moonlight. It was a flimsy explanation, I knew. But the alternative was too terrifying to contemplate. My training kicked in. If there was a possibility that someone was in trouble, I had a duty to investigate, even if my gut was screaming at me to stay put. I grabbed my flashlight, my beer spray, and my heavy-duty radio, the backup one that sometimes worked when the main one didn't. I slung my backpack over my shoulder, making sure I had extra batteries, water, and a first aid kit. This was a bad idea. I knew it. Every instinct in my body was telling me to stay in the tower. But I couldn't shake the feeling that I needed to know what was going on down there. The descent from the tower was even more unnerving than the climb. The wooden stairs creaked and groaned under my weight, and the wind seemed to whistle through the gaps in the planks with a mocking tone. My flashlight beam danced nervously across the steps, illuminating only a small circle of the darkness. When I finally reached the ground, the forest was even more oppressive than it had seemed from above. The trees loomed like silent giants, their branches intertwined overhead, blocking out most of the faint moonlight. The air was thick with the smell of damp earth and decaying leaves. I took a deep breath and tried to get my bearings. I had seen the hunched shadow moving away from the rocks, towards the east. That's the direction I would start. I switched on my flashlight, the beam cutting a swath through the darkness. The woods were alive with the usual night sounds, the rustling of leaves, the hoot of an owl in the distance. But beneath it all, there was a palpable sense of unease, a feeling of being watched. I moved slowly and cautiously, my ears straining for any sound out of the ordinary. The ground was uneven, covered with fallen branches and loose rocks. I kept my hand on my bear spray, ready to use it at a moment's notice. As I walked, I kept scanning the shadows. They were still moving, still contorting in that unsettling way. But without the vantage point of the tower, it was harder to discern any specific shapes. They were just amorphous blobs of darkness, writhing and stretching in the periphery of my vision. Then I saw it again, a flicker of movement in the shadows ahead. A tall, slender shape that seemed to stretch and then shrink back into the darkness. It was fleeting, but I saw it. I stopped and held my breath, listening intently. There was no sound, just the whisper of the wind in the trees. "Hello," I called out, my voice sounding small and weak in the vastness of the forest. "Is anyone there?" Silence. I waited for a few moments, but there was no response. Maybe it was just my imagination again. The darkness playing tricks on my eyes. I started walking again, my pace a little faster now. I wanted to get to the area near the rocks, where I had first seen the hunched shadow. When I reached the cluster of rocks, I stopped and surveyed the area with my flashlight. There was nothing out of the ordinary, just rocks, trees, and shadows. But there was a feeling here, a heavy, a oppressive feeling that made the hairs on my arms stand up. I shone my flashlight around, examining the ground for any sign of tracks. The forest floor was soft and covered in leaf litter, so it was difficult to see anything definitive. But I thought I could make out some faint impressions in the dirt, like someone had been walking here recently. Following the direction I had seen the shadow move, I continued deeper into the trees. The darkness seemed to grow thicker here, the canopy overhead almost completely blocking out the faint moonlight. My flashlight beam was the only source of light, and it felt like a small, fragile bubble in an ocean of blackness. The shadows around me seemed to grow more intense, their movements more erratic. I could see them stretching and contorting into increasingly disturbing shapes. Some of them looked like twisted, grotesque faces. Others resembled distorted human figures, their limbs elongated and contorted at unnatural angles. I tried to tell myself it was just my imagination, fueled by fear and exhaustion. But the images were so vivid, so persistent, that I couldn't shake the feeling that they were real. Then I heard another sound. This time it was closer. A soft rustling in the leaves to my left. I stopped and swung my flashlight in that direction. Nothing. Hello. I called out again, my voice trembling slightly. Silence. I waited, listening intently. Then I heard it again, the rustling of leaves, closer this time. It sounded like something was moving through the underbrush. I gripped my bear spray tighter and held my flashlight steady. Who's there? I demanded. Show yourself! The rustling stopped. The forest was silent again except for the whisper of the wind. I waited for what felt like an eternity, but nothing happened. Maybe it was just an animal. A deer or a raccoon. I started to move again, but I couldn't shake the feeling that I was being watched. Every shadow seemed to hold a hidden presence. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. Then I saw it, just ahead of me, in the beam of my flashlight. A shadow detached itself from a tree. It wasn't just moving, it was flowing like liquid darkness. It stretched and elongated, forming a tall, gaunt figure that seemed to tower over me. This wasn't just a trick of the light. This was something else entirely. Something unnatural. The figure remained still for a moment, its form shifting and contorting in subtle ways. Then it began to move towards me. Slowly, deliberately, it glided across the forest floor, its shadow like body making no sound. Fear gripped me, cold and paralyzing. This was no lost hiker. This was something else, something malevolent. I raised my bear spray, my hand shaking so badly that I could barely hold it steady.
Stay back!
I yelled, my voice cracking with fear. The shadow figure continued to advance, its form growing larger and more defined as it drew closer. I could almost make out features now, a long, gaunt face with hollow eyes, and long, spindly limbs that reached out towards me. I squeezed the trigger of the bear spray, a cloud of orange mist erupting from the canister. It hit the shadow figure directly in what I assumed was its face. But it had no effect. The shadow figure didn't even flinch. It continued to glide towards me, seemingly unaffected by the spray. Panic surged through me. This wasn't supposed to happen. Bear spray was supposed to deter animals, even bears. What kind of creature was this? I stumbled backward, trying to put distance between myself and the advancing shadow. My flashlight beam danced wildly as I moved, illuminating the terrifying figure in fleeting glimpses. It was closer now, close enough for me to see the details of its shadowy form. Its hollow eyes seemed to pierce through the darkness, and its long, thin mouth stretched into a silent, chilling grin. I knew I had to get out of here. I turned and ran, crashing through the underbrush, my flashlight beam bouncing off the trees ahead of me. I could hear the soft, gliding sound of the shadow figure behind me, keeping pace with my frantic flight. I didn't dare to look back. I just ran, my lungs burning, my legs aching. The image of that terrifying shadow burned into my mind. I had made a terrible mistake. I should have stayed in the tower. I should have trusted my instincts. My curiosity had led me into something dark and dangerous, something that I didn't understand. And now I was running for my life in the darkness, with a creature of shadow on my heels. I could hear the rustling of leaves behind me, closer now. I risked a quick glance over my shoulder and saw the shadow figure gaining on me, its form flowing effortlessly through the trees. It was reaching out for me, its long, shadowy fingers stretching towards my back. I screamed, a primal sound of terror that echoed through the silent forest. And then I tripped. My foot caught on a root and I went down hard, my flashlight flying out of my hand and skittering away into the darkness. I landed heavily on the forest floor, the impact knocking the wind out of me. I lay there for a moment, stunned and disoriented, The gliding sound stopped. I could feel a presence looming over me, a cold, oppressive darkness that seemed to suffocate the air around me. I slowly looked up. The shadow figure stood over me, its gaunt face just inches from mine. Its hollow eyes seemed to glow with an inner darkness, and its silent grin widened, revealing rows of sharp, shadowy teeth. I tried to scramble backward, but my body wouldn't respond. Fear had paralyzed me. The shadow figure reached down, its long, spindly fingers brushing against my face. They felt cold, like death. I closed my eyes, bracing for the worst. And then, everything went black. The blackness was absolute, devoid of any light or sensation. It was like being submerged in a void, with no sense of time or place. Then, slowly, fragments of awareness began to return. I could feel the cold, damp earth beneath me, the ache in my limbs, and the lingering scent of pine and fear in the air. I opened my eyes, and the darkness was still there, but it wasn't the same oppressive void. My vision slowly adjusted, and I could make out the faint, distorted shapes of the trees overhead silhouetted against the sliver of moon that managed to pierce the canopy. I was still lying on the forest floor, exactly where I had fallen. My flashlight was nowhere to be seen. The shadow figure was gone. Or was it? A wave of terror washed over me as I remembered the cold touch on my face, the hollow eyes, the silent grin. Had it done something to me? Was I still in danger? I tried to sit up, and a sharp pain shot through my ankle. I must have twisted it when I fell. I gritted my teeth and slowly pushed myself into a sitting position, leaning against the trunk of a nearby tree. The forest was silent again, except for the gentle sighing of the wind, but the feeling of being watched, of being surrounded by something unseen and malevolent, was still palpable. I reached for my backup radio in my backpack. My fingers fumbled with the clasp, my hands still shaking. Finally, I managed to pull it out and switch it on, static. Just the same empty hiss that I had heard on the main radio. It seemed I was still cut off. Panic started to set in again. I was injured, alone, and surrounded by something I couldn't explain. And now, even my backup communication was useless. I had to get out of here. I had to get back to the tower, or at least to a place where I might get a radio signal. Ignoring the pain in my ankle, I slowly stood up, using the tree for support. Every movement sent a jolt of agony through my leg, but I knew I couldn't stay here. I started to hobble through the darkness, trying to retrace my steps. The forest seemed different now, more menacing. Every shadow looked like the figure I had encountered. Every rustle of leaves made me jump. The independent movement of the shadows seemed more pronounced now, as if they were emboldened by my fear. They stretched and wreathed around me, their forms occasionally mimicking grotesque faces and distorted limbs. I tried to ignore them, to focus on putting one foot in front of the other, but it was hard. They seemed to be closing in, surrounding me with their silent, shadowy dance. Then, I started to hear the whispers. At first, I thought it was just the wind playing tricks on my ears. But then I realized it was something more. Faint, sibilant whispers just at the edge of hearing. They seemed to be coming from all around me, carried on the wind, woven into the rustling of the leaves. I couldn't make out any words, just the soft, hissing sounds, like countless voices speaking in a language I didn't understand. But there was a malevolence in those whispers, a chilling intent that sent shivers down my spine. I stumbled on, my pace growing more frantic despite the pain in my ankle. The whispers grew louder, closer, swirling around me like a dark cloud. I could feel them almost physically, like icy fingers brushing against my skin. Suddenly, a shadow directly in front of me stretched and contorted, forming the gaunt face of the figure I had seen. Its hollow eyes seemed to bore into mine, and its shadowy mouth stretched into that silent, terrifying grin. I cried out and stumbled backward, tripping over another root. I fell to the ground again, the pain in my ankle now excruciating. The shadow figure remained there, its form unwavering, its gaze fixed on me. The whispers intensified, filling my ears with their chilling sibilance. I lay there helpless, staring up at the shadowy figure. I knew, with a certainty that chilled me to the bone, that this was the consequence of my bad decisions. My curiosity, my need to investigate, had led me to this. I had ignored my instincts, and now I was going to pay the price. The shadow figure began to move towards me again, its gliding motion silent and inexorable. I closed my eyes, bracing for the cold touch, the final darkness. But it didn't come. After a moment, I cautiously opened my eyes again. The shadow figure was gone. The whispers had faded slightly, though they were still there, a constant, unsettling presence in the background. I didn't understand. Why had it stopped? Why hadn't it finished whatever it was going to do? Maybe it was toying with me. Maybe this was just a prelude to something worse. I knew I couldn't stay here. I had to try to get back to the tower to find help. Ignoring the agonizing pain in my ankle, I slowly pushed myself up again, using a tree branch as a makeshift crutch. I started to hobble in the direction I thought the tower was, my progress slow and unsteady. The shadows continued to move around me, their form still disturbing, but they didn't approach me directly again. The whispers persisted, a constant reminder of the unseen presence that surrounded me. It felt like hours, though it was probably only minutes, before I finally saw a faint light through the trees. It was the dim glow of the emergency light on top of the Eagle Peak Tower. Hope surged through me, giving me a renewed sense of urgency. I pushed myself harder, ignoring the pain, desperate to reach the safety of the tower. When I finally stumbled into the base of the tower, I collapsed against one of the support beams, gasping for breath. The climb up the stairs seemed impossible with my injured ankle, but I knew I couldn't stay out here. Slowly, agonizingly, I began to make my way up the wooden stairs, pulling myself up one step at a time. The tower creaked and swayed with my movements, the sound amplified in the stillness of the night. Finally, after what felt like an eternity, I reached the top. I stumbled through the door and collapsed onto the swivel chair, my body shaking with exhaustion and pain. The radio was still dead. I was still alone. But at least I was off the ground, away from the immediate presence of the shadows. I sat there for a long time, just trying to catch my breath and gather my thoughts. What had I seen out there? What had I encountered? I still didn't have any answers. The shadows, the figure, the whispers, it was all beyond my understanding. As the first hint of dawn began to paint the eastern sky, the shadows in the forest below began to recede, their movements less frantic. The whispers seemed to fade as well, becoming almost imperceptible. By the time the sun finally broke over the horizon, casting its golden light across the forest, the strange activity seemed to have stopped. The shadows were just shadows again, moving with the trees in the morning breeze. The forest was quiet, peaceful, almost serene, but I knew better. I knew what I had seen. I knew what was lurking in the darkness of Blackwood National Forest. When the day crew finally arrived, responding to my overdue check-in, they found me in the tower, pale and shaken, my ankle swollen and bruised. They listened to my story with a mixture of concern and disbelief. I knew it sounded crazy. I knew they probably thought I had imagined it all, or that I had been under some kind of stress. But I knew what I had experienced was real. And I knew that I would never look at the shadows in the forest the same way again. I took some time off to recover from my injury and the mental trauma of that night. When I returned to work, I tried to put it behind me, to rationalize it as a bad dream or a trick of the mind. But sometimes, on quiet nights during fire watch, when the moon is just a sliver and the wind whispers through the pines, I still see them. The shadows moving on their own, stretching and contorting into familiar, unsettling shapes. And sometimes, just at the edge of hearing, I catch the faint, sibilant whispers on the wind. I never went down into the forest at night again. I learned my lesson. Some questions are better left unanswered. Some darkness is better left undisturbed. And some bad decisions can leave scars that last a lifetime. The shifting shadows are still out there, in the deep woods of Blackwood. And I know, with a chilling certainty, that I am not the only one who has seen them. My name is Digger, and for the past 5 years, I've been a park ranger in the Blackwood National Forest. It's a sprawling, isolated place, the kind of wilderness that swallows you whole if you're not careful. Most of the time, it's peaceful, even beautiful. The days are filled with the rustling of leaves, the chirping of birds, and the occasional sighting of deer or elk. The nights are quiet, punctuated only by the hooting of owls and the distant howl of coyotes. But every now and then, something happens out here that reminds you just how wild and untamed this land truly is. Something that makes the hairs on the back of your neck stand up and sends a shiver down your spine. I was fresh out of uni when I landed this gig. I'd always loved the outdoors, and the idea of spending my days hiking through the bush, helping people, and protecting the natural beauty of the forest seemed like a fair dinkum dream come true. And for the most part, it was. Sure, there were the occasional unruly campers, the odd bear sighting that required some careful management, and the never-ending battle against litter. But those were just minor inconveniences compared to the sheer tranquility of the place. My assigned district was in the northern part of the forest, a particularly remote area that bordered the ancestral lands of the local indigenous tribe, the Catawba. We had a good working relationship with the tribe, respecting their traditions and their connection to the land. They often shared their knowledge of the forest with us, pointing out hidden trails, medicinal plants, and warning us about areas that were considered sacred or dangerous. I'd learned to trust their instincts. They had a deep understanding of this land that went back generations. The incident started, as most strange things do, with something seemingly insignificant. It was a late summer arvo, the kind where the air is thick and heavy with humidity, and the sun casts long, distorted shadows through the trees. I was on routine patrol, hiking along one of the less traveled trails in my sector, the Old Blackwood Trail, as it was known. It was a loop that wound through a particularly dense section of the forest, and honestly, it wasn't very popular with hikers. It was overgrown in places, and there were rumors of difficult terrain and pesky mozzies. But I liked it. It was quiet, and I often saw wildlife there that I wouldn't encounter on the more popular trails. As I rounded a bend in the path, I noticed something odd. Carved into the bark of a large oak tree, right at the edge of the trail, were a series of symbols. They weren't the usual kind of graffiti you sometimes see in the park, initials carved with a knife or crude drawings. These were different. They were intricate, almost geometric in design, and they seemed deliberately placed. There were 3 of them on this particular tree, arranged in a vertical line. I stopped to take a closer look. I'd seen my fair share of tree carvings over the years, but these were unlike anything I'd ever encountered. They weren't any known language or markings that I recognized. They weren't even reminiscent of anything I'd seen in books on local history or indigenous art. They were unique, alien almost. I reached out and touched one of the symbols. The wood around it felt strangely cold, even though the air was warm. It was an unsettling sensation, like touching something that had been frozen for centuries. I pulled my hand back quickly, a prickle of unease running down my spine. It was just a carving, I told myself. Probably some eccentric hiker with a penchant for the unusual. But as I continued down the trail, I saw more of them. Every tree along this particular stretch of the path had these strange symbols carved into its bark. Some trees had just 1 or 2, others were covered in them, as if someone had spent a considerable amount of time meticulously etching these markings into the wood. The density of the carvings increased as I went deeper into the woods. By the time I'd walked another half a mile, I was starting to feel genuinely creeped out. The air seemed to grow colder, and the usual sounds of the forest, the chirping of birds, the rustling of leaves seemed to have faded away, replaced by an unnerving silence. The only sound was the crunching of my boots on the fallen leaves. I decided to document what I was seeing. I pulled out my mobile and started taking photos of the carvings. I made sure to get close-ups of the individual symbols and wider shots showing their placement on the trees. I figured I could show them to someone back at the ranger station. Maybe one of the older rangers would have seen something like this before. As I was snapping a photo of a particularly intricate set of carvings on a large beech tree, I heard a sound that made me jump. It was a twig snapping in the underbrush just off the trail. I froze, my hand instinctively reaching for the bear spray on my belt. Jide, I called out, my voice sounding louder than I intended in the sudden silence. There was no response. I waited for a moment, listening intently. I could hear my own heart pounding in my chest. Maybe it was just a kangaroo, I thought, or a possum. But the feeling of unease lingered. I continued down the trail, my senses on high alert. Every shadow seemed to move. Every rustle of leaves sounded like footsteps. I kept seeing the carvings, their strange, angular shapes seeming to watch me as I passed. The trail eventually led me back to the main road. I was relieved to be out of the dense woods, back in the familiar surroundings of the park. I made a mental note to report the carvings as soon as I got back to the station. Later that evening, after I'd finished my patrol and filed my report, I decided to show the photos I'd taken to some of the other rangers. Most of them were just as puzzled as I was. No one had ever seen anything like it before. Maybe it's some kind of prank, suggested Bluey, a younger ranger who'd only been with the park for a couple of years. I don't know, Bluey, I replied. It didn't feel like a prank. There were just too many of them, and they looked old. Could be some kind of survey markings, offered Sheila, one of the more experienced rangers. Maybe the Forestry Service is doing something in that area. I shook my head. I checked the maps before I went out, There's no planned activity in that sector. We were all stumped. Finally, old Kev, who'd been a ranger in Blackwood for over 30 years and knew the forest like the back of his hand, wandered over. He'd overheard our conversation. "What's all this carry-on about?" he asked, his brow furrowed. I showed him the photos on my mobile. He took a pair of reading glasses out of his shirt pocket and peered at the screen, his expression growing increasingly serious. "Where did you see these digger?" he asked, his voice low. "On the old Blackwood Trail, up in the north sector," I replied. Old Kev's face paled. He looked up from my mobile, his eyes wide with a mixture of fear and concern. "You need to stay away from that trail, digger," he said, his voice trembling slightly. "Stay far away." His reaction startled me. Old Kev was usually calm and collected, not easily rattled. "What is it, Kev?" I asked, my own anxiety starting to rise. "What do you know about these carvings?" He hesitated for a moment, looking around the room as if he was afraid someone might overhear. Then he leaned in close, his voice barely a whisper. "Those aren't just any markings, digger," he said. "Those are symbols of something ancient, something dark. The Catawba people have legends about them. They say those markings are a warning. They tell of something that sleeps beneath the forest, something that should never be awakened." I felt a chill run down my spine. "Legends?" I asked skeptically. "You mean like folklore?" Old Kev shook his head vehemently. "This isn't just some old wives' tale, mate. The elders of the tribe have warned us for generations to never disturb those markings. They say that if they're touched or defaced, it could unleash something terrible upon the land. But they're just carvings on trees." I protested, trying to rationalize what he was saying. "They're more than that, digger," old Kev insisted. "They're a seal, a boundary. They mark a place that's been forbidden for centuries. You need to tell me exactly where you saw these." I described the location of the carvings in detail, trying to recall every twist and turn of the trail. Old Kev listened intently, his face growing more grim with each word. When I was finished, he sighed heavily. "You've stumbled onto something you shouldn't have, digger," he said. "Something that's been hidden for a long, long time. You need to promise me that you won't go back there. Not ever." I was still trying to process everything he was telling me. Ancient evil. Forbidden places. It all sounded like something out of a horror flick, not real life. But the look on old Kev's face was enough to convince me that he believed every word he was saying. "Okay, Kev," I said slowly. "I promise. I won't go back there." But even as I said the words, a seed of doubt had already been planted in my mind. What was so dangerous about those carvings? What kind of ancient evil could they possibly be guarding? My curiosity, I knew, was going to be a bugger to ignore. And sometimes curiosity can lead to some right dodgy decisions. Old Kev's warning rattled me more than I cared to admit. He wasn't the type to get spooked easily. He'd seen it all in his 30-odd years as a ranger: bushfires, floods, lost hikers, even the occasional run in with some truly odd characters living off the grid. But I'd never seen him look so genuinely frightened. His words about ancient evils and forbidden places echoed in my mind long after our conversation ended. That night, sleep didn't come easy. I tossed and turned in my bunk at the ranger station, my thoughts racing. What could possibly be so dangerous about some carvings on trees? Was it really some ancient curse, like in the movies? It all sounded a bit far-fetched, even for the Blackwood. But then again, I'd only been here for 5 years. Old Kev had seen things I couldn't even imagine. The next morning, I tried to put it out of my mind. I had a full day of tasks ahead of me: trail maintenance on the popular lookout track, checking permits at the campgrounds, and giving a talk to a group of school kids about fire safety. I threw myself into my work, hoping to distract myself from the unsettling images of the carved trees and old Kev's dire warnings. But no matter how busy I kept myself, the mystery of the Blackwood Trail lingered in the back of my mind. During my lunch break, I found myself scrolling through the photos I'd taken, zooming in on the intricate symbols. They were so strange, so unlike anything I'd ever seen. The more I looked at them, the more I felt a pull, an almost irresistible urge to understand their meaning. I even tried doing some research online. I typed in keywords like strange symbols Blackwood Forest and Catawba ancient markings, but nothing came up. It was as if these symbols were completely unknown, unrecorded anywhere. This only fueled my curiosity further. If these markings were truly ancient and significant, shouldn't there be some record of them? Later that afternoon, I ran into Sarah at the water cooler. She was one of the other rangers who'd been in the office when I showed my photos the previous night. "Hey, Digger," she said. "Still thinking about those weird carvings?" I nodded. "Yeah, I can't seem to shake it." Old Kev seemed really worried. Sarah leaned against the counter, taking a sip from her water bottle. "He did, didn't he? I've never seen him like that. He usually just shrugs everything off. Did he ever tell you anything about these kinds of symbols before?" I asked. Sarah thought for a moment, her brow furrowed. "Not specifically these ones, no. But he has mentioned that there are certain places in the forest that the Catawba people consider off limits. Places that are tied to old stories, old beliefs." "Like what kind of beliefs?" I pressed. "I don't know all the details," Sarah admitted. "Something about spirits and things that are best left undisturbed. He's always been respectful of their traditions." Her words echoed what old Kev had said, reinforcing the idea that there was more to these carvings than met the eye. But it still didn't satisfy my burning curiosity. What exactly was it that needed to be left undisturbed? That evening, I couldn't resist. After everyone else at the ranger station had turned in for the night, I pulled out the park's detailed maps. I found the section that covered the northern district and traced the route of the old Blackwood Trail with my finger. I tried to pinpoint the exact location where I'd first seen the carvings, trying to recall any landmarks or distinctive features of the terrain. As I studied the map, I noticed something I hadn't paid much attention to before. The Blackwood Trail skirted the very edge of a large, unmarked area on the map. This area wasn't part of the designated parkland. It was within the boundaries of the Catawba Reservation. There were no trails marked within this section, and it was labeled simply as Restricted Area Tribal Lands. A thought struck me. Could the carvings be related to this restricted area? Could they be some kind of boundary marker, as old Kev had suggested? But if that were the case, why were they so strange and unsettling? And why the dire warnings? The more I thought about it, the more convinced I became that I needed to know more. Old Kev had told me to stay away, but his warning had only intensified my desire to understand what was going on. I told myself it wasn't just curiosity, it was my duty as a park ranger to understand anything unusual or potentially dangerous within the forest. The next day, I made a decision. I knew I was probably going against old Kev's advice, and maybe even against my better judgment, but I had to go back to the Blackwood Trail. I needed to see those carvings again, to try and make sense of them. I didn't tell anyone where I was going. I just signed out for routine patrol in the northern sector, making sure to mention a different trail. I packed my usual gear: water, first aid kit, radio, and of course my camera. I also slipped a small notebook and a pencil into my backpack, intending to sketch some of the more intricate symbols. The drive to the trailhead felt longer than usual. My stomach was churning with a mix of excitement and apprehension. I knew I was probably doing something I shouldn't be, but the pull of the unknown was too strong to resist. When I reached the trailhead, the air felt different than I remembered. It was heavier, almost stagnant, and the usual sounds of the forest seemed muted. As I started down the Blackwood Trail, a sense of unease settled over me. Every shadow seemed darker, every rustle of leaves sounded more ominous. It wasn't long before I saw the first carving. It was on the same oak tree where I'd seen the initial set of symbols. I stopped and examined it closely. The coldness I'd felt before was still there, an unnatural chill emanating from the wood around the carving. As I continued along the trail, the density of the carvings increased, just as I remembered. But this time I noticed something else. Some of the carvings looked fresher, as if they had been added recently. This sent a fresh wave of unease through me. Was someone still making these markings? And if so, who and why? I pulled out my notebook and started sketching some of the symbols, trying to capture their intricate details. As I focused on the task, I became aware of a subtle sound in the distance. It was a low, rhythmic drumming, almost like a heartbeat. It was faint, but it was definitely there, and it seemed to be coming from deeper within the forest, in the direction of the restricted tribal lands. The drumming grew slightly louder as I ventured further down the trail. It was an ancient, primal sound that resonated deep within my bones. It made the hairs on my arms stand on end, and I couldn't shake the feeling that I was trespassing somewhere I shouldn't be. Despite my growing discomfort, I pressed on. My curiosity had taken hold, and I felt compelled to find the source of the drumming and to understand the meaning of the strange carvings. I knew I was probably making a mistake, ignoring Old Kev's warning and venturing into the unknown. But in that moment, the allure of the mystery was too strong to resist, and that, I would soon learn, was a very bad decision indeed. The rhythmic drumming grew steadily louder as I continued deeper along the Blackwood Trail. It pulsed through the silent woods, a deep, resonant beat that seemed to vibrate in my chest. The air grew colder still, and a strange, earthy smell, like damp soil and something else I couldn't quite place, began to permeate the air. The carvings on the trees became more frequent, more elaborate, almost as if they were guiding me towards the source of the sound. I pulled out my radio to check in with the station, just to let them know I was still on patrol, but there was no signal, not even a flicker. That was unusual for this part of the forest. A knot of anxiety tightened in my stomach. I was alone, deep in the woods, with no way to call for help if things went sideways. The trail began to narrow, becoming overgrown with thick underbrush. I had to push my way through tangled vines and thorny bushes, the drumming growing louder with every step. The trees here were ancient, their gnarled branches reaching up like skeletal fingers towards the sky. The light filtering through the dense canopy was dim and distorted, casting long, eerie shadows that danced and writhed around me. Then I saw it. The trees opened up into a small clearing. In the center of the clearing stood a massive, ancient oak, easily twice the size of any other tree I'd seen on the trail. Its bark was completely covered in the strange carvings, a swirling, intricate tapestry of symbols that seemed to writhe and shift in my vision. At the base of the tree, a small fire burned, casting flickering light on the surrounding woods. And around the fire, figures moved in a slow, deliberate dance, their forms cloaked in dark, shapeless garments. They were chanting in a low, guttural language I didn't recognize, their voices blending with the rhythmic beat of several hand drums they were playing. I froze at the edge of the clearing, hidden behind a thicket of ferns, my heart pounding in my ears. These had to be members of the Catawba tribe, performing some kind of ritual, but it felt wrong. The atmosphere was heavy with a sense of dread, and the chanting had an unsettling, almost malevolent quality to it. As I watched, one of the figures stepped away from the group and approached the massive oak. He carried a small, sharp stone in his hand. My blood ran cold as I realized what he was doing. He was carving another symbol into the tree, adding to the already dense collection of markings. This was it. This was the source of the carvings. And these people, they were the ones who were making them. But why? And what did it all mean? Driven by a reckless curiosity, I decided to get closer. I crept silently through the underbrush, trying to stay hidden in the shadows. I wanted to see the symbols they were carving, to try and understand their purpose. I managed to get within about 20 feet of the clearing before I accidentally stepped on a dry twig. The snap echoed loudly in the sudden lull in the chanting. The figures around the fire froze, their heads snapping towards my location. I held my breath, hoping they hadn't seen me. But then, one of the figures slowly turned and looked directly at me. Even though their face was obscured by the shadows of their hood, I could feel their gaze, cold and piercing, like a physical touch. A low growl rumbled from the figure's throat. Then, they raised a hand and pointed directly at me. The chanting resumed, but this time it was louder, more frantic, filled with an unmistakable sense of anger. The figures started to move towards me, their dark robes flowing around them like shadows. Fear gripped me, cold and paralyzing. I knew I was in serious trouble. I had stumbled upon something I wasn't meant to see, and now I was going to pay the price. I turned and fled, crashing through the underbrush, the sound of the chanting and the drumming echoing behind me. Branches whipped at my face, thorns tore at my clothes, but I didn't stop running. I could feel them behind me, their movements surprisingly swift and silent for their bulky robes. I burst back onto the main trail and ran as fast as my legs could carry me, my lungs burning, my heart pounding like a drum against my ribs. I didn't dare look back. I could still hear the faint sound of the drumming, and I knew they were still after me. After what felt like an eternity, I finally reached the edge of my patrol area. I didn't stop running until I reached my truck, fumbling with the keys in my trembling hand. I jumped inside, started the engine, and slammed my foot on the accelerator, not stopping until I was back at the ranger station. I burst into the office, breathless and pale. Old Kev was there, sitting at his desk, looking over some paperwork. He looked up in surprise when he saw me. "What in the blazes happened to you?" he exclaimed, his eyes wide with concern. I could barely speak, my chest heaving. The carvings, the Blackwood Trail, there were people chanting. Old Kev's face grew grim. He stood up quickly and helped me to a chair. "Take a breath, son. Tell me what you saw." I recounted everything that had happened, from finding the clearing to the figures and the chanting, to the terrifying chase through the woods. As I spoke, Old Kev's expression grew increasingly grave. When I was finished, he sighed heavily. "You didn't listen to me, did you, Digger?" he said, his voice filled with disappointment. "I told you to stay away from that place." "I know, Kev," I said, my voice barely a whisper. I was curious. "I had to know?" "And now you do," he said grimly. "And what did you find?" "Something you wish you hadn't, I reckon." He went on to explain that the area I had stumbled upon was a sacred site for a very old and reclusive part of the Catawba tribe. They practiced ancient rituals that were best left undisturbed by outsiders. The carvings on the trees were part of these rituals, markings that held a power that most people couldn't comprehend. "They're not just warnings, Digger," Old Kev said. "They're containment. They keep something dormant. Something that has been sleeping for a long, long time." "Sleeping?" I asked, a shiver running down my spine. "What do you mean?" Old Kev hesitated, looking around the office as if he was afraid of being overheard. "The legends, they speak of an entity that resides beneath the forest. An ancient being of immense power. The carvings, the rituals, they're all meant to keep it from awakening." My blood ran cold, and I saw them adding to the carvings. I stammered. "Does that mean?" Old Kev nodded slowly. "It means they're still performing the rituals, still trying to keep it contained. And you might have just made things worse by intruding." Suddenly, the earthy smell I'd noticed in the woods seemed to fill the office. The lights flickered erratically. A low growl, the same one I'd heard in the clearing, seemed to echo from outside. Old Kev's eyes widened in fear. "It knows," he whispered, his voice trembling. "It knows you were there." A deafening crash came from outside, like a tree falling. The ground beneath our feet vibrated. We both jumped to our feet, our faces pale with terror. "We need to get out of here, Digger!" Old Kev yelled, grabbing my arm. "Now!" We ran out of the ranger station, the sounds of destruction echoing behind us. The forest around us seemed to be alive, the trees swaying violently, their branches clawing at the sky. The drumming was back, louder than ever, a primal beat that filled the air with dread. As we fled into the darkness, I couldn't help but think about my bad decision to return to the Blackwood Trail. My curiosity had unleashed something ancient and terrible, and now the entire forest was going to pay the price. And I knew, with a chilling certainty, that this was only the beginning of the nightmare.